Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and a very warm welcome to the 10th National Review Conference and 7th National Level Monitoring Committee meeting on Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana at Rishikesh, which is the world capital of yoga and meditation, and the gateway to the Garhwal Himalayas. Before we begin, can we please have a video? Can we please have a look at the video, please?
आपका स्वागत है उत्तराखंड की इस मोहक भूमि पर। ये यात्रा हमारे लिए आशीर्वाद है।
I'm RJ Gaurav and your host for this National Review Conference and National Level Monitoring Committee. I'll take you along the agenda and the proceedings as we go along. It's wonderful to have seen all experts and dignitaries from all over India under one roof who gathered for this National Review Conference. And I'm sure this will certainly lead to a much insightful and interesting discussions for the next 2 days. This is the 10th National Review Conference and 7th National Level Monitoring Committee on PMFBY. Being part of crop insurance fraternity, we all know that Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana is a flagship scheme launched by Government of India in 2016 on the theme of One Nation, One Scheme. It is world's biggest risk mitigation scheme on agriculture in terms of farmer enrollment and coverage. PMFBY aims at providing financial support to farmers suffering crop loss or damage arising out of natural calamities. PMFBY has been implemented in 27 states and union territories across the nation, and it is the 15th season of successful implementation during this Kharif 2023. This conference is being organized at the background of recent scheme modifications, technology infusions, tender procedures, and notifications issued by state government for the effective implementation of PMFBY that are effective from Kharif 2020 season onwards. This National Review Conference is planned through hybrid mode through both physical and virtual participation for all stakeholders from state governments, insurance companies, banks, common service centers, reinsurers, technology institutions, international organizations, and farmers, who are the ultimate beneficiary of PMFBY scheme. Yes, it is being live streamed on the PMFBY YouTube channel. There are people joining us there. I welcome all the participants who have joined physically as well as virtually for these 2 days deliberations and discussions for a better PMFBY in the future. May I now call upon all the dignitaries on dais for the formal inaugural session. Can we please have on stage Shri Thomas Devasia, Member, Non-Life, IRDAI. A big round of applause for Shri Thomas Devasia ji. Also, can we please have on stage Shri Riteshji Chauhan, IAS Joint Secretary Credit and CEO PMFBY, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Government of India. May I now call upon Srimati Girija Subramanian, Chairman cum Managing Director, Agriculture and Insurance Company of India Limited. Now may I call upon Shri Dipendra Kumar Chaudhary ji, IAS, Secretary, Agriculture, Government of Uttarakhand. May I request all the dignitaries on the dais to kindly light the lamp so that we begin with the proceedings of the day. Can we please have the lamp lighting here? Now, for the welcome address, may I call upon Shrimati Girija Subramanian, who is the CMD AIC since September 2022, and second woman CMD to lead AIC. Shrimati Subramanian started her career as a direct recruit officer in GIC RE in 1988. In a career spanning over 34 years, she has worked in reinsurance departments across various lines of business, the most prominent one being aviation, life, health, and property classes. She was instrumental in setting up the terrorism insurance pool for the Indian market, as also in setting up of life operations at GIC RE. Mrs. Subramanian has led the global claims management team, as well as the IT, HR, and other verticals at GIC RE. I would request Shrimati Girija Subramanian to welcome this audience, this august audience. Can we please have you here, ma'am? And just a little request, everyone, every speaker who's going to walk up to the podium, please mind your step. These are a couple of steps. Just watch this.
Good morning, everyone. So, respected CEO PMFBY, Mr. Ritesh Chavan, Secretary Agriculture, Uttarakhand, Mr. Dipendra Kumar Chaudhary, Member Non-Life IRDA, Mr. Thomas Devasiya, distinguished guests, esteemed delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to extend a very warm welcome to each one of you to this beautiful venue, which is located in the Himalayan ranges in the yoga capital of India, Rishikesh, where nature and spirituality compete for attention. My sincere gratitude to you for choosing to be a part of this significant gathering where we embark on a journey to explore and amplify the crucial nexus between agriculture insurance, technology utilization, and the overarching well-being of our farmers. Today, as we convene to deliberate on the Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana and its intersection with innovative technologies, we find ourselves at the crossroads of progress and transformation. Agriculture, the backbone of our nation's economy, provides sustenance and livelihood to millions of farmers. However, the life of a farmer is marred by uncertainties, unpredictable weather patterns, pest invasions, market fluctuations, all of which can wreak havoc on their efforts and investments. The very essence of agricultural insurance lies in its ability to act as a safeguard, providing a safety net to farmers against these unforeseen adversities. The PMFBY, introduced by the visionary leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, stands as a testament to our government's commitment to mitigate these risks and empower our farmers. Through this scheme, we ensure that farmers are shielded from unpredictable nature of agriculture, enabling them to continue their crucial role in ensuring food security. In the modern era, technology has emerged as a game changer across industries, and agriculture is no exception. The fusion of agriculture and technology has paved the way for innovative solutions that address age-old challenges. From precision farming and smart irrigation to remote sensing and data analytics, technology offers a plethora of tools that can revolutionize agricultural practices. The convergence of PMFBY and technology presents an unprecedented opportunity to enhance the efficacy and outreach of crop insurance. One of the critical challenges faced by insurance programs is the timely assessment of crop losses. Traditional methods often fall short in accuracy and swiftness. Herein lies the transformative potential of technology. Remote sensing, satellite imagery, and drones can be harnessed to accurately assess the extent of crop damage, expediting the claims process and ensuring that farmers receive compensation promptly. At the heart of the technological revolution is data. The collection, analysis, and interpretation of data holds the key to informed decision making. Through the integration of data analytics, we can identify trends, predict potential risks, and devise strategies that not only minimize losses, but also enhance crop yields. Imagine a scenario where historical data and real-time inputs guide the farmer's choices, leading to increased productivity and profitability. The synergy between technology and agricultural insurance extends to financial inclusion. Our NCIP portal has paved a way to enable this. With the rise of mobile banking and digital wallets, the financial transactions associated with insurance premiums and claims can be simplified and expedited. As we grapple with the repercussions of climate change, the amalgamation of technology-driven agricultural insurance becomes a formidable tool for climate resilience. Climate models and predictive algorithms can aid in assessing the impact of changing weather patterns on crop yields, facilitating the development of strategies that mitigate risk and ensure sustainable agricultural practices. The success of PMFBY and the effective utilization of technology are inseparable from collaborative partnerships. YesTech, WINS, and Cropic are path-breaking milestones towards this. Government agencies, financial institutions, technology companies, agricultural experts, and most importantly, our farmers must come together to create a holistic ecosystem that nurtures innovation, knowledge sharing, and skill building. As we embark on this conference, let us remember that our deliberations hold the power to shape the destiny of our farmers and our nation. Let us deliberate with purpose, share our experiences, challenge our assumptions, and seek out opportunities that can drive positive change. This conference is not just a meeting of minds, it is a catalyst for transformation. I extend my sincere gratitude to our esteemed speakers whose expertise and insights will undoubtedly enrich our discussions. I also applaud the organizing committee for their meticulous efforts in bringing all of this together. Let us use this conference as a stepping stone towards a future where our farmers are empowered, their livelihoods are safeguarded, and their contributions to our nation are cherished. The marriage of agricultural insurance and technology holds immense promise. Let us harness that promise and pave the way for an agricultural landscape that is not only resilient, but also prosperous. I'm sure AIC, being the market leader, along with our other insurance partners, are dedicated towards this objective. Thank you for being part of this transformative endeavor. I wish you all a very engaging, productive, and enlightening conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Girija ma'am. And now moving on for the opening remarks. For this, I would like to call upon Shri Riteshji Chauhan, who is a 2005 batch IS officer of Himachal Pradesh, presently Joint Secretary, Credit, and CEO, PMFBY, from October 2021 onwards. As a vibrant CEO of PMFBY, he had critical role in streamlining the technology infusions and various innovations in PMFBY. Prior to this position, Shri Chauhan was Private Secretary and Chief of Staff to Honorable Coal Minister of India. Before to this, his central government deputation, he served government of Himachal Pradesh on different capacities as Deputy Commissioner, Director Transport, Additional Deputy Commissioner, Subdivisional Magistrate, and he has a very illustrious career. It's my pleasure and privilege to invite Shri Riteshji Chauhan, the young Joint Secretary and CEO, PMFBY, to deliver the welcome address to this learned community of crop insurance. Can we please have you on stage, sir?
Good morning, everyone. Shri Thomas Devasya, Member Non-Life IRDAI, Shri Dipendra Chaudhary, Secretary Agriculture, Government of Uttarakhand, Srimati Girija Subramaniam, Chairman cum MD, Agriculture Insurance Company of India. I extend a very warm welcome to all the esteemed participants in this 10th edition of National Review Conference, including senior officers from state and UT administrations, representatives and senior functionaries of insurance companies, reinsurance companies, as well as senior participants and scientists from technology institutions and technology companies. It is a proud privilege for me, being a Pahadi myself, to welcome you to the lap of Himalayas, to the Dev Bhumi of Uttarakhand. It is indeed an honor for me to stand before you as we celebrate the 7 years of unwavering commitment to the success of PMFBY. And while I do so, I would personally like to thank each and every one of you for being a part of this journey. This conference, the 10th edition of this, provides us an opportunity to retrospect on this journey and see what has been our course so far and where are we headed. With Kharif 23, we have stepped into almost the 8th year of PMFBY. I am proud to announce that the scheme has achieved significant successes in the last 3-4 seasons. Over these years, we have registered more than 48 crore farmer applications, truly reflecting the national level impact that the scheme has had on the agricultural landscape. The evolution of PMFBY has been guided by our commitment to farmer centricity. With the changing landscape, this year's focus has been on adapting the scheme to emerging challenges and opportunity, especially with regard to making it more responsive, efficient, technologically driven, data-centric, and futuristic. The integration of technology has been the most central pivot in our recent changes in the scheme. With the recent technological interventions of YesTech, WINS, Cropec, we are poised to soar in this direction. In this conference, it is my expectation that we will delve further into the transformative role of technology within the scheme ecosystem. I am elated also to highlight the strides that have been made by various states in execution of the scheme, especially towards increasing the inclusive nature of the scheme through universalization. Universal Coverage Initiative, which was pioneered by the state of Andhra, has inspired states like Maharashtra, Odisha, Meghalaya, and Puducherry to consider expanding their coverage, fostering a sense of unity in our pursuit of farmers' interest. We in the Government of India believe that collaboration is the key to our success. In the spirit of open dialogue, we have designed sessions during this conference to encourage engagement and discussions among states, insurance companies, reinsurers, technology partners, and all other stakeholders. Let me start the conference with a request to all of you to be free, fair, and open in your critique of the processes under the scheme. The sole purpose of having this conference immediately after the tender cycle is to get a sense of the challenges that we faced during this cycle. Now, it is our intention, because the tender cycle repeats after 3 years, so it is a very golden opportunity, I would say, that we get together and note down what have been the challenges, what have been the pitfalls, and how we can sort of overcome all of them together. This set of people present today here in this hall, I think hold the key in terms of finding solutions that we may again face 3 years down the line. As we engage in discussions and deliberations over the next 2 days, I believe that our collective efforts will propel PMFBY to new heights. Let us envision a future where agricultural sector thrives and farmers find security and prosperity through our initiatives. I yet again extend my heartfelt thanks to all participants, officials, insurance and reinsurance company representatives, and all our dedicated stakeholders for their presence and contributions during this conference. May this conference be a source of knowledge, inspiration, and progress for us all. Thank you.
Moving on to our keynote address. And for this, I would like to invite Shri Dipendra Kumar Chaudhary, IS Secretary, Agriculture, Government of Uttarakhand. Dipendra Kumar Chaudhary is 2007 batch IS officer from Uttarakhand cadre. Shri Chaudhary is currently posted as Secretary, Agriculture, and Farmers Welfare and Scenic Welfare in the government of Uttarakhand. Prior to this, he was Secretary, Urban Development, Revenue, Sports and Youth Welfare and Technical Education in the government of Uttarakhand. He has a diverse background, including roles as Excise Commissioner, Director of Mining, Director General of School Education, and District Magistrate in districts like Champawat, Uttarakhand, Nainital, and Haridwar. Can we please have Shri Dipendra Kumar Chaudhary on the podium?
Good morning and greetings to all present in the 10th National Review Conference and 7th National Level Monitoring Committee meeting. On behalf of the state, I welcome you all to Uttarakhand, the Dev Bhumi. As you know, around Naren Nagar, there are Haridwar, Rishikesh, the international city of yoga. So there is a good chance for all of you to, because you have come to Uttarakhand, it's a good opportunity to visit these places also. So I request you, when you go back to your own places, kindly visit Haridwar and Rishikesh. It is a lifetime opportunity, and I hope you all will enjoy it. I welcome Shri Ritesh Chauhan, CEO, PMFBY, Government of India, Shri Thomas Devasiya, Member, Non-Life, IRDAE, and Mrs. Girija Subramaniam, and other secretaries from different states, officials from the ministries, from other states, and guest speakers, and other experts, and the officials of the insurance companies. The schedule of the review conference has already been shared with you. I was also going through the schedule which has been prepared in consultation with the Government of India by the All India Insurance Company. It is very interesting, very useful, very informative, and hope the discussions and the opinions that would be placed here by the different experts from the officials of the insurance companies would be useful in shaping the future policy of the Fasal Bima Yojana. In the conference, there are many subjects under subtopics they have been covered, like experience sharing by states under the new tender cycle, covering subjects like increase in coverage, adoption of alternative risk transfer models, participation by insurers. Another topic, status of implementation of YES technology and WINDS by states and MITRS, redressal of problem statement, idea sharing presentation like steps towards universal coverage. Also, there would be action plan presentation by insurance companies. And in the last, that is tomorrow, we would be having a session with the farmers, what they feel about the crop insurance scheme, what are their feedbacks. That would also be very interesting and very informative, and first-hand information our insurance companies will be getting from the farmers. Regarding Few lines I want to say about the status of Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana in Uttarakhand. As per the Government of India guidelines, Fasal Bima Yojana has been successfully implemented in Uttarakhand since 2016 for 14 crop seasons. This scheme has immensely supported the agriculture production through affordable crop insurance products. This has ensured a comprehensive risk cover for crop farmers against all non-preventable natural risks, from prevented sowing to post-harvest stage of farming. In these 7 years, we have aimed to successfully achieve the objectives of Fasal Bima Yojana, which include financial support to farmers suffering from unforeseen crop losses, improving credit worthiness of the farmers, ensuring continued income for farmers through risk mitigation measures, safeguarding their livelihoods against unforeseen losses. Currently, this scheme has been implemented in Uttarakhand in the following manner. Under Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana, we have divided all districts of the states into 2 clusters, Garhwal Mandal and Kumaon Mandal. These are the 2 commissionaries in Uttarakhand. Under restructured weather-based crop insurance scheme, we have divided all the districts into 4 clusters. Under Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana, insurance unit was changed from Tehsil to Gram Panchayat level from Rabi 2022-23 to ensure accurate loss assessment. Under the RWB CIS, the notified unit for plain areas is block level. For hilly areas, the notified unit is Tehsil. A total of 16 crops are insured under this scheme. 4 crops are notified under Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana and 12 crops are notified under RWB CIS. Under Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana, from Kharif 2023 to Rabi 2025-26, the implementing agency for both clusters is Chema General Insurance Company, whereas for RWB CIS, 1 cluster, Udham Singh Nagar, Nainital and Champawat, is covered by SDFC, Argo General Insurance Company Limited, and 3 clusters, that is the remaining 10 districts, are covered by Agriculture Insurance Company of India. With this implementation system in place, we have focused to provide benefits to maximum farmers in need of assistance and support from the state. Under this scheme, currently in Uttarakhand, 16.75 lakh farmers have been insured since Kharif 2016. Rupees 572 crores have already been disbursed under this scheme. This has benefited 6.3 lakh farmers in the state. The Kharif 2022 claims under Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana have been released through DG claim module, which has greatly streamlined the crop insurance claim process online. For Kharif 2022, claim disbursement will commence from September 2023. In this Kharif 2023 season, 1.41 lakh farmers with 0.67 lakh hectare has been covered with some insured amount of rupees 533 crores. In these 7 years, a total claim of rupees 573 crores has been disbursed out of a total premium amount of rupees 755.31 crores, which is 76% of the total premium amount. This has directly benefited 46% of the total insured farmers. Hence, we can see a positive outcome from the implementation of Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana in Uttarakhand. Though the experience of the scheme in our state, I would like to suggest one or two points which might be considered. This is a personal suggestion from my side. Recently, we saw flood in the district of Haridwar. About 1.47 lakh land holdings were affected. Due to excessive rains and water logging, 46% of cultivated area in Haridwar was affected, and the paddy and sugarcane crops were inundated. Currently, inundation has not been included in the list of localized calamities for paddy crop. Farmers are not able to avail any benefit. Hence, we would like to suggest the inclusion of inundation for crop paddy under Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana to protect the large number of farmers against this calamity. Secondly, since Uttarakhand is a hilly state with the microclimatic variations at small intervals, it would be extremely beneficial to establish automatic weather stations under winds at Nyay Panchayat level. This will significantly help in mitigating the losses of the insured farmers against likelihood of anticipated crop damages. With these points in mind, we can head towards a safeguarded future for our farmers on a national level. Though empowerment of farmers by development of their financial capabilities and technical expertise, we will be able to achieve our vision of doubling the income of farmers, thus boosting our national GDP. On this note, I look forward to the vital discussions in the conference and would take this opportunity to once again thank our Joint Secretary, Shri Ritesh Chauhan, and other distinguished guests, and especially the chairman of AIC, the company who is hosting this conference in Uttarakhand. Again, with these words, I thank you all for coming to this place, and also I thank AIC for organizing this National Review Conference and National Level Monitoring Meeting in Uttarakhand. Thank you all, and welcome to all once again. Thank you.
Now, moving on towards a special address, and for that, I would like to call and invite Shri Thomas Devesia ji, member non-life IRDAI. Mr. Thomas Devesia assumed charge as member non-life in the Insurance Regulatory and Development Authority of India, IRDAI, on 19th September 2022. He is a general insurance and reinsurance domain expert with over 35 years of experience in roles spanning management of direct and reinsurance underwriting, loss adjustment, and broking across the Indian and Middle East insurance markets. Can we please have Shri Thomas Devesia?
Good morning, everyone, and welcome. Shri Ritesh Chauhan, CEO, PMFBY, Uttarakhand Agricultural Secretary, Shri Dipendra Kumar Chowdhury, CEO, Agricultural Insurance Corporation, Mrs. Girija, distinguished members here, especially senior executives from the state administrations, and my industry colleagues. I'm happy and honored to be in this august presence in a lovely state with amazing topography and geography, Uttarakhand. With the PMFBY in its 10th review, I have seen with I would say, gladness and confidence with regard to the future of agricultural insurance in India. And I would particularly point out to the CEO of PMFBY, and I also see Dr. Bhutani in the audience today, for the excellent foundation and the outlook you'll have for the industry here. The Indian Met Department this year said that the rains have been below normal, with shortage in June and excess in July. For August, they are saying it's about 94% of the long-term average. Below normal in the southwest parts of northwest in central India. And the outlook till September is that it will be still below normal, triggered by El Nino. If I go back to the CMIE data of 2022, it reported that in the past 6 years, rainfall was the most unevenly distributed, though quantitatively adequate. It was only 34% normal in areas that represent about only 1/4 of the cropped area. Agriculture, hence, needs special attention. And the budget of this year indicated the work of the government in making agriculture future-ready. What was interesting alignment was the Agri-Tech Startup Fund and the hiking and lending going together with alternative fertilizer and natural farming. The plan to create distributed micro-fertilizer and pesticide manufacturing network across India. Agriculture is the mainstay of this economy. It's the central pillar. 60% of the workforce is from agriculture, which contributes to 17% of the GDP. Yet, we suffer from low productivity per hectare. We manage with 4% of the world water resources, 2.4% of the land, to support 17.5% of the world population, and 15% of the world livestock. That's a tough job. And agricultural insurance basically assures food security by ensuring resilience in a background of climate change, in a background of natural disasters. And it is very important that all states come together under the single umbrella to ensure resilience, economic and agricultural. In this matter, I want to touch upon 2 items which do command our attention at our regulatory desks. One is with regard to farmer grievances. Any tool that affords service should also ensure monitoring of service levels and a feedback loop. And I believe that crop insurance, which operates as a multi-agency framework with the state, the financial lending institutions, and the insurers, grievance mechanism too should reflect this landscape rather than just put insurers in the front line. I would recommend that the portals that you are developing perhaps now attempt to integrate grievances in a manner that the grievance is addressed to the right party in the context. I would also highlight that our increasing intensification of digitization is very, very favorable to the propagation of insurance in general. And I commend the CEO PFBY in starting up AID, the app to introduce intermediaries formally into the agricultural system and enable far better rate of enrollment and subscription. This goes towards our own objective and vision stated by our chairman, Shri Debashish Panda, of insurance for all by 2047, though we would like to do it much earlier. The second that I would like to comment on is contract clarity. I was introduced as a reinsurance expert, direct and reinsurance underwriter, and for me, insurance is a combination of law and mathematics. So contract certainty and clarity is of critical importance. And in this tendering process, it would be heartening if, tender conditions which form the basis of insurers developing ratings and developing exposure and hence bidding, the tender conditions remain constant. Otherwise, it becomes a bit of a problem and actually hinders the overall administration of the scheme. I also want to highlight that I lead the initiative, IRD initiative on state plans. And state plan is all about creating a social safety net on the one part for those excluded, for those partially included, and for the relatively disorganized or unorganized sectors of the economy and the people and society. On the road to Rishikesh, I also witnessed evidence of natural disaster, which actually affects the overall economy of the state, and in turn also food security. We in the state plan are actually going across from state to state, meeting the administration, and I would seek the opportunity to meet up with the state executives here, especially the secretary level people who are here and the directors, to have the opportunity of a one-to-one discussion on the state plan. In that, we would also be talking separately on PMFBY and its importance, as well as in disaster management and disaster financing, where the IRDA is initiating work centrally with the National Disaster Management Agency. Insurance for All is perhaps the best platform by which we get integration of a lot of efforts aimed at ensuring ultimate economic resilience. I wish this conference the very best and all success. Thank you.
I request all the dignitaries to please be on stage as we are moving forward for the felicitation ceremony. See, according to our father of nation, Mahatma Gandhi ji, everyone wants to be strong and self-sufficient, but few are willing to put in the work necessary to achieve worthy goals. This saying is very relevant and critical in the competitive implementation of PMFBY at states and districts as well. The most salient feature and absolute part of PMFBY is that the scheme is a multi-stakeholder scheme and an absolute part of and despite of its huge scale, the scheme is successful only because of the clear understanding, cooperation and ground level support extended by our district level stakeholders. Here, we are taking this opportunity to acknowledge district level functionaries who have done extensive support for the successful implementation of the scheme. In order to assess effectiveness of implementation of the scheme, performance evaluation framework has been developed for districts under PMFBY. Objective of this ranking framework is to encourage transparency, accountability, learning, and improvement, ultimately contributing to better outcomes for farmers and the successful implementation of the PMFBY and RWBCIS. A comparative assessment relative scoring mechanism is used to assign scores under all defined parameters for performance evaluation of districts, Kharif 22 and Rabi 2022-23. This evaluation is based on various parameters, including the crop cutting experiments conducted through the app, claim payments, percentage increase in non-loany and loany farmers, and the area insured to provide uniformity in the evaluation process. States are divided into three categories: large, medium, and small, based on gross cultivated area or area insured. As per the evaluation conducted for Kharif 2022 and Rabi 2022-23 by Department of Agriculture, Government of India, 8 districts under large, medium, and small category states have achieved remarkable score for Kharif 2022 and Rabi 2022-23, reflecting unwavering commitment of the district towards welfare of the farmers, contributing to successful implementation of PMFBY. And the results are, for the large category states, District Mandya, State Karnataka; District Dholpur, State Rajasthan; District Jharsuguda, State Odisha. Can you please have a big round of applause for all the districts mentioned in the large category states? Moving on to the medium category, District Haridwar, State Uttarakhand; District Tehri Garhwal, State Uttarakhand; and for the small category, it's a District no, even in medium category itself, it's Lakhimpur State, Assam. Now moving on to the small category, District Imphal East, State of Manipur. And District Bishnupur, State, Manipur again. Now I call upon the district authorities to come on dais and receive the certificate of commendations. Can we please have from the Mandya district of Karnataka state for achieving the first rank in large category states. For this, I would like to invite Mrs. Shobha Patil, Joint Director, Agriculture, Karnataka. Can we please have you on stage, ma'am? And I request Shri Thomas Devasya, please hand over the certificate of commendations. To Mrs. Shobha Patil, Joint Director, Agriculture, Karnataka. Now, the Dholpur district of Rajasthan state for achieving the second rank in large category states. May I call upon Mr. Gaurav Agrawal, IAS, Commissioner, Agriculture, Rajasthan. I request Shri Ritesh Chauhan to please hand over the certificate of commendation. We also have the Jharsuguda district of Odisha state for achieving the third rank in the large category state. We will be felicitating them tomorrow. Moving on, I would like to call upon the Haridwar district of Uttarakhand state for achieving the first rank in medium category states, Shri Prateek Jain, IAS Chief Development Officer, Haridwar, Uttarakhand. And also, I would like to request Shri Dipendra Kumar Chaudhary to hand over the certificate of commendation to Shri Prateek Jain, IAS Chief Development Officer, Haridwar, Uttarakhand. The Tehri Garhwal district of Uttarakhand state for achieving the second rank in the medium category state. May I please call upon Shri Manish Kumar, IAS Chief Development Officer, Tehri, Uttarakhand. May I request Srimati Girija Subramanian to kindly hand over the certificate of commendation. The Lakhimpur district of Assam state for achieving the third rank in the medium category states. May I call upon Dr. Ashish Kumar Bhutani, IAS, Additional Chief Secretary, Government of Assam. May I request Shri Thomas Devasya ji to kindly hand over the certificate of commendation. There are two more awards. The Imphal East District of Manipur State for achieving the first rank in small category states. The Bishnupur District of Manipur State for achieving the second rank in small category states. May we have a great round of applause for all the achievers here. And a heartfelt thanks to all our district authorities and other stakeholders with the hope that we will continue our dedication and commitment towards strengthening crop insurance and agriculture in India and ensure that our farmers are able to secure and safeguard their income and livelihood and derive maximum benefits of PMFBY. On this note, I'd like to thank all the dignitaries who are present on the dais, and we are going to break for the tea, but let me just remind you, after the tea break, we are going to have a group photograph. Thank you for your participation for this first session. Thank you so much. And after the tea, we are going to assemble in this hall for the group photograph.
एक परिवर्तनकारी पहल के लिए, एक ऐसी पहल जो सभी के ज्ञान से सशक्त करेगी और करने में सक्षम बनाएगी। पेश है विंड्स, मौसम सूचना नेटवर्क और डेटा सिस्टम, भारत का एक ऐसा मौसम पोर्टल जो पूरे देश के मौसम डेटा के सामूहिक ज्ञान को एक मंच पर एक साथ लाएगा। विंड्स के साथ भारतीय मौसम विज्ञान विभाग एवं कृषि और किसान कल्याण मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार का मुख्य उद्देश्य विभिन्न स्रोतों से मौसम डेटा को एकत्र करना है। विंड्स के द्वारा हम ब्लॉक दर ब्लॉक देश भर के सभी स्वचालित मौसम स्टेशनों, AWS और स्वचालित वर्षा गेजों ARG से बहुमूल्य जानकारी घर घर पहुंचाएंगे। बीमाकर्ताओं, बैंकों, किसानों, शोधकर्ताओं और नीति निर्माताओं को समय पर सटीक एवं भरोसेमंद जानकारी प्रदान करते हुए सारा डेटा विंड्स पोर्टल पर दिखाया जाएगा। इस पहल की मदद से हम भारत के मौजूदा AWS और ARG नेटवर्क को 5 गुना बढ़ा पाएंगे और भारत का पहला ऐसा वेदर डेटा सिस्टम बना पाएंगे जो कृषि, आपदा प्रबंधन, बीमा, जोखिम मूल्यांकन और जलवायु अनुसंधान में सरकार की क्षमताओं को और अधिक मजबूत करेगा। एक ऐसी दुनिया जहां किसान घर बैठे मौसम के सटीक पूर्वानुमान और स्थानीय जानकारी की मदद से आत्मविश्वास के साथ अपनी कृषि गतिविधियों की योजना बना पाएंगे। विंड्स के साथ हम एक ऐसे भविष्य का निर्माण कर रहे हैं जहां हर निर्णय सटीक मौसम डेटा की शक्ति द्वारा समर्थित होगा। आइए और अपने देश के किसानों के भविष्य के लिए मौसम संबंधी ज्ञान की संभावनाओं को बेहतर बनाएं। अधिक जानकारी के लिए दिए गए लिंक पर जाएं।
जब भारत की खेती को आगे बढ़ाने की जरूरत थी तो हमने बढ़ाया मदद का हाथ। आधुनिक टेक्नोलॉजी की बदौलत हम एक तरीका विकसित कर पाए कम समय में सटीक उपज आंकलन। पेश है येस्टेक, यील्ड एस्टिमेशन सिस्टम यानी उपज अनुमान प्रणाली। ये प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना के अंतर्गत एक पहल है। पिछले 2 वर्षों में टेक्नोलॉजी बेस्ड यील्ड एस्टिमेशन की अनेक पायलट परियोजनाओं के बाद कृषि एवं किसान कल्याण विभाग ने येस्टेक को विकसित किया है। ये है उपज आंकलन का एक नया समाधान जो पारंपरिक तरीकों की सीमाओं में बंधा नहीं है। पारंपरिक तरीकों के रास्ते में अक्सर चुनौतियां आती हैं, जैसे कि अकार्यकुशलता, पूर्वाग्रह, देरियां। अब येस्टेक के साथ जल्दी ही ये चुनौतियां अवसर में बदल जाएंगी, क्योंकि बेहतर होगी सटीकता, कार्यकुशलता और रफ्तार। फसल काटने से जुड़े प्रयोगों की रिमोट सेंसिंग जैसी प्रक्रियाओं के जरिए किसी इलाके की जमीनी निगरानी की जरूरत नहीं रहती। इससे शोधकर्ताओं को उपज का आकलन और दावा निपटान में उत्पन्न होने वाले पूर्वाग्रहों को दूर करके बेहतर और तेजी से निर्णय लेने में सहायता मिलती है। येस्टेक ज्यादा सटीक परिणाम देने के लिए इनोवेटिव डेटा सेट और एल्गोरिदम का उपयोग करता है और इससे उत्पन्न होता है ज्यादा विश्वास और साथ ही मिलता है उपज का सही आंकलन भी। इससे अत्याधुनिक तकनीक से कृषि क्षेत्र में क्रांति आएगी। उपज के आकलन से जुड़े इस नए और बेहतर तरीके से हमें काफी आशाएं हैं और हमें विश्वास है कि छोटे और बड़े दोनों स्तरों पर ये एक सकारात्मक प्रभाव डालेगा। इसे देश भर में एक ही लक्ष्य के साथ लागू करने की योजना चल रही है। कम विवाद, ज्यादा परिणाम। अब समय है यस कहने का येस्टेक को। कृषि एवं किसान कल्याण मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार।
क्या बात है भाई, कुछ परेशान दिखाई दे रहे हो?
कृषि रक्षक भैया, मेरी परेशानी ये बारिश का ना होना है। आपको तो पता है कि बारिश का पानी हमारी फसलों के लिए एक वरदान होता है, जो अच्छी पैदावार के लिए बहुत जरूरी है।
हाँ, मैं समझ सकता हूँ। पर्याप्त मात्रा में बारिश हम किसानों के लिए बहुत जरूरी है।
तो कृषि रक्षक भैया, मेरी चिंता है कि अगर इस बार बारिश नहीं हुई तो क्या होगा?
अनिल, तुमने प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना के बारे में नहीं सुना?
हाँ, नाम तो सुना है।
नाम सुना है तो काम में भी ले आओ उसे। तुम्हें पता है कि बाढ़, सूखा, ओलावृष्टि या बिजली गिरने जैसी मौसमी आपदाओं की स्थिति में सरकार तुम्हें उपज नुकसान के आधार पर क्लेम प्रदान करती है।
अच्छा, ऐसा भी होता है क्या? कृषि रक्षक भैया, आपने तो मेरी सारी परेशानी का हल ही बता दिया।
हाँ, तो समस्याओं को हल करने की जिम्मेदारी तुम मुझ पर छोड़ दो और खेत में हल चलाकर मेहनत करने की जिम्मेदारी तुम्हारी। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना के बारे में अधिक जानकारी के लिए लॉग ऑन करें PMFBY.gov.in पर।
सुरक्षित फसल निश्चित किसान, फसल बीमा सबका समाधान।
अरे अरे तरुणा काकी, कहाँ चली जा रही हो? इस बार खेतों की जुताई अभी से शुरू कर दी क्या?
अरे ना कृष्णा, वो आज चौपाल पर विवेक और मुखिया जी कृषि रक्षक के साथ फसल बीमा में पंजीकरण कैसे करें ये बताने वाले हैं।
भाइयों बहनों, मुझे बहुत खुशी है कि आप सब बीमा पंजीकरण कराना चाहते हैं। मुखिया जी का धन्यवाद कि उन्होंने चौपाल पर पर्दा लगाकर ये समझाने की अनुमति दी।
हाँ विवेक, अब हम सब किसानों को समझ आ गया है कि ये फसल बीमा लेना कितना जरूरी और लाभदायक है।
जी तरुणा काकी, तो आप सब पहले ये जान लीजिए कि ये योजना छोटे बड़े सब किसान भाइयों बहनों के लिए है। बटाईदार हो या किराए पे खेत लेकर खेती करने वाला किसान, या जिसका अपना खेत और खेती हो, ऋणी हो या गैर ऋणी, यानी जिसने बैंक से कृषि ऋण लिया हो चाहे ना लिया हो, सबको इस बीमा योजना में पंजीकरण कराने का अधिकार है। मुखिया जी, मतलब हम कुछ भी उगाएं तो भी बीमा मिलेगा ही? ना कृष्णा, सरकार ने सभी मुख्य अधिसूचित खाद्य फसलों यानी चावल, गेहूं, बाजरा, दालों, तिलहन, बागवानी फसल और वाणिज्यिक जैसे कपास आदि को बीमा के अंतर्गत रखा है। यानी कि मौसम के हिसाब से उगाई जाने वाली सभी मुख्य फसलों का बीमा कराया जा सकता है। पर अच्छा ये होगा कि बीमा कराने से पहले हम राज्य सरकार द्वारा जारी की गई अधिसूचना को ठीक से पढ़ लें और पूरी जानकारी ले लें।
अरे वाह मुखिया जी, सब जरूरी फसल तो आ ही गई इस बीमा में। मेरा तो बैंक से कर्जा चल रहा है, तो CSC केंद्र जाऊं क्या मैं?
नहीं तरुणा जी, वैसे जानकारी तो आपको वहाँ से भी मिलेगी, पर ऋणी किसान अपने बैंक से तथा गैर ऋणी किसान CSC केंद्र, पोस्ट ऑफिस, बीमा एजेंट, एड यानी सहायक ऐप या NCIP पोर्टल यानी www.pmfby.gov.in के माध्यम से स्वयं पंजीकरण कर सकते हैं। सबसे अच्छी बात है कि हर राज्य सरकार अधिसूचना निकालकर बीमा के अंतर्गत आने वाली फसलों तथा पंजीकरण और प्रीमियम से संबंधित जानकारी देती रहती है। मुखिया जी, क्यों ना हम यहाँ एक बोर्ड बना दें और आने वाली सूचनाओं को लिख दिया करें। चौपाल में तो सब आते ही हैं, इससे कोई भी जरूरी सूचना किसी से छूटेगी नहीं। बिल्कुल सही। तो आशा है कि आप सबने पंजीकरण कैसे कराएं जान लिया होगा। तो वीडियो द्वारा मिली इस जानकारी को आगे अपने साथी किसान भाई बहनों तक जरूर पहुंचाएं और आज ही फसल बीमा योजना में पंजीकरण करवाएं, क्योंकि
प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना, फसल बीमा कराओ, सुरक्षा कवच पाओ।
ये लो प्रवीण भाई, आपके फसल बीमा योजना की रसीद। अब ये बीमा योजना इस रसीद के रूप में हमेशा तुम्हारे साथ रहेगी। आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। पर सुबोध जी, यदि एक बार इस रसीद में क्या क्या लिखा है आप बता देते तो आपकी बड़ी कृपा होती। अरे अरे, इसमें कृपा की क्या बात, ये तो हमारा काम है। बैठिए। मैं आपको समझाता हूँ। सबसे ऊपर बाईं ओर ये देखिए आपका रिसीट नंबर, या इसे एप्लीकेशन नंबर भी कहते हैं। ये सबसे जरूरी नंबर है क्योंकि ये एक तरह से आप किसानों को बीमा कंपनी से मिला एक विशेष नंबर है। आपको ऑनलाइन बीमा पोर्टल पर अपने बीमा की स्थिति जाननी हो, क्लेम पाने के लिए आवेदन करना हो, बीमा अथवा फसल नुकसान संबंधी कोई सूचना देनी हो, या भविष्य में बीमा से जुड़ी कोई भी जानकारी देनी हो, तो आपको ये रिसीट नंबर देना या बताना होगा। अच्छा, तब तो मैं इसे अपनी डायरी में भी और फोन में भी लिखकर अलग से रखूंगा। बिल्कुल। अब नीचे बीमा संबंधी विवरण यानी राज्य, आवेदक, वर्ष, योजना का नाम, कौन सी फसल के लिए बीमा, पैसा कहां से जमा हुआ आदि लिखा है। इसके बाद किसान का विवरण यानी आपका नाम, पिता या रिश्तेदार का नाम, मोबाइल संख्या, किसानी का प्रकार और आप महिला किसान हैं या पुरुष ये बताया गया है। तथा इसके ठीक सामने आपके द्वारा दिए गए आपके बैंक के बचत खाते की जानकारी, जिससे आपको पता रहे कि पैसे किस खाते में आएंगे। प्रवीण भाई, ये डिब्बे में दी गई जानकारी भी बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। इसमें सबसे पहले आपका जिला, आपका गांव, बीमा इकाई यानी इंश्योरेंस यूनिट, सर्वे संख्या, सम इंश्योर्ड यानी बीमा राशि, बीमित क्षेत्र, सरकार द्वारा दी गई प्रीमियम राशि, किसान यानी आपके द्वारा दी गई प्रीमियम। एक बात हमेशा याद रखिए कि किसानों को केवल अपनी प्रीमियम देनी है। इसके अलावा बीमा पंजीकरण या राज्य सरकार की प्रीमियम के नाम पर कोई किसी भी प्रकार की राशि मांगे तो आपको नहीं देनी है। अब यहाँ ये 3 प्रमुख जानकारियाँ बड़े अक्षरों में दी गई हैं। यहाँ नीचे बीमा कंपनी का नाम, पता आदि दिया गया है। वाह, सब समझ में आ गया। लेकिन क्या मुझे इसमें बताई गई बीमा राशि पूरी की पूरी मिल जाएगी? नहीं नहीं, बीमा राशि बीमा कंपनी द्वारा किसी अप्रत्याशित घटना के कारण फसल के नुकसान की स्थिति में पॉलिसी धारक को भुगतान की जाने वाली राशि है। राज्य सरकार द्वारा जारी अधिसूचना में जिलावार प्रत्येक फसल के लिए प्रति हेक्टेयर बीमित राशि निर्धारित की जाती है। सिंचित और असिंचित क्षेत्रों के लिए बीमा राशि अलग अलग हो सकती है। संक्षेप में ये खेती की लागत है और बीमा राशि तो आपके हुए फसल नुकसान के मूल्यांकन के आधार पर ही मिलेगी। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सुबोध जी, धन्यवाद। तो आप भी देर मत कीजिए, आज ही प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा में पंजीकरण कराइए। ये जानकारी अच्छी लगी हो तो सभी साथी किसान भाई बहनों के साथ इस वीडियो को साझा कीजिए, क्योंकि
फसल बीमा कराओ, सुरक्षा कवच पाओ।
आसमान में बादल का नामो निशान नहीं है। जो जल्दी ही वर्षा ना हुई तो खेत सूखे ही रह जाएंगे, जुताई बुवाई कुछ भी ना हो पाएगा। हाँ भाई, क्या कर सकते हैं, सालों से तो मौसम का यही हाल चल रहा है। कभी गर्मी ज्यादा तो कभी ठंड देर से आती है, कभी वर्षा समय से नहीं आती तो कभी गर्मी में ही बारिश से बाढ़ आ जाती है। क्या हुआ भाई लोग, क्या बात चल रही है? अरे विवेक भैया, आपको नहीं पता क्या? हम तो सूखा पड़ने की आशंका और नुकसान का सोच के चिंतित हैं। देखो, इसी से बचने के लिए मैं पिछले कई सालों से आप सबको फसल बीमा कराने के लिए बोल रहा हूँ, लेकिन आप सब मेरी बात ही नहीं मानते। भाई, प्रकृति पर हमारा नियंत्रण तो है नहीं, लेकिन बीमा लेकर हम अपने पैसों और आगे की खेती की समस्या तो कम कर ही सकते हैं। सच कहा था भैया आपने। अब लगता है हमने भी ले लिया होता तो इतनी चिंता नहीं होती। लेकिन ये बीमा का पैसा मिलता भी है। हाँ, ये देखो मैसेज, दावा राशि सीधे बैंक खाते में आई है। पिछले साल जबकि कीट पतंगों ने हमारी पूरी फसल खराब कर दी थी, उसके बाद सरकार और मेरी बीमा कंपनी ने मेरे नुकसान का जायजा लिया और रकम मेरे अकाउंट में भेज दी। और हाँ भाइयों, अभी भी देर नहीं हुई है, आज ही प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना में अपना पंजीकरण करा लो आप सब।
पर मेरे ऊपर तो कर्जा है बैंक का और मोहन भाई के पास खेती बड़े कम है, तो क्या हम भी बीमा ले सकते हैं?
हाँ भाई, ये बीमा बड़े छोटे ऋणी गैर ऋणी सबके लिए है और बहुत आसान किस्तों पर। इसमें खरीफ पर 2%, रबी पर 1.5% और बागवानी फसल पर 5% तक देना होता है। और कई राज्य सरकारें तो बीमा का पूरा प्रीमियम स्वयं दे रही हैं।
नमस्ते।
नमस्ते कृषि रक्षक जी।
लो, कृषि रक्षक जी भी आ गए। अब इनसे
I request everyone to please assemble for the group photograph. I request everyone to kindly assemble for the group photograph. May I request everyone to kindly assemble for the group photograph. Kindly take your designated seats, and I request the rest of the members to kindly stand behind the chairs. And also, the space permits can stand on stage as well. Kindly take your designated seats, and also request kindly stand behind the chairs. To have a better view, we can also occupy the space on the stage. Director Goa Agriculture, can we please have you here, sir? Kindly make space for each other so that we have a lovely photograph of this conference, a group photograph. Also, the Director, Goa Agriculture, kindly take your designated seats. Goa Director Agriculture, can we please have you on your designated seat? And as the video goes on, in chorus, can we say, we are the Krishi Rakshaks. मैं भी कृषि रक्षक. Everyone together, kindly say, मैं भी कृषि रक्षक. One more time, मैं भी कृषि रक्षक. We have a few more members, kindly join us. And one more time in chorus, मैं भी कृषि रक्षक. One more time, yes. All right, as the drone comes in, follow my cue. मैं भी कृषि रक्षक. And one more time, मैं भी कृषि रक्षक. Thank you so much, everyone. We also have the mosaic photographs. Those were clicked, and an amazing way to click photographs, the mosaic one, which contains all the elements of Krishi Raksha, the soil, the commitment, and it has your face in the center. And we all of us know that it's so important that we continue our commitment on Krishi Raksha. It's not just a photograph, but all the elements coming together with a human face in the center. This is the 10th National Review Conference and 7th National Level Monitoring Committee on PMFBY. Being part of crop insurance fraternity, we all know that Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana is a flagship scheme launched by Government of India in 2016 on the theme of One Nation, One Scheme. It is world's biggest risk mitigation scheme on agriculture in terms of farmer enrollment and coverage. The PMFBY aims at providing financial support to farmers suffering crop loss or damage arising out of natural calamities. PMFBY has been implemented in 27 states and union territories across the nation. It is the 15th season of successful implementation during this Kharif 2023. This conference is being organized at the background of recent scheme modifications, technology infusions, tender procedures, and notifications issued by state government for the effective implementation of PMFBY that are effective from Kharif 2020 season onward. This review conference is planned through hybrid mode through both physical and virtual participation for all stakeholders from state governments, insurance companies, banks, common service centers, reinsurers, technology institutions, international organizations, and farmers who are the ultimate beneficiaries of PMFBY scheme. I believe everyone has settled down. Moving on from 9th NRC to 10th NRC, that is the ideation to execution and way forward by Shri Ritesh Chauhan, Joint Secretary, Credit and CEO of PMFBY, Department of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Government of India. Can we please have Ritesh Chauhan to come up on stage and begin with his presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, I request all of you to give a big round of applause to Shri Ritesh Chauhan. Also, to mention, for the presentations, there is an automatic switcher here. You can use this for your slide movements. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Good morning again. So, now with the start of the conference, I think we come to the meaty part of it, the actual deliberations, and I take this opportunity to present what has happened in almost a year previous within the crop insurance ecosystem. So this is the scale of implementation of the scheme. We've had, this is the 15th crop season, and almost, if you can see, about 27 states and UTs have implemented the scheme once in one or more season. About 48 crores farmer applications were insured with a 14 lakh crore value of total sum insured. This is, we have various stakeholders onboarded, including bank branches, CSC VLEs, as well as impaneled insurance companies. So globally, it is the largest farmer participation in terms of farmer participation. The multiple agencies now have come into the scheme ecosystem also. This chart basically represents how crop insurance particularly has grown in the country. Between 2010 and 2015, it used to be about 16% of the total general insurance pie. Now, after the advent of PMFBY, it is about 12% and in the third place. This is one of the challenges that we faced, me personally, when I took over, was an exit of many stakeholders. As you could see that when we started, we had 26 states and about 16 odd insurers participating in the scheme. But over the period of time, due to various factors, many states moved out, even the insurers had moved out. I'm happy to report that in the last year and in the current cycle, we've had an increase in the number of state participation as well as an increase in the number of insurer participation in this tender cycle. Tata AIG came back, Chola Mandalam also came back. Kshema and Raheja companies joined the ecosystem, and I'm glad to note that one of the new entrants sort of became the disruptor here and took a lot of business. And so more power to the market, and we are looking forward for their performance in the field. So in achievements, we welcomed back Andhra into the fold of the scheme. United India, Oriental Insurance, ICICI Lombard, Tata and Chola. While in prospects, we look towards Jharkhand. Sir is present here and we'll definitely are actively working with them. 2 new insurers, as I said, have already been empaneled. So as far as my report card goes, probably this is one of the most important slides that I could present, that we have constantly seen an increase in stakeholder participation, and I thank each and every one of you for that. Another big achievement this year, which I would like to convey to you, is with regard to farmer subscription. Now, if you see, as was the case, both LONI and non-LONI participation was going down. But since last year, it has started climbing. And if you see the topmost line, it represents the number of farmers in lakhs. So about in 2021, we were 1.6 crores. Last year, we rose to 204 crores. And today, I'm happy to report that in Kharif, we are nearing 2.5 crores, which is the highest ever under the scheme. More importantly than that is what the lower line depicts. This is the percentage of non-loany farmers within the scheme ecosystem. So as you will see, it was 27 initially, 32, 31, 28. We rose to 42. But this year, it is about 45%, again, highest ever in the scheme timeline. So the thought process is that now the scheme is pivoting from being a bank enrollment-led scheme to now being a truly democratized subscription-based scheme. So not only do we have participants coming back, the stakeholders coming back, but farmers also now joining voluntarily, mind you, into the scheme ecosystem. And these are hard numbers. Please catch hold of Ajay if anything is wrong here. But otherwise, I believe this is taken from the NCIP. And more importantly, so where are we headed? My thinking, and this is the projection that CPMU gives me, is that we will end the year at probably an all-time high, for sure, in terms of the farmer participation. We may go on to touch about 4 crore farmers, having risen from a depth of 2.6 crores. We will probably be enrolling about 4 crore farmers by the end of this year. And 42% of them are likely to be non-loany farmers. Again, please catch hold of Ajay if anything doesn't pan out like this. Okay, so what were the interventions that we made? On the extreme left of the slide, you can see that we launched this Meri Policy Mere Haath. Media campaigns were carried out. There was an 89% increase in the IC and VCC expenditure. We have opened 2 new channels through which enrollment has happened. First being India Post and second being the mobile app Aid, about which I will be talking a bit later. Next, let's come to applications and area insured. So the number of applications you will see is exponentially rising for the last 3 years. And it is the highest within the Kharif. Now why it is important? The number of applications actually rises as we go along and do land record integration. Because for every parcel of land, you get a policy generated. जब तक parcel आपकी land record integration नहीं हुई है, what happens is कि वो बैंक वाला एक ही parcel बना के सारी policy कर देता है. But as soon as you get integrated by land record, every parcel becomes a separate policy number. So we are highest there. And also in area insured, also we are touching the highest. This has also been possible that we've had now land record integration with about 9 states, and obviously with universalization in Maharashtra, Odisha, a lot of area and application coverage has come in. So area insured overall by the end of this year, again, our thinking is, our projection is that it will be the highest area ever insured under the crop insurance ecosystem by the end of this year. And I would like to thank the states that I mentioned on the right side of the slide, Andhra, Maharashtra, Odisha, Meghalaya, Puducherry, for taking the plunge and making the scheme universal for the farmers. Now, this was the slide that I had shown, I think, in the 9th NRC. I don't know if you remember this, but the last time we met, just before the tenders, I had asked the insurance sector that there is this growing incongruence between the burn cost and APR, and which sort of was not reflecting well. I am happy to report that that incongruence has come down drastically during this tender cycle. Let me take a few moments to explain this slide. If you see, the scheme as a total, which is the top blue portion, was about 30,000 crores in premium. Out of this, 14,418 was state share and about 12,000 odd crores was central share. Now, in this tender cycle, if you were to take the rates that we got and project them as per the area of 2020, so whatever was the area in 2020, if that same area gets the rates applied, which we have discovered in this cycle, we have had this saving of about 10,580 crores in terms of the area. But the great part is, because of universalization, because of increase in the area, we have seen an almost increase in the scheme size also. But within the scheme size, it has remained almost at 33,000 crores. So this translates that while the premiums have come down to 10 to 12% overall, I mean, ultimately the enrollment is still on, we are about to find out. Final figure Ajay also has not told me, but 10 to 12% ke aspas we have come down in the APRs. While the scheme size remains the same, we have covered almost 1 crore more people with the same scheme size. So this is again a big achievement which is creditable to all of you. A key metric is the year-wise coverage of the sum insured and the premiums. As you see, the premium has started sliding down to 12.8, 10 to 12 range. Overall sum insured is about 1,66,000 crores. And if you see that within this, the gross premium is about 21,000 crores. Now, I'd like to take you to 2018. If you see, the premium of 2018 is almost same as the premium that we have discovered in 2023. So 5 years पहले का जो हम प्रीमियम दे रहे थे, उस प्रीमियम के ऊपर we have almost increased the sum insured by 20%. So it is almost a discount of whatever 10,000 crores or whatever, and therefore the sector has expanded. We have gone from 140 crores, 1.4 lakh crores to 1.66 lakh crores within the same premium size. This slide is a bit telling and is for the states particularly. This is the Kharif 23 enrollment. Obviously, we saw the enrollment happen as the tender process was going along, and therefore there was different states had different time lags and different issues during the tender. So the enrollment also lagged a bit. Now, as you see, Maharashtra and Odisha have done exceptionally well in terms of 195% of the last year's area, Maharashtra, and application enrolls about 175%. Odisha is 155% of last year's area and 164% of the applications enrolled. Even J&K has done really well, and the northeast states. I would like to compliment Meghalaya here. They have gone in for a 1 rupee model, universalization model. The critical factor, I was just reviewing the figures right now, just outside with the Meghalaya team. There used to be 270 people enrolled till last year. Today there are 36,000 people enrolled in that small state in the northeast. My compliments to that state for taking it up and the administration. And what was the critical factor why there was a certain sudden jump of whatever I was measuring, it was 22,000% or something jump. It was a very simple yet often overlooked factor of that these states sometimes don't have the land record system which we are used to in the other states, so to speak. So we in Government of India gave a relaxation stating that basis a certificate given by their local authorities, we will consider enrollment. So I was just talking to our commissioner from Nagaland. He was also raising the same issue. We will ensure that a similar dispensation is given to all Northeast states wherever it is required, so that we can see this kind of jump all across Northeast. But I will definitely want to flag to all the states that enrollment may kindly be watched, and quickly we should reach at least 100% of the last year's enrollment. Another issue and a big step that we had promised in the last NRC was that we will do a delinking of the share for swifter claim processing. So we have released GOI share for all these states, Maharashtra, Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, and settled all these claims through Krishi Rakshak. We have also ensured that a message has gone to each and every farmer through Krishi Rakshak stating that partial claim has been paid. The rest of the claim will be paid when the state government releases its subsidy. So my request to the states that we should probably try and settle this matter quickly. There has been a long-standing issue plaguing the sector with regard to the unsettled claims, and most of this was because of the premiums that were not coming from the state governments. I am happy to report that within this year, the pending state subsidy has reduced from 4,000 crores to 2,600 odd crores. I am eternally thankful to the government of Jharkhand and especially Principal Secretary Agriculture Abu Bakar Siddiqui sir, who is present here. They proactively took a decision to settle the claims, give the subsidy and settle the claims. I would look forward to other states to do the same. And so this has helped us reduce the outstanding claims from 3,100 crores to about 2,400 crores. So what were the issues of farmers and states which were discussed? If you remember, we discussed that there is a delay in claim settlement which is plaguing the farmers as well as the states. The solutions that we came forward with was the launch of DigiClaim module. As you know, DigiClaim module has ensured that all the claims are end-to-end tracked from the insurance company through the PFMS system. They are delivered to the farmer along with a proper SMS depicting what is the claim, why is it being given, how much did he pay for it, and all the relevant information within the message itself. So I have got a lot of feedback from the farmers from the field that earlier the companies would release the claim, it would just hit the farmer's bank account. He may or may not receive a message from the bank. It would be probably in English, he would not understand, and he would also not know कि ये क्या claim आया किस चीज़ का. Sometimes it used to be that for a very small land parcel, he would get a very small claim. On aggregate, that claim would be greater for all the parcels. But what would happen is कि किसी एक parcel में उसको बहुत कम मिलता था, so he would not understand कि इतना कम claim कैसे आ सकता है, मैंने premium तो बहुत सारा दिया था. So we have operationalized DigiClaim, we have dealing GOI subsidy. There was an issue raised by the states of high financial liabilities, and we saw a lot of states move out of the ecosystem because of the high financial liability. We have given alternate risk models, and I'm happy to report that they were extensively subscribed by the states in this tender process, and they got really good rates, as we saw in the previous slides. Then we have shifted the sharing pattern to 90-10 for hilly states and northeast states. There was a lack of information access to the farmers. Obviously, DigiClaim and its modules helped. There is a 3-year tender cycle. We have enhanced IEC and capacity building. There was imperfect grievance redressal, and Mr. Devasya in the morning flagged this. We are, sir, totally aware of it and totally seized of the matter. As you know, we have already launched a Krishi Rakshak portal. Now, this portal, I would like to tell you, is how it operates is that we will have a single toll-free number across the country for the scheme. Within that toll-free number, the farmer can give us a call and register his complaint. It is registered on an electronic portal and electronically displayed to the insurance company for resolution. Now, the states can also monitor the TAT of the insurance company. The company has to resolve the issue and close the complaint. As and when the complaint is closed, we plan to give a call back to the farmer and ask him whether he is satisfied or not. If he is not satisfied, the complaint will be reopened with an escalation to the state machinery. So this is a portal being built on a completely landlord-tenant model, where the states will be driving the portal while we will just be landlords taking care of the whole thing and managing it on the national level. So I'm happy to report we had done a pilot in Chhattisgarh. I am thankful to the government of Chhattisgarh and sir for taking interest in it. We are about to come out with a tender for the same, and most probably by the end of this season, before crop cutting and other the complaints when they start to arise, we are hopeful that we should be able to come up with this. Other important concerns, increasing stakeholder engagements, as I told, we have increased. Institutional framework also required a lot of working, and one of the biggest investments for the future that I think we should have made and we have already started to make was implementation of technology. We were doing a lot of pilots. For 2 years we did extensive pilots. Now YesTech is already a reality. The manual has been printed, circulated, given to all states. Wind's manual is almost done. We are about to probably launch it within the next 10-15 odd days. We have, as told, launched aid app for intermediaries and done land record integration for this season for Haryana and Tamil Nadu, taking the overall land record integration to 9 states in the country. There is also a very important issue of limited technical capabilities with the states, and this is where I would like to particularly address all the states and harp on the requirement of having a well-functioning PMU within the state ecosystem. Now, crop insurance and insurance as such being a very, very specialized ecosystem, one would definitely recommend that states hire PMUs. Now, one of the feedbacks that I used to get was that the finance department within the state hierarchy does not agree for a PMU. So what we actually did is that within the scheme guidelines, we have divided the states into 2 categories, and we are mandating a certain type of manpower to be deployed for those states. This is expected to help the states in taking this to the finance department and taking clearances. Now, here I would like to definitely posit that what is happening is, although we have made this provision, we have also found that states sometimes don't get the requisite manpower, say in their own headquarters. So to address that, we have created our CPMU through UNDP and built in a provision in our own MOU with UNDP that a state could also do a parallel MOU with UNDP and recruit manpower for their CPMU. So state PMU could be developed through an MOU, overarching MOU of UNDP. So in any case, this is, just an option available to the states. But what happens with UNDP framework is that when UNDP advertises, you get better talent, which comes in for the brand image of UNDP. And obviously, the remuneration and other terms and conditions of service are much better. So I have seen this come in the scheme ecosystem. We have gotten good talent. So I would also recommend, if states want to opt for it, 2 states, I think Himachal and UP are actively pursuing this. Other states, if they want to come in, we will be more than glad to set up the PMUs for you. We have also increased the number of trainings that we have done, more than 25. CPMU has been strengthened. There were gaps in yield assessment, and these are the technologies that we have pushed. YesTech, CC Agri app has been incentivized through YesTech, and CropApp obviously is likely to be done. So this is the YesTech technology platform that we are collaborating, and here I would like to nod towards the table to the extreme left of this conference. And sir, your role, the technical agency's role, is the most critical for the scheme going forward. And I would harp and call upon all of you to mentor this rollout, because we have been doing pilots, we have been doing research, we have ample experience as far as the classroom is concerned. But now let's take it to the field and ensure that YesTech is actually put to practice within the agriculture ecosystem. Winds, as you know, has also been developed, and we are thinking of doing a collaboration with IMD. We have already collaborated. Winds portal is up. We have Winds implementing agencies here, and the thinking is that it could not only be just for use in the agriculture sector, but also for farmer advisory, weather forecasting, crop insurance being one, drought and other management, disaster management being other uses for winds. So within the wind infrastructure also, my request to states is that as soon as we come out with the manual, kindly quickly do your tendering, because it will take some time to set up that infrastructure. And for the states where already the infrastructure exists, let's quickly settle the terms and conditions on which it has to be operationalized. So this is that aid app, which was an initiative that we did. Recently, we launched it in the second week of July, I suppose, when under the aegis of the Honorable Agriculture Minister. This is a digital platform which ensures that intermediaries are taken to the field. And so a peculiarity of this sector is that while it should be actually insurance all across is a push product, but crop insurance was I think the only exception that it was being pulled. And the expectation was that the state government will do the enrollment. So now I call upon all the insurance companies that now that we have this platform onboarded, I look forward to robust growth of insurance intermediaries and robust growth in terms of enrollment through this app. And this is a white labeled app for everyone to use. And we have seen success within this enrollment season itself. So 2.76 lakhs applications have been enrolled. Area of 1.23 lakh hectare has been enrolled. 12 insurance companies, 15 intermediaries across 8 states. So I think more than enough testing of technology has been done. Now the onus is on the insurance companies to push this ecosystem And I would look towards IRDAI to push the insurance companies towards that. Another initiative that we are taking from today onwards is that we are launching a specialized monitoring dashboards for both state level and district level monitoring. So jocularly, one of the seniors once told me while I was in training that the scheme monitored by Honorable PM, Honorable CM and the DM gets actually executed on the field. So this district level dashboard is specially designed for the district magistrates to actually be aware of where the scheme is, what is happening, what are the timelines that needs to be taken up, and also for the states to sort of look into, make sense of the data that comes on the portal. So what are our expectations from our stakeholders? From the insurance industry, one would expect, as I said, obviously better enrollment under the AID app in the next season. Please make all the arrangements that you need to do. Better TAT on applications and claims. We still see a lot of lag sometimes in terms of claim settlement. So now that DigiClaim module has been used for settlement of claims, is being used, let me also very politely and humbly tell all the insurance companies that from the next cycle of settlement of claims, we will make the penalty provisions of delay part of the DigiClaim module. As in, it will be automatically generated, the penalty of 10-12% of delay, and be automatically given to the farmer itself. So please pull up your systems wherever they are lax, and we need to rise up to the challenge of addressing this perception that premium to time pe lete hain lekin claim nahi aata. So that perception can only be tackled together. Then as we will be discussing during the course of the conference, there is a sandbox platform and product innovation that we want to do. More on that, there is a specific section on it which we will be doing. From the states, obviously, YesTech, Winds and Cropic, please operationalize them quickly. Already a lot of time has gone. From regulators, institutions and academia. So independent dispute resolution, there is a committee which has been formed. We shall be working with DFS and IRDAI to take this forward. Technology innovation and product innovation obviously is expected. So awards and recognition, as you know, we have from the last conference institutionalized, awards, giving awards, recognizing good effort for all the insurance companies, for all the states and all stakeholders, including banks and CSCs. This conference you saw, we did it for the districts, and young officers came up and took these awards. I'm hoping that you will take this message across to all the young officers that they can also aspire to be on this stage. So my congratulations to all the mentioned districts, and let's see who comes next in the next NRC. This is the stack which we have been working on and have tried to deliver. Alternate risk material management mechanism, subsidy management through escrow, through central share, YesTech, Winds, Cropic, NCIP has been enhanced, stakeholders have been taken on board. So this in one slide is sort of the delivery that has happened, and this is where we are headed. Overall, this is our vision for 2025, where we want to cross 50% gross cropped area, have Winds running, YesTech functional, a dynamic and interactive IT platform, universal coverage as much as possible through various states, and advocacy obviously, as well as a sandbox and product innovation ecosystem which fosters innovation within the crop insurance sector. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your time.
Thank you so much, Shri Ritesh Chauhan. Now, moving on to our first panel discussion of the 10th NRC. The topic is experience sharing under new tender cycle. For this, I would like to invite the moderator, Ms. Kamna R. Sharma, Additional Commissioner, Department of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Government of India. Can we please have a big round of applause for Ms. Kamna R. Sharma?
Good morning, everyone. We start with the first panel discussion, and I would like to call the panelists who will be part of this panel discussion. I call upon Dr. Devesh Chaturvedi. He is ACS Government of Uttar Pradesh. He'll be joining virtually. I request Dr. Kamalpreet Singh. He's APC and Secretary Government of Chhattisgarh. So please join us on the dais. I invite Mr. Gaurav Agarwal, Commissioner of Agriculture, Government of Rajasthan. I invite Shri Harikiran, Commissioner of Agriculture, Government of Andhra Pradesh. Dr. Rajesh Das, Chief Statistician, Government of Odisha. I invite Srimati Girija Subramaniam, CMD AIC. I invite Mr. Ashish Agarwal, Head Agriculture, Bajaj Allianz, and Mr. Chandan Verma, Head Agriculture, Swiss Re. Thank you all the panelists for joining on the stage. So we all have assembled here at a very opportune time, I would say, when the tender for the ensuing 3 years have been done by all the states almost, and the enrollments are almost over. Some data of enrollment is yet to come, especially from the banks. This tender was very special as it was about a lot of novel ideas and initiatives that have been introduced from this tender cycle. So I think this discussion would be very fruitful for going ahead, maybe for the next tender cycle that we'll be having. So it becomes all the more important to hear from the states and the insurance companies as well as the reinsurer about the experiences and the realizations about the tenders that they have just finished. So I would request the panelists to be confined to the tender process that has been done recently. So I'll just be sharing 3 slides to help our panelists and also the House to know that what exactly we want to put for discussion. Before the tender cycle began, we issued an advisory to all the government that what exactly should be the strategy of the next tender cycle. So there were certain new provisions like alternate model for the states. Then technology interventions have been introduced, and we advise the states to have at least 30% weightage to technology while going for yield estimations. Then setting up of national level network, that's called the WINDS, that is planned in the next tender cycle that would help in further yield estimation. Then taking up the National Crop Insurance Portal as a single source of data for enrollment for the claims as well as for premium pricing. Then universalization of the scheme to bring more and more farmers and crops under the ambit of the crop insurance scheme. So these are the observations of this tender cycle that I would like to share with the House. There has been an increased participation that was highlighted by Ritesh sir also. A lot of companies returned in the bidding process. 15 out of 20 panel companies participated in the tenders this time. Then pricing was based on the data derived from National Crop Insurance Portal, the burn cost that was assessed. We helped the state governments to get an assessment of the burn cost so that the premium pricing is fair, and I would say in a manner to help them to get better rates. Then more states opted for alternate models Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, UP, Tamil Nadu, and Andhra Pradesh, they have gone for alternate model this time. Then we have seen that there has been a step towards universalization to, I would say, bring almost all farmers in the states under the ambit of crop insurance program. So if we see Andhra Pradesh has been, I would say, a torchbearer in this, aspect, then Maharashtra, Odisha, Meghalaya, and Puducherry also joined this brigade of universalization of this scheme. Now, these are the 4 points that I would like to highlight before our panelists and also before the House. We would like to hear from our panelists on these 4 points that are very important, and it's very important to assess the tender cycle that has happened with respect to these 4 points. These are the financial savings and impact, then expected increase in coverage, loany as well as non-loany, how far the coverage has increased, even how far the acreage has increased in the current tender cycle. Then what are the challenges that the states as well as insurance companies have witnessed at administrative and field level while going through these through the tender cycle? And 3 pain points, the pain points what the states felt or what the insurers felt, or even insurers can highlight on this, that what were the pain points. Let's discuss these points so that at least we get over these and we don't witness these during the next cycle that we'll be having after 3 years. So first of all, I would like to invite Dr. Devesh Chaturvedi, ACS Government of UP. Yes, sir. So we would like to hear you on these 4 points.
Good morning, all the panelists and all ladies and gentlemen who are present in the seminar. I hope I'm able to. I'm audible to everybody there. Just confirm that.
Yes, sir. You're audible. You're very much audible.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I would like to mention that this move for having alternative risk mechanism has been quite successful, at least with regards to the status that is at present with the UP. And there has been an overall projected savings of about 249 crore rupees of state share. If we keep the level of insurance to the level last year, Kharif and Rabi, of course will be increase in enrollment, but despite the increase in enrollment, there will be overall saving, provided that we don't cross 110% in any of the clusters which we have formed. The experience till the last year has been that in none of these clusters there has been a payout more than 110%. So, although it depends on how the weather goes and the climate change, things can change. But still, as of now, we still feel that this decision to take 80, 110 cup and cap model has been quite fruitful for the state as of now. But we'll see how it comes through after within the 3 years. Tendering was quite smooth, and there were, in fact, 11 companies which were eligible. And so there was fair competition and premium rates came down. Only thing I would like to highlight here is that if in case we get the payback below, if the premium outgo is less than 80% of the total, if the loss is less than 80% of the premium, then what we get back to the kitty are the states free to use it in whatever form? Because there are 3 options available. One is that it goes into the state exchequer pack. Second option is that we subsidize the farmer's premium next year. And the third option is that we use it for other development purposes. So we just wanted will there be any guidelines from the Government of India as to how this money which comes back due to the savings can be used by the states, because it will be put back in this SQ account. So that is something which is a little bit of gray area, which we would like to, because the finance department will be interested in that. Now, as far as the increase in coverage of loany and non-loany farmers is concerned, of course, because this time the tender cycle was completed in July, and
Sir, you got muted, sir. So you got muted.
Yeah, and the Government of India was kind enough to increase the enrollment date to extend the enrollment date to 10th of August. So there will be increase in enrollment for non-loany farmers. The numbers will be slightly higher as compared to the loany farmers. And regarding the lonely farmers, I have always mentioned earlier also, and I have written it also, that this depends more and more on the efficiency of the banks and the interest of the banking institutions. Because when we asked in this SLBC, why is it that the lonely farmers are not increasing when we have 1.53 crores KCCs in the state? It's not possible that we enroll only 22 lonely farmers, 22 lakh lonely farmers, which is just about 15%. And despite the fact that there could be KCC which loans, which accounts which are either outstanding or which are NPA, and there could be some KCC accounts which may not be according to the crop may not be same as what has been notified, but still this number is very less. And what was told to us that 24 lakh farmers have opted out. So we were a bit worried how could 24 lakh farmers opted out, especially in Kharif, because of the fact that this is something which where the losses has been very high and the payouts have been very high. So we would request that in future, even in this 3-year cycle, more and more accountability of financial institutions should be there on the online platform, so that we come to know how many cases are active, how many KCCs are for the crops which are notified by the state, and if there is an opt-out form, then it should be put online, so that there is an accountability of the banks, and we are able to get more and more enrollment of lonely farmers. For non-lonely farmers, we will try our best in Rabi to increase it further, and next Kharif also. The last point which I would like to highlight regarding this issue of challenges. Of course, we will be taking forward all the wins and the yes tech technology. My only request is that we find a big challenge in ensuring that the CC is online. So if within the scheme guidelines, the incentive for the CC uploading through online application can be increased to some amount, then maybe the revenue officials and the officials down the line would be motivated, and we will ensure through of course, the stake is also there, but CARIT will also help in ensuring that the CC, because we have only 30 to 40% CC through the app, and rest of it is done afterwards, and which of course casts a question on the acceptability of the CCP as a SCC as a reliable medium of crop loss. So if that can be, that will be the big pain point for us again, because it's the revenue department which primarily does it, and of course insurance companies and agriculture also supervise. We also supervise, and DMs at the dashboard at the DM level will help, because that should be one of the main monitoring points, that the crop cutting experiments are being done through the app. That is one main point which I would like to highlight, which will be the challenge in the future. The rest, of course, it will be, the tender cycle has been quite a positive experience for the state of UP. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your views. I would now like to invite Dr. Kamalpreet Singh.
Hello. Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Yes. As far as tenders are concerned, there are certain decisions which impact the tendering process even before the tender has been floated. Firstly, what kind of coverage you want. Suppose if the coverage, the state is going for the full coverage, then it is likely to attract more business, more participation. If you are going for a limited risk model, then obviously it will attract, it is likely to attract less number of players. Secondly, the past experience of the state with the insurance companies, as far as premium payment or other issues are concerned, if they had been able to, or the performance of the state in curbing the malpractices, this also helps in improving or degrading the perception of the insurance company, leading to the premium calculation. Then also the universalization. If a state has opted for universalization, obviously then the premium, because the firm is getting more business, and it's a universal rule in insurance sector. If more people are getting covered, the cost, the premium cost is likely to go down. I think these are the few decisions which impact the overview of the insurance company even before the tender has been, floated. These are all decisions made by the states according to their own requirements. As far as Chhattisgarh is concerned, I can tell you that we went for a full coverage model because of the risk perception. We are a largely rain-fed state. So the premium compared to the previous tender cycle, it reduced by 0.89% from 14.82 to 13.93. There is a saving of around 90 crore. This is under Fasal Bima Yojana. Whereas under revised, weather-based crop insurance scheme, this dropped dramatically from 26.92% to 13.33%. There is again a saving of 50 crore. These savings are notional because the scale of finance will keep changing, so we don't know exactly how much amount it will impact, but savings are there nonetheless. And the claim ratio of previous 3 years under the PM Fasal Bima Yojana was roughly around 62% in the PM Fasal Bima Yojana. So while there is some drawdown of premium, but not to the extent we imagined. There may be a couple of factors here. One, we floated in April. Then there were reports of, El Nino, this and that the rains are going to be impacted. And in fact, when we finalized the tender, the monsoon was already delayed by 2 weeks. So at that point of time, if, it's a very difficult call to take. If you go for tender, the premium may go up. You don't know. If the further monsoon is delayed, then the insurance company will look at the latest data. They will make their revised projections. And they, while it is a 3-year cycle, but still 1 year's savings in the short term, it's a zero-sum game, at least in that particular year. So, you basically, you get what you pay for. In the longer term. So we have opted for that, and as far as coverage is concerned, I am happy to report that while the data entry is still going on, we are likely to exceed last year's coverage in terms of farmers area, etc. Slight maybe more increase in the loanee segment compared to the non-loanee segment, and through this insurance, we are also covering the agricultural credit system. We are literally insuring the agricultural credit system because in case of a drought or still there are n number of factors which can impact production. So if the payments are then done to the farmer, even the cooperative banks, the other banks, they stay afloat. They may not stay afloat if there is no insurance cover is available to the farmer, because ultimately it's a large area of that is covered by the the cooperative banks. Similarly, as far as participation in tenders is concerned, so last tender there were 7 bidders. At that point of time, out of total 19 empaneled agencies, this time there were 11 bidders, so enough competition, I would say, from the 1911 empaneled. So there is an increase of 21%. For the revised weather-based, earlier there was only 1 bidder in the previous tender cycle. This year, in fact, we had requested last time in the NRC also that insurance companies be motivated. So they did respond, and 4 bidders participated out of the total empanel agency. One more factor will, impact the tender is the remaining bid capacity. How badly a firm wants a business. So I would say, you can get a good rate when you are initially in the curve. I mean, it's your call ultimately. But over a 3-year cycle, for a state, which is a rain-fed and high risk, I would say, and with a full coverage, it's a good rate, I would say. It's a fair rate. So that is our experience so far. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, sir. I request Mr. Gaurav Agarwal, he is Commissioner of Agriculture, Government of Rajasthan.
Hello everyone. Thank you for this opportunity. This is my second stint in agriculture actually. First stint was back in 2016, like, when I was there as in Ministry of Agriculture only as Assistant Secretary. And us time pe, like, I used to see Bhutani sir coming up with this scheme, drawing up this scheme, and that was the time when this scheme actually came into the place. And after that, across after like many postings and all, I came back to Agriculture Department in Rajasthan a couple of months back, and I was so pleasantly surprised to see that scheme going to the next level and seeing the kind of futuristic interventions, the kind of futuristic thought which is coming into the scheme. I must really congratulate Government of India and all the stakeholders who have actually so beautifully crafted this scheme, always staying ahead of the curve. And actually that is the reason why this scheme, like we all saw in the presentation by sir, why this scheme has grown over the years to take the scale which is there right now. So thank you for that. Now coming to the tender experience of the state. As I said, because of the very crystal clear and futuristic interventions of Government of India, as well as some decisions taken by the state, our tender process this time was very smooth, and we saw a very healthy reduction in the premium rates. So in the previous tender cycle, our tender rate was 13.25%, which dropped to 9.63% in this cycle, which is like about 27% savings. And if we keep the area same, then it translates to about 1600 crore per annum saving. 800 for Government of India and 800 for the state government. So that is quite, a saving that way. And this will help us in ensuring, extending the coverage of the scheme, ensuring more and more farmers, right? Now, if I take a step back and think about the reasons, right? I mean, clearly one thing which helped was that like the three models which were given, the three risk sharing models which were given. So we opted for the 60-130 model. Now what that does is it actually reduces the risk for the insurance company, and that way, like that risk premium which they charge also comes down to that extent. And then another thing which we did was that we took out 2 add-ons. Earlier we used to subscribe to 4 add-ons. We took out the local calamity and the mid-season adversary add-ons from this scheme, because they are already being covered under the disaster relief package, right? And then obviously, the state of Rajasthan has done extremely well in conducting online crop cutting experiments. Now our average, last season it was about 90% of our experiments were conducted online. Now when all these things happens, it creates a sort of fair and a transparent sort of dispute resolution mechanism, and all these things work together to reduce the risk premium. Then of course, this year Yes Tech is coming, because of which 30% of, minimum 30% of the claim is going to be determined by technology, right? WINS is coming. So all these things, they work together to bring down the premium. And of course, one more thing we did was that we mandated that all the insurance companies will have to mandatorily participate in all the sectors. So that created a really healthy competition. We have about 10 sectors and 12 insurance companies participated. And because of all these things, the premium rate was able to come down so significantly. Next point regarding the expected increase in coverage. Now, as sir said in his presentation, the target for 2025 is covering 50% of the gross sown area. So in Rajasthan, we are already at 40%, both in terms of farmers insured as well as in terms of sown area. And I am quite sure with the reduction in this premium and of course the thought which is going towards universalization of the scheme, I'm quite sure that we are going to reach that target by 2025. And well, if you talk about the challenges I mean, as I said, our experience in this year tender cycle was quite smooth. Like really thanks for that. If I still have to point to a couple of things, maybe not related to tender, but certain other parts of the scheme, then I mean, there are certain limitations towards the use of satellite imagery, right? Because there have been cases, and we have received complaints that, you know, through the satellite, it measures the green cover, the density, the green coverage and all. But it cannot tell you the health of the crop inside it. So like we have had many instances where, you know, people say that, okay, the crop is very green, but अंदर उसके जो जैसे in the case of मूंग especially, मूंग का जो दाना है अंदर क्रॉप के वो आपका जल गया है, बट ऊपर से जो आपकी क्रॉप है वो सैटेलाइट इमेजरी से काफ़ी हेल्दी दिखती है. So I mean, probably like the technology is maturing, it's advancing. These are certain aspects we might need to focus on in coming year. And then of course, one more thing which I would like to highlight is that there should be certain linkage, I mean certain checks and validations where, you know, we check whether the policy is being generated, right? I mean the name of the name or the Aadhaar number of that policy holder, is it actually belongs to, that land actually belongs to that farmer or not? Because there have been instances which have come to our notice where, you know, a couple of people, or like 5-6 handful of people, they are basically, you know, they are conning the system and getting policies generated for the entire village. Now, that thing, of course, if that thing is isolated, it can be treated offline. But there should be certain kind of, you know, these checks and balances in the technology system. Now, we haven't got to the bottom of that yet, because that thing only came up like 3-4 days back. We are still inquiring it. But if we feel that there are certain, you know, technological improvements which need to be made, we'll definitely communicate it to Government of India. And probably one more thing is that the data sharing with the states is something which probably should be improved. Because like in my short tenure only, there have been instances where, you know, we feel that if certain grievance or something comes up, and when we want to look at the data, we find that, okay, even the State Department does not have the data. Then we have to rely on the insurance company. Then we find that even the insurance company does not have the access to that data. Then we have to go to the bank. Then the bank provides us the data. Of course, I mean, you know, the data eventually can be accessed, but there are multiple layers, right? So all the state's data should be accessible to the State Department through API or portal or dashboard or whatever. I mean, but again, like really one of the best schemes. I must really congratulate you, sir, and the entire team, all the stakeholders, for like shaping up this scheme over the years so brilliantly. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So I request Mr. Harikiran.
Yeah, good morning all. I'm very happy to be here, and thanks for the opportunity. And coming to this tender cycle, latest tender cycle of 23-24, there has been a lot of gain for the state in terms of premium percentages, there is no doubt. And there are many factors with respect to Andhra Pradesh which has paved for this, and one important factor is alternate risk models. So initially, government used to blame insurance companies, and finance department used to blame agriculture department for choosing conventional. Now at least we have a choice of choosing our own model. So whether it is 80-110 or 60-130 or conventional or profit and loss sharing, which is a bit complicated. So rest of the three we can understand easily. So at least we have the choice now. So we need not blame anybody. हमने ज़्यादा पैसे ले लिया हमसे, या हमको कुछ मिला ही नहीं, farmers को कुछ वापस मिला ही नहीं. So we have our own model to choose. So decision is with the states now. So that is one important factor which has helped us in getting savings. I would tell you the savings which Andhra Pradesh has got. Last year it was only conventional model, and tentative premium amount which has to be paid, farmer share plus state share plus central share, was around 2,800 crores. This time if you only compare conventional to conventional, this time the premium we have to pay this year is 2,100 crores. So we had a saving of 30%. And when you compare it with 80-110, when you compare 2,800 with the 80-110 premiums which we got this year, then it is 1,500 crores only. So we had a 50% saving. So from 2,800 conventional last year to 1,500 80-110 this year. So definitely these models have helped. Like the slide shown previously by CEO sir is perfect slide. Like premiums have come down, but the sum insured has gone up. So that is a perfect slide. Because of this alternate risk models, it was possible. And coming to Andhra Pradesh, you know we do e-crop, digital crop booking. There is almost nil moral hazard. There is no e-crop booking. Like my Rajasthan counterpart was talking about Aadhars. Aadhar, like seeding a wrong Aadhar to a farmer, like my Aadhar being seeded to somebody else. So we don't have that problem, such kind of problems in Andhra, because you know farmer has to give his eKYC. So he has to do his biometrics. So every area shown in Andhra Pradesh is digitally mapped, photograph taken, Aadhar number captured, and it has to be real-time basis. It should be eKYC should be done. So only a farmer who does eKYC will be covered under crop insurance. That's our model. So with very less moral hazard, and because like CEO sir has explained, last year we rejoined the scheme. The insurance companies were also not knowing the systems and procedures which we were adopting since last 3 years. You know, Andhra has gone for universal since last 3 years, and this is our 4th year. And last year only we have rejoined PMFBY scheme. So insurance companies came to know the systems we practice in our state, this e-crop with zero overbooking, zero moral hazard. So they also know about it. So that also paved the way for less premium rates as far as this year is concerned. So that is with respect to the financial savings which we have got. And you know, there is no loany category in our state. It's all 100% non-loany. Because whoever gets enrolled in e-crop booking is automatically covered in crop insurance, and farmers need not pay a single rupee. State bears the burden of the farmers. So farmer share and state share are paid by the state, and the central government pays its share. So we only have non-loany category. And coming to the challenges at administrative and field level, if you see tenancy, so in Andhra Pradesh, I think it's true for most of the states, 70% land is actually tilled by tenant farmers. 80% of our farm holdings are less than 2.5 acres. Only 20% are more than 2.5 acres. And with the efflux of people from rural to urban, the actual landowner is not cultivating the land, but it is the poorer sections of society who are cultivating the land. It's the tenant farmers. So we, through e-crop, are trying to capture as many tenant farmers as possible. We officially have a system of annual, there is a card by name Tenant Farmers Card, Crop Cultivator Rights Card. So it's called CCRC card. And we give CCRC card to the tenant farmers, and we book them in e-crop, and we try to bring as many tenant farmers as possible into the e-crop fold, so that the actual farmer who is tilling the land gets covered. So there are some challenges. The landowners doesn't give tenant cards to the farmers. They say, "Aap kar lo mera land, lekin naam mera hi likhwana." So this is a kind of challenge which the field has. We are trying to break these shackles. At least this year we are taking up a big drive to enroll as many tenant farmers as possible. We have set targets for our districts. So all the DMs are after that job. So now we have a record number of tenant cards being given to the farmers this year. Last year, by this time, it was only 4 lakh tenant cards. Now we have achieved 8 lakh tenant cards being given to tenant farmers who are actually tilling the land. That is a small administrative and field level issue which I wanted to bring to this August gathering. And pain points, we don't have any pain points except for bearing the farmer's share. So I would request CEO, PMFBY and Government of India, you already enlisted the states which are doing, like Andhra Pradesh, Maharashtra. Maharashtra has gone for Rupee 1. We started with Rupee 1 in 2019, and now Maharashtra has started, Orissa has started, Meghalaya, Puducherry. If Government of India can give more incentives to the states which are going universal. So at least 10% more or 5% more, then I think many states would go on that path, because the ultimate objective of Government of India is to enroll as many farmers as possible. So a slight bit of incentive in the states which are spearheading your cause and our cause, both of our cause of universalization. So that would be helpful for the states. That's the only point I have. That's the only pain point. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Since we are a bit, I think we are lagging, so I would request my remaining panelists to be very crisp. Dr. Rajesh Das, quick views from your side.
Thank you, ma'am. Namaskar to all, and thank you very much for giving this opportunity to share some of the views regarding these 4-5 points. Ma'am, I will start with the first point. I would say that the advisory issued by the Government of India after the Raipur conference, that was very helpful in preparing the tender document, because that was a guiding tool for all of us. Then with regards to the model that has been adopted by the state, we have gone for the standard PMFBY model with all add-on features. Because Orissa is a very calamity prone state, so we have evaluated all alternative models. We had hired experts from the industry, taken their views. We had gone for analysis of maximum probable loss and all those kinds of insights into different models. And after that, it was decided that we will be going with the standard models and all add-on features. Coming to the tender cycle, ma'am, it was very challenging because the IMD prediction was already out regarding the El Nino year. But I am thankful that two things that helped us is the guidelines by the Government of India, and other thing is the ES-Tech technology. Inclusion of ES-Tech technology in the tender document itself. We are very thankful to Dr. Murthy and his team and the entire Government of India, because my director was also a panel member in the preparation of ES-Tech documents, and he was driving everything. So because of this inclusion, we got a good rates. It declined the premium rates. It was earlier around 19.15 actual premium rates. It came down to 12.16%. Of course, we had some issues with the tenders, but we are again thankful to Government of India for their guidance and support. And finally, we succeeded in declaring the tender results. Coming to the second point, ma'am, rather not exactly the second point, there was a decision by the state government that the government will be bearing the farmers' premium up to 2 hectares of land. This is again, I would like to clarify that we are going for ₹1 model, but there is a capping that the premium will be borne for the farmers up to 2 hectares of land. So that is basically we are covering all small and marginal farmers. So this also helped in increase of enrollment. As we have seen from different reports, the insured area increased by 150%, and the loan area, it increased by almost 125%, and there was a quantum jump in the enrollment by the non-loan farmers. The area, insured area increased by 218% almost. So with this with this increased coverage, there were lot many challenges in the field because the time was limited. We got a bit delayed regarding the finalization of tenders. We are again thankful that we got a 5 days time extension by the Government of India. So the biggest challenge was to upload the farmers' data in the portal in the limited time. And because of the introduction of this new ₹1 system, there were some confusion among the bankers. They were struggling with the understanding issues, but we somehow managed it. Then there was an interesting case, maybe I'm not very sure how it is happening in other states. There were huge opt-out farmers in the last tender cycle. Almost, I think I had pointed it out to Kamna madam. Almost 1 lakh farmers, they had opted out in the last tender cycle. So there was a challenge that how to bring them back. And we tried to reach each farmers, trying to convince them that you please come back to the scheme. The government is bearing your premium farmers premium also. So that was again a main challenge. There were of course village mapping and village hierarchy issues, not very large scale, but even after 3 years of land records integration, there were some issues regarding this, and I had taken the assistance of Gajendra sir and the entire team. They have helped a lot. And there was a small point, there was a regarding publicity campaign, because of the limited time. So reaching each GP or each village, there was a challenge also for us, for the state. So these are the 3-4 points I would like to flag as the challenges. And of course, the sir was pointing out regarding Andhra Pradesh, the land record and tenancy issues, it's a very generic issue in Odisha also. Many insurance farmers, they have their land records in the name of grandfather or even great-grandfather. So whenever they are enrolling, it's a challenge for the insurance company to establish the genuineness of the applications and all these things. So this is a bigger issue that will be addressed maybe in future. Coming to these savings, we have almost saved 200 crore plus in terms of state share of premium. With regards to the pain points, ma'am, we faced regarding the enrollment of farmers who have ROR, record of rights under FRA Patta. The same case as in case of Maharashtra, we used to discuss in video conferences. And there are certain villages where those are called unsurveyed villages, where the land records are not available in our state land records portal. So for that purpose, we keep on asking Government of India to give us a separate time slot for uploading those kind of data.
So Rajesh ji, these are, I think,
just
procedural things.
2 points. Yes, ma'am. So one more thing is that there are certain fraudulent insurance, as sir was pointing out from Rajasthan also. One, people insuring other farmers' land and blocking the entire process. This was also, I think, discussed in one of the video conference. So this is a concern for the state, that how to accommodate the insured farmer after the cut-off date of enrollment. So this is one issue. And the number 3 point is that although we tried with all the bankers that you enroll more non-only farmers, you extend this facility to the non-only farmers in addition to the CSC village, but banks were not very forthcoming. So these are 5-6 points, and I think I have a presentation on this aspect in the afternoon. We'll be discussing there. Thank you.
Thank you, Rajesh. So now we move on to Madam Girija Subramaniam.
Yeah, so am I audible?
No.
Am I audible now?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So actually, I'll just keep it short, because just want to highlight the pain points in the tender system this time. It was a welcome change. A lot of technology made mandatory, 30% yes tech, very welcome for us. We would, we would urge that it should go up to 50% if possible. But then, there were many other tender points, points that we would like to bring across. First of all, the tenders are not done at a uniform point of time. They are done across a time period for any insurer to, put his available capacity on states where he would like to, insure certain areas or his preferred areas. It becomes very difficult to choose when the timeline is lagging to such an extent. So, it becomes like almost like you can say betting, because you need to find out whether you need to put your capital here, or then there'll be a better opportunity next. So you really don't know whether you're making the right decision, and your combination of states and preferred districts and preferred crops, and with due merit to states that adopt technology for insurers who believe in technology, and to keep the intent of the scheme is really, really difficult in this kind of thing. So I would strongly urge Government of India to consider a uniform timeline for tenders, wherein we are able to decide, where we put our capacities. That's one. Secondly, the tenders are re-tendered for absolutely flimsy reasons, which are not supported by scheme guidelines, and simply because, the state doesn't get its choice of insurer, maybe. So in those conditions, we would strongly urge that the principle or the objective of the tender is stuck to, and irrespective, and then, the insurance company is also given a fair deal in all this, because we need, we also take a lot of effort in pricing things and, trying to take, and we have been working in all the states, so we know the claims record. So we've been giving a fair, look at the pricing that we give to the state. So just because your preferred insurance partner is not the L1, you cannot just, go for a retender. That's one, and that has been observed in this tender cycle. Second thing is that there are some states who have, in the tender document not mentioned terms and conditions that completely at the time of the tender document take care of policy policy for taking care of farmers, and then the same tender conditions are tweaked and looked at, like the L1 is determined in a particular way as per the tender condition, and then the term is tweaked and interpreted to their convenience, citing farmer interest. And the whole thing delays the tender process by almost 1.5 months. There are states that have still not determined L1 in clusters when we are at mid-August, almost end August, and the entire sowing period is over. The weather forecasts are available. So this puts the insurance company at an anti-selection, which is not fair on the insurance company. When we bid in June or July, and when you open up tenders and re-tender and force companies to take clusters, which they didn't bargain for or they didn't price it for that, you come out at end of August and force people to accept clusters and at a differential basis, this is not acceptable. There are, we talk about push in technology. When it comes to claims, these same push should be seen, adopted by all stakeholders, and that's when the push in technology will be pushed by all, and we will be encouraging technology to be used by all. This is another pain point. The last one, I will just keep it short, madam. And that is, this is the one which is the most important one for enrollment, ma'am, that when you come to end of August or mid-August, or you keep on extending the deadline for enrollment by 1 week, 2 weeks, towards the end of August, it is totally, the farmer is allowed to choose whether, right now the weather has gone bad, so I will enroll. That kind of thing, and it makes it very difficult, and these decisions on coming out with L1 at such a last stage gives very little window for enrollment, and there, even within this window, we have problems like Aadhaar, and Aadhaar being the only identity. If that is at least used, then the claim goes to the right account. In this whole mess, I think the banks and the entire ecosystem has an issue in understanding the new tender, the new cycle, as Sir said, and then putting it to implementation within such a short time, getting the right details, and which in turn has an effect when we do the claims. We are not able to, even though with 100% intent, we are not able to give the farmers their money which is due at the right time to the right account. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Moving on to Mr. Ashish Agarwal from Bajaj Allianz. Ashish ji, quick response.
Sure, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, ma'am, and thank you, sir, for this opportunity. Regarding the standard cycle, I would term the standard cycle, sir, as a historic. Why historic? Because in the standard cycle, all the insurance companies and the state governments, they tried their level best to go as low as possible to win the tender in their favor. Like insurance companies, before starting off tendering, when we were discussing with each other, everybody was kind of skeptical that what rate should be quoted, because new alternate mechanism has been given, and we're not sure how it will work and what kind of model states will implement. But while participating in the tender cycle, in the tender process, we forgot all those things, and we just the only intention was to win the tender irrespective of our experience in that state, any kind of issues or challenges what we faced in the previous cycle. We forgot those things. The idea was just to win the tender. So that's what basically I think insurance companies use this thing. Also, one of the important thing, before the tender started, there was a very, it was a weather forecast had come from IMD, and also there was a very strong possibility of El Nino, due to which we knew that this is going to be very dry at this time. So that can create in terms of losses. But I think in tender process, it was not considered, and companies are given the best rate just to get this thing. Even what has happened, if you see, we have reinsurance treaty. In reinsurance treaty, there are conditions that we cannot go quote premium rate below burn cost. While if you see overall in terms of rates, while we are seeing that rates have come down to 30%, companies have, in almost all the tender process, they're quoted lower than burn cost, and that is maybe up to 30, 40, 50%. The overall, though it looks very good prima facie, that things have gone good, but we have all serious doubt that how sustainable this is going to be. Because it's not only about tender process. Basically, we have to pay the claim also, and the claim has not to be paid only by the insurance company, it has to be paid by the government also now. So it may look like we have saved a lot of money, but I'm sure by the end of this tender cycle, maybe after 3 years or 1 year, how many states survive or how many state insurance companies survive, that will be kind of a very interesting things to see. That is one thing, sir. One of the unique things what has happened this year is, sir, that insurance companies have filed legal case against insurance company. Insurance companies have filed case against state government. That's also one of the unique things, which has never happened. So, because of all these reasons, I said that this is a very historic from the insurance company's perspective. Similarly, now insurance companies, earlier we have some kind of business plan, and we thought that we'll be able to achieve more than that this time. But this time, all the companies have won, I would say, a decent number of clusters, but nobody has achieved their business plan. It's all because of premium rate has come down, and now this is going to be very difficult in the future to come to that level. So maybe this year we're expecting that market will go up to 40,000 crore, 45,000 crore because of universalization. But that impact will not be there. The market will come down below 30,000 crore, which may not be good for the industry overall. That's one thing. And from the state point of view, you see, at the beginning of the tender cycle, Government of India has released advisory that before floating the tender, the state government should finalize the risk first, that whether they want to go with the 80-110 model, 6130 model, or they want to go with the normal PMFBY. But most of the states, they didn't follow this. They asked quotation for all three kind of model, which is not good because companies, they knew that once you invited tender, you cannot ignore the lowest rate, irrespective of the risk mechanism. And which has actually happened, and all the states which have invited tender for all three kind of risk mitigation mechanism, they've gone with 80-110, and its impact will be visible only once the claim comes. So let's see how it goes. That's one thing. Timelines for the notification not been followed. Like ma'am was saying that tender was invited in the month of May, June, July, but still they have not finalized notification. One of the state, they have recently come up with the re-tender also. That is not good. Even state governments have forgot the CVC guideline. They forgot the tender condition, what has been given. I think Girija ma'am was kind of highlighting those things also, which is not in terms of, in the interest of insurance company, in the interest of the scheme, which is not good, and this should not be kind of done. There are many states who have floated tender only for 1 year, while the guideline says it has to be for at least for 3 years, so that insurance companies can create necessary infrastructure and resources, which has not happened, and this creates a lot of uncertainty in the overall business plan and the insurance company's preparation. So this has to be kind of looked into. I would request Government of India that whichever states have kind of deviated from the tender conditions or the PMU guideline, a strict letter should be sent to them that these are something which a deviation has happened, and this should be kind of avoided in future. That is one thing. Similarly, there are companies who have not followed the tender condition, or they have kind of L2 companies are there who have kind of accepted at a very lower rate. They should also be given a message that this is not acceptable, and some kind of action should be taken against them. So that is what basically I just wanted to communicate here. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashish ji. Now moving on to the reinsurer, let's listen to Swissray.
Thanks, madam. Most of the point I can say have been covered.
A bit louder, Chandanji.
By my colleagues. But few points just would like to mention, as Ashish mentioned, that we have seen this tender cycle that too many options was been asked, where the price discovery was looking at the first motive to reach and reduce the premium size for it. But we also have to maintain and remember that when the premiums are increasing, your risk coverage is also decreasing, and it should be sustainable. Other point which I would like to mention here is we welcome these steps like universalization and the how the tech has been improved. But in universalization, in most of these states, when the premium for the farmers premium share has been reduced to 1 rupees, but we also have to remember that as per the scheme guideline, the insurers has to receive 2% of the farmers premium, which take case of the 64 VB. So it's provide a uncertainty to the insurance company whether they are still bearing the risk or not. So right now, if we see, we are sitting in the last week of August, but most of the states where the universalization has happened, the insurance company would have received only 1 rupees, not the actual share of farmers premium, which is 2%. It is now linked with the state subsidy, and we all know it's always get delayed. So now it also has a link towards the schemes where we are restricting it to the extent of say 110%. As Secretary from UP mentioned, they have seen previous results or previous losses over and above 110%. If in any single cluster, if the loss moves over 110%, so here there will be a huge delay in the farmers' payment. Our intention, the intention of all people sitting and gathering here is that farmers should be getting claims well in advance in time. And if these processes happen, sometimes there is a huge delay to them. The other thing which would like to mention here is like retendering, as we mentioned. We have also seen in case of WBCIS, when the risk was already been started, the cycle started after the inception of the risk. And we have seen the various follow-on tendering and retendering, which is not for the right or the good risk selection. Too many extension, which has been already mentioned, is also a big problem for us as an insurance industry, which put us in a adverse risk selection, and we have the certainty in this. We are always here to cover the uncertainty, but the uncertainty process and the certainty in the risk, we will try always to avoid going in from it. The delay in tendering along with the delay in notification, like again, we are in August, but still we know there are many of the states who are still yet to decide the tender result, but there are still states where the tender results have been decided, but the notification has not been issued. So because of it, there is a huge delay in the systematic processes. Also for the tech implementation also, as the government of India and as well as the state government are pushing towards moving or utilizing the most of tech, but we can see on the ground, there are still many states who are yet to decide that which model they are supposed to take into practice. And because now we are in end of August, within next say 15 to 30 days, many of the crops will be ready to harvest. So how we will be assessing? We have made it compulsory that 30% weightage has to be given for tech. But how this loss assessment will happen if we have not decided which scheme or which methodology we are trying to use, and finally who will be our technological partners? So there would be a request that this should be moved in a better way. So these are just the few points we would like to mention. Thanks.
Thank you, Chandanji. So with this, we come to an end with this panel discussion, but I would like to summarize the important points that have come out of it. Most of the states agree that there have been savings, there have been premium reduction, there has been increase in coverage. A very important point highlighted by ACS UP was that bank and financial institutions need to be held accountable, because it's been seen that the enrollment part by loan, there haven't been much efforts by the banking partners, so that we look into. Then incentivizing the CCs, that is already in pipeline, so we'll be sharing with the states. Apart from that, there have been challenges which have been quoted by the state governments as well as by the ICs. One challenge that has been quoted by, and that's quoted by Dr. Kamalpreet Singh also, that's challenge faced in satellite imagery. I think Dr. Murthy will look into. Then another important issue that has been highlighted is about the tenant farmers, how we can have, I would say, better provisions for effective enrollment of the tenant farmers, and I would say better provisions under land records also, especially for the villages that are not included in the land records. A lot of governments have raised those issues, Odisha, Chhattisgarh, even from MP and all also. Then IC's concern have been, as Madam said, there has to be uniform timeline for the tenders, tender conditions not to be tweaked, and extensions should be avoided. And obviously litigation should be avoided. If everything goes fine, I think it will end up litigations. So that was, I think, a very enlightening session. I thank all the panelists for sharing their precious views that would help us to firm up our guidelines as well as the scheme also, so that we can have, I think when we move after 3 years to the next tender cycle, it would be a more and more better experience. I thank all my panelists and I thank the House also for listening so patiently. Thank you. We'll take a question and answer afterwards.
Kamna ma'am, I request you to kindly join the group for the group photograph. Thank you to all the panelists and the moderator. Moving on to the second panel discussion of the day, and that's the status of implementation of Yes Tech and WINS by the states and myths. For this, I would like to call the moderator, Dr. C.S. Murthy, Director, MNCFC, Government of India. Can you please have you on stage, sir? And the esteemed panelists, Dr. Ashish K. Bhotani, Additional Chief Secretary, Government of Assam. Can we please have Dr. Ashish K. Bhotani on stage? Shri M. Selvendran, Commissioner of Agriculture, Government of Madhya Pradesh. Dr. Rajesh Das, Chief Statistician, Government of Odisha. Srimati Shobha Patil, Joint Director, Agriculture, Government of Karnataka. Shri Vinay Jai Singh Rao Abate, Joint Director, Agricultural, Government of Maharashtra. Dr. V.M. Chaudhary, Group Director, NRSC Mitra. Dr. Vinay Sehgal, Principal Scientist, IARI Mitra. Dr. Peza Nivelan S, Director, CWGS, TNAU Mitra. Can we please give a big round of applause to all the esteemed panelists and our moderator, Dr. C.S. Murthy. Dr. Murthy, over to you. Please be watchful of these steps. I don't know. She's going to take a call on that. But for the PPT, this is the switcher for the slides.
Yeah, thank you very much for this opportunity. And I'm privileged to moderate the session on technologies, particularly in the year two big ticket technology interventions we are being rolled out from 2023. We can call the year 2023 as the year of transformation for PMFBY, our crop insurance system in the country. You know, for the last 8 months, we are all working together to roll out these two big technology interventions, a lot of consultations, a lot of discussions, and we brought out the very good document on these two interventions, that is Yes Tech and WINS. Let us have a very quick recap on yeah, you can see this here from time to from time to time we are rolling out new models. Yeah, Yes Tech is one important technology intervention using technology-based yield estimation. We created some kind of an institutional mechanism to roll out Yes Tech. So Anyway, it's going slow. Okay, leave it at that point of time. We don't, because of paucity of time. So now with this two interventions setting the ball rolling on to set up these things from the current season. So probably in the tender documents and kind of things you have already shown these things. Now we would like to know the status of how do we take it forward for implementation from the current season. So in this connection, I just want to know the status from states and also status from technology institutions which are acting as industry, which are acting as a TIP as well as MITR. So first of all, I would like to know the status of implementation of YesTech and WINDS in Assam state. I request Dr. Ashish Budani to share his views on how the things are. There any critical issues here to be addressed? Are there any gaps? Dr. Bhutani, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Now, as far as technology goes, I'm very happy that this has come to fruition since the time we saw pilots happening year after year, and a lot of learnings happened, but we are able to somehow actually break ice and bring it to a structured system of implementation. As far as Assam goes, for YesTech, we have already prepared the model tender, shared with Government of India. In fact, we got the comments also from Government of India. NISEC has already agreed to be the MITR, and for the implementation, we are looking into floating a bid and ensuring that we get the best among the all impaneled agencies to function for Assam. In fact, being a part of the exercise in the Government of India earlier, I'm quite interested in, I would say very positive about rolling it out quickly in the state. In fact, to that extent, Assam does not suffer from many of the infirmities or problems we see in other states, including the issue of moral hazards. It's much less in Assam. And companies which have been, I would say, working in Assam have not seen these problems, barring the fact that we had some massive damages and companies had their own issues last time because of heavy rainfall. But that said, it's high time we migrated to technology-based yield estimation, because scheme will stabilize only then. In fact, I want to share some of my, I would say, concerns. I shared this with some of the officers in the tea break, that only way we can stabilize the crop insurance program is to migrate to technology-based yield estimations. And the final, I would say, touch up would happen once the digital crop survey is also put in place by states, like what has happened in Karnataka. Once you have done that, we would have taken out all the gaming in the system. You have Aadhaar, a person with Aadhaar eKYC, then that's what Arun was talking about. We have the farmers, the database, the entire land record system is integrated with the crop insurance portal. We have the technology being the basis of yield estimation, if not primarily to a substantive extent. And then we have every field visited twice a year, and we know what crop the farmer is growing. Because we know for well that farmer grows in many cases A crop, insures B crop, and takes the procurement for the C crop. This gaming, unless it ends, the rates in crop insurance will never moderate at what we envisaged. We envisaged when we brought the scheme into place, we thought the rates would come down to 6%. That was the idea. It would hover around 9% in 2016 and come down to 6% with the universalization kicking in place. But that would not happen because of the problems we have faced and what solutions we have been looking into. But I'm sure with the YesTech coming into place, Assam, as I said, is already quite positive about it, and we have the go-ahead from the highest level to immediately go ahead and bring and put it into place. I'm sure other states will also come up with their tenders, and you would see a substantive change. We've seen these rates moderating with the other models which are on offer in many states. Assam could not do the tender because the tender would start from the Rabi cycle. We'll do the tender also this time, and I'm sure the rates in Assam would also moderate, although rates are not very high in Assam. With the universalization also being in place with 100 rupees per farmer being the premium being taken by the state government, I'm sure that numbers would also increase. We have a session on the universalization also, which I'll be talking about, but one of the issues which Additional Chief Secretary UP was mentioning was the issue with the banks. Now, unless we stabilize numbers, we always thought that loan was a given, that loan farmers would automatically come into the system and they would be there for us, and we would have to work with the people who are outside the system, either who are NPAs in the loans, who would have to be brought into the system, or those who are not in the loaning universe have to be brought into the system. But we are now seeing huge fluctuation in the loany farmers as well. Those who have not opted out are not being covered. So what we did in Assam this time, I'm just taking a minute, I gave an ad in the paper that those who have loany farmers and banks have not yet the premium, they might approach the banks when there is a claim. Immediately banks increased the number from 3,000 to 33,000. In 2-3 days they immediately insured many people. Idea is banks have also to be pressurized that they cannot take the system for a ride beyond a point. This time I'm thankful to Ritesh and his team for sending letters, very frantic letters to the SLBC as well as to the DFS that why are the banks not covering loaning farmers. We have nearly 11 lakh KCC, active KCCs, only 3,000 farmers being covered by the banks. In spite of n number of SLBC meetings, I would say all the stakeholders have to join and come into agreement that farmers, and for years together, as Kamalpreet also pointed out, this is a insurance of the loan as well. They should be the first person to welcome the entire exercise, but I don't know why so much, I would say, non-enthusiasm among bankers to cover farmers, which is leading to a lot of fluctuations in the numbers in the scheme. To stabilize the scheme, loan has to be a given and then you work upon that. So that is something I'm looking forward to. I think banks have to be mobilized in a bigger way by the ministry and all of us together at the SLBC level to ensure that these numbers come in. And numbers will, as I said earlier, would bring in the stability in the premium regime, as well as some confidence at the state government level also that if there's a loss, lakhs of farmers are getting. Now what has happened is, there's a loss, all only farmers are out of the ambit. They're not being covered, so hardly any payouts. If you see the numbers, it's a very mottled appearance. Hardly any people are getting payouts in spite of huge, I would say, losses in some blocks or circles in the state. So this is something which you have to look into and ensure that we move ahead with technology. Platforms, beautiful platforms have been created by the ministry. Now all of us have to join hands together to make it happen. Regarding winds, I would say this is something which is an exercise should happen many years earlier, I would say.
Yes, sir.
We have been trying for a long time. A lot of stakeholders, I'm glad that ministry was able to prevail over space, Department of Space, and got this through for the Agriculture Ministry. This program, the PMFBY program itself is stabilized once we have more weather data, which would be able to correlate or contradict what is happening at the CC level. So that system has to be put into place. Assam, we are going to roll out, we don't have a weather-based crop insurance program presently. We are going to do a pilot in 7 districts with banana, orange and pineapple in the coming Rabi season onwards. And I'm sure with the with the guidelines being formed and circulated finally, we will be able to roll it out in Assam as well. But I would say very interesting times ahead and scheme coming to a stabilization in the coming 1 or 2 years. That is what I look forward to in the coming 1 or 2 years as far as PMFBY or the other models go. Thank you very much.
Sir, one small query. Are you yet to pick up TIP agency for STEC, or you already?
I said TIP we have not picked up because ASAC is not very strong or technically qualified to do the job. They wanted to do the job. We have told them you are also one of the agencies who have to participate in the tender.
Okay. Sure, sir. So that's a very positive note from Assam. Definitely it motivates us to take these interventions in a bigger way and in a faster way. So now I request Sri Selvendran, Commissioner of Agriculture, Government of Madhya Pradesh, or any representative from Madhya Pradesh, from Department of Agriculture. So because Madhya Pradesh has already adopted the technology model for crop insurance, so the state is one of the trigger points for rolling out STEC. So they have a very good MP Agri-GIS project, and they're doing a lot of technology-based work for crop insurance. Anyway, now I switch over to Government of Odisha, Dr. Rajesh Das. So what is the status on STEC and winds right now in your state?
Thank you, sir. Sir, as far as STEC is concerned, sir, we have decided to adopt a CHF model, sir. And for CHF model, sir, we have nominated our state remote sensing agency as TIP, and NRSC is our mentor, sir. Already training has happened. Dr. Parida is also here with me for this conference. He has joined. Yes. And one round of training has already been held in NRSC, and the inception report is underway, sir. We are quite hopeful that we'll be able to make it, sir, as far as ESTEC is concerned, because it is really a dream, because many a time, sir, we face these yield related disputes, and we are quite hopeful that this is going to help us. Sir, one thing I would like to submit here, that of late we have received a letter from the ministry where the DES division is not agreeing to SST sampling, and I had brought it to notice of Sunil sir also. They are saying that for production estimates, you have to go for the conventional sampling, and for PMFBY, you can still go with SST. So for, it's not possible on the part of any state government to maintain two series of data for the same kind of activity. I think Sir Bhutani sir is also here. Even in NIS days and in the initial years, so we are going with the single series. So this is one issue, sir, I would like to flag up and discuss, sir. This is a matter of concern for the state government, sir. With regards to, sir, winds, sir, we are yet to farm up, because as far as rain recording is concerned, it is mostly with the revenue department. They have their own rain gauges and they maintain the system in addition to the IMD data on rainfall. So this we have to take on board the revenue department. We have to take their assistance, and they will be in a better position to locate the rain gauges or whatever the automatic weather stations, because the land is mainly in their domain. So we'll take it up, sir. Once the things are finalized, sir, we'll take it up. But my only submission is to kindly see into the sampling issues, sir, because this is again going to affect us in long run, so we need to address it as early as possible, sir.
Yeah, so we will get into that smart sampling and two series maintenance of data. My next point is that, have you signed any MOU for a STEC?
Sir, this is one point, sorry sir, I missed. Sir, signing of MOU, sir, we have given to both TIP and MITR. And last time I think Director sir had brought it to the notice of the CEO, sir. Sir was kind enough to assure him that he will be taking up at Government of India level, because each institution has their own mechanism and the process gets delayed. But in spite of the MOU, the works have started, and we are expecting the inception report in another 7-10 days, sir. Another 10 days, sir. We are, because both MITR and TIP, they have assured that even if there is no MOU, formal MOU, but we will start working as soon as the MOU is signed. Other things can happen, sir. Okay. So we are very thankful to NRSC team and URSAC team for their kind support, sir.
Sure.
And also to MNCFC, because we had sought some clarifications, and sir, you have been very promptly replied us regarding those points, sir. We will be getting going, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, so that's fine. Thank you very much. And then let me invite Srimati Sobha Patil, Joint Director of Agriculture, Government of Karnataka. So what is the status of STEC and winds in your state?
Good morning, dignitaries and all present here. Thanks for the opportunity. Sir, Karnataka is always in a forefront to implement the new technology and the STEC as well, sir. We have the part of all the meetings and trainings with regard to STEC. Then, sir, we have also decided the districts and the crop which has to be under STEC. For Kharif, we have 15 districts, and Rabi, we have 10 districts. And we have also decided the models under STEC. For Kharif, we have decided semi-physical model and Rabi crop health factor model. Sir, we have also constituted state level STEC committee, sir, and we have a few rounds of meetings also. But the problem is we have the NRSC is indicated as mentor for us, for our state. I request NRSC, they are not coming forward to act as, still they are not given the consent, sir. Several letters also returned to Government of India. And now the concern of the state is that the NRSC to have to come forward as a mentor, as the season is in the middle of the season. We are in the middle of the season, so we have already we are also ready with the tender document, and parallelly at the higher level discussion is going on to nominate also some of the government institutes as a tip, sir. Few of the institutes have given their consent to act as a tip for our state. The only thing is MITR to come forward to mentor us, sir.
Okay.
So we also thank Government of India to fund to provide the maximum share of funds, sir, 90% in STEC implementation. We have also got approval from the state finance department to provide funds for the implementation of the technology. Now on part of the state government, we are already ready with everything, sir. Now we have tied our hands to move forward as the mentor has to give the consent.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Right, right. Thank you very much. And then I request Sri Vinay Avate from Maharashtra. So what is the status?
Yes, good afternoon to you all, and thank you for the opportunity. You know that Maharashtra runs the project called Maha-Agritech project, and under which we are doing a lot of these agriculture kind of things, just like area enumeration and this thing. So with the help of MRSAC and NRSC, we have implemented the hybrid model last year only for 3 crops, that is the soybean, cotton and paddy. The outcome of which is just like that, we have kept the 30% tolerance limit, because the threshold, the indemnity level in our state, we have chosen a 70% indemnity level. And out of the 1,426 soybean samples, only 30% sample fall in the ambit of 30% tolerance limit, and 57 are outside the tolerance limit. So this is one of the concern. In case of paddy, out of 762 units, 66% sample fall in the ambit of 30%, and 34 out of this 30%. And cotton, we have analyzed around about 1,067 samples, out of which 47% falls in the ambit of 30%. So 53 are outside the range of this 30% tolerance limit. So this year, as per the Government of India's guidelines, we are implementing 4 crops, that is the cotton, soybean, paddy and wheat in the winter season. So our worry is that the technological solution should be such like that the technological yield as well as the CC yield should coincide with each other, and it should be, the gap should be minimized. This is the biggest query, because this year, due to this universal coverage, we see that out of 1 crore 42 lakhs is the sown area in our state, out of which 1 crore 13 lakhs hectare area it is insured, and the sum insured is 54,000 crores. And the total, that is the premium, is to the tune of 8,000 crores, and we are sharing the farmers' premium to the tune of 1,600 crores. So the state burden is of around about 5,000 crores. So farmer participation is much more higher. So we need to look into this kind of things. Apart from this thing about the winds, we are implementing this AWS at circle level, and as the guidelines of the winds get finalized from the GUI, we will implement the winds also. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Now, let me move to the technology agencies who can act as either MITRA or TIPs. I would like to hear from Dr. Vinay Saigal, Principal Scientist from IIRI, who has got a long-standing experience in the crop yield estimation models.
Thank you, Dr. Murthy. A very good afternoon to every one of you. It's really, as Bhutaniji says, it's a really exciting time for us. The researchers, the scientists and the technology partners. Personally, I have been involved in the business of doing crop yield estimation for past 32 years, starting somewhere in 1990s, and doing a very complex, challenging crop, working in Maharashtra for cotton, groundnut, and rabi sorghum. And when our first model came out at district level, the errors were of the order of 60%. And over time, we reduced it to 25%, but that was at a coarser scale. What I would say that I am really thankful and happy to see this day when technology has been mainstream into the Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana. Thanks to the Government of India, MNCFC, and the state governments for taking up, because this is the only direction we can actually make this whole scheme very objective and transparent. ICR, Indian Agriculture Research Institute, as you know, it is a premier research institute of the country. And we have been dealing this technology way back from 1969, use of geospatial remote sensing technology. So we have already conveyed our acceptance to act as MITR to the states under this scheme, to the Government of India. And I assure you, we have the required technical skills, research background, and team to undertake such kind of responsibility as has been outlined in the ESTEC manual. Further, thankfully, Government of Uttar Pradesh has identified us and conveyed their approval for us to act as MITR in the scheme. And further, besides Uttar Pradesh, we would be very happy to work as MITR for some of the other states, especially from north or central states, because we have much better understanding of the agriculture systems there. An important step which has been taken in the direction of building the capacity of the states, because that we are finding use of technology, their adaptation and nuances which are involved in the scheme. For that, states need to build up their capacity, and setting up of a PMU I think is a step in very right direction. But state needs to also work a lot. They need to identify their own officers, units, which would be compiling their historical data, working day in, day out, and undertaking trainings on this whole scheme. Because technology is not like that somebody has produced a black box and given you and you start using. Here, the thing is that you have to be yourself involved in the process and steps along with MITR, as well as whatever the technology implementing partners you would be choosing. So there is a lot of responsibility, bringing in your land records. If they are not updated, they are not available, working on them, the insurance unit boundaries, weather data sets, and a good quality crop cutting experiments, historical as well as current. Because down the line, I am seeing that when some of the technology-based results would be coming up, states would be tempting again to evaluate how they are comparing with respect to their other crop cutting experiments. So if you want to evaluate them again and see or validate, please keep in mind that those CCs should be done very well, thoroughly, with very less manual biases involved in that. As a MITR, we are really forthcoming to impart our wisdom, which we have collected over time on yield estimation using technology, to whatever State Department officers, PMU, or including private agencies who would be acting as TIP in some of the states. So because this is what one of our mandate as an institution is to take the results out to different stakeholders, which includes even private sector. Coming to the point is that what experience I have been seeing across states in implementation of this scheme of ESTEC and WINDS. States are becoming more comfortable in taking up government agencies both as MITR as well as TIP. Nothing wrong in that. But my request would be that in time to come, to make this scheme success, some of the empaneled companies from private sector should also be involved as TIPs. Their capacity would be built up and they would be ready to take up operationally, because any of these government departments may do for 1, 2 or 3 years. They have their own other mandated activities, and in the long run only these companies which have a, which would be able to make the whole scheme success. Another thing is that I finally end to say that our own moon landing movement may be going to come in next 4 to 5 years, when we would be shifting whole solely to a technology-based yield estimation. And I'm sure the things which are moving, not only from the understanding, a researcher, or bringing in technology, but the improvement in technologies from satellite to computations to storage and data analytics, this is going to come soon. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Dr. Sehgal, for a very, very positive outlook. And then I request Dr. V.M. Chaudhary from National Remote Sensing Center to say his views on how do we go forward to take these interventions a reality.
Thank you, Dr. Murthy. It's the momentum I see in the technology adoption by the government agencies and state governments and the insurance companies. From the stage of pilot studies, I'm very happy that also been part of that in identification of technologies that has been empaneled, and now it's been in the bigger stage where it is going to be in the next phase where enter, and then all the state governments are being accepted and is being implemented. So as far as NRSC is concerned as a myth, much before this STEC, already for the last 3 years, before 2 years in Maharashtra, maybe the test bed where we've been implemented the technologies and identified few technologies for soybean, cotton and paddy. And especially for the last year, 22 Kharif season and Rabi season, we've been implemented operationally there with these crops. So operationally been already implemented. Now the second stage is now, request has come now in the STEC. Now the role of Mitra and TIP has come into picture. So now we may have to now transfer all the technologies to the Maharashtra State Application Center, where they will act as TIP and then will be acting as a MIT, and it will take some time for, maybe for this year, probably we may have to handhold both for hand-holding is required. So probably we may have to take the role of the double role where it takes time, and the next year onwards will be the MIT. And this year both will act as both. And the Maharashtra is a main success case. And then the MP also with this season 22 already been operationally been implemented the technologies. And that there is also same case like this year they wanted to be under PMFBY, and then it's the question of TIP and MIT, and then MP CST is going to the TIP, and then we might be act as MIT. So, and then as Rajesh Das has already mentioned that Orissa state, they have already been implemented this time, and we have already trained them. And actually we've been working with WARSAC and Maharashtra, Orissa State Agriculture Department for this technology implementation for these states. So, at the same time, this coming to Tamil Nadu state is also been coming requesting for the MIT. That also been actually been considered by us. And of course, Madam was mentioning that Karnataka has been looking for that. Of course, we'll look into that and we'll get back to you on MIT for Karnataka state as well. So far, these are the states. Of course, by our another ISRO's organization, SAC, has already been extending help to as a MIT to Andhra Pradesh government. So majority of the states already been ISRO is providing proactive help. The only issue comes now in the picture is the MOU sharing, MOU signing. So basically the technologies perspective is different, and because insurance, the state governments took some time for adoption of the technologies for real-time insurance, for hand-holding the technology. In the same way, some of the terminology for technologies look in the different, like conflict resolutions or maybe appeals, because they will be more happy to technology transfer and operationalize it to national level kind of thing. The moment the terminology they see like appeals and conflict resolution, they get skeptical and kind of thing. So it will take some time to convince, and hopefully that it should not be a problem, and at due course of time, always proactively are there to help the government of India to witness the grand challenge of adopting the technology at the national level. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks for that. And I invite Dr. Palani from Tamil Nadu Agriculture University. I think he has already got rich experience for the last 5 years. He has showcased a lot of crop yield estimation models. So Dr. Palani, please.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon to all. So, as sir has mentioned, TNA is part of this PMFBY program from 2016 onwards, and we are working on spatial yield estimation, integrating models and remote sensing products from 2016 onwards. So, as far as this TIP is concerned, we are going to work as TIP for Tamil Nadu, Puducherry, and two more states are in discussion with us. In case of Tamil Nadu, already GO has been issued, and we have also identified NRC as MITR, and the state government has shared the MOU copy to us. So we are in discussion with the NRC to get it signed. Then we are going to, already we started the data downloading, especially micro data sets for crop mapping. Then that is a prerequisite for our yield estimation. Regarding the model, we have decided to go for crop simulation model for this season. That is our Samba season. It is in between Kharif and Rabi in Tamil Nadu. Then for the next season, where we will be having full sunshine without cloud cover, we will be going for a semi-physical approach. Then from some points from the state government. So this year already the tender has been issued. Because of all these efforts from the Ministry of Agriculture on introduction of these different models and the STEC program, the premium share of state government has come down, reduced by 71%. So it has come down from 1,800 crores to 550 crores. And the state weighted average also has come down from 30% to 12%. So that is so almost 12 companies, ICs, insurance companies have participated, and 5 companies were selected. So this reduction is mainly due to the model that we are implementing 60-130, as well as the STEC model implementation. So necessary GOs and the government as well as all V3 are in a prepared condition to implement the STEC program. And other than that, we have also integrated the land records. So this is for the information. And one request and suggestion in implementing STEC is, we are implementing through a few agencies this STEC program, but we have to build the capacity of not the government officials, then insurance officials, as well as we have to establish centers to come up with the, for research activities, to carry forward the research, because the scientific advancement in the field of remote sensing, drone and other things are happening day by day. That, to cope up with, we have to carry all our team in this arena. For that, we have to establish some specific research centers and activities. So thank you, thanks for the opportunity.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Have you signed any MOU with the states as a TIP or MIT?
So for Tamil Nadu and Pondicherry.
You have signed MOU. Yes. So you,
so
as a TIP.
That we have, yes, TIP.
And
we are also ready to act as, we have been approved as MITR, and we are ready to act wherever it is needed.
Who is your MITR in Tamil Nadu?
No, for us, NR.
Yeah, Mitra. Who is your Mitra in Tamil Nadu? NRSC. You have signed a three-party MOU?
Yes, sir. Already we have
Fine.
discussed.
So, all right.
For
so,
yeah.
Yeah, that is a very good achievement. Tamil Nadu. So that finishes the discussion with the panelists. So before we conclude this session, I just have to, I say quickly some 2-3 points. So as a technology person, as a remote sensing person for last many decades, and also my counterparts in ISRO, ICR, I say that we are practicing remote sensing of rice and wheat for 30 years. We have showcased umpteen number of use cases. We have showcased different models. Now the ecosystem is favorable. The decision makers like Dr. Bhutani Saab or our Ministry Joint Secretary, they are ready to embrace these technologies. The time has come, we have to mainstream these technologies. Therefore, we all work together as technology persons in a committed perspective and take this STEC, a long-term system to strengthen crop insurance system in the country. So there may be, see, at the end of, in the first year, there may be some glitches, there may be some hiccups, but these are all solvable issues. So we, technology persons, either tips agri-tech industry, they have got huge knowledge. They are doing a lot of our pilot studies results have showcased. It's a very good source of knowledge for agri-tech industry or government agencies. We all together work and help state governments to what I say is that to bring to their knowledge what is the potential of this technology, because they are ready to take now. The ecosystem is very favorable. This is one important point I want to stress upon my colleagues from ISRO, my colleagues from Indian Council of Agriculture Research, state agriculture universities and agri-tech industries. The second important point is that STEC implementation committee is set up. So we are here, STEC committee, implementation committee is here to help the states, to help agencies. So we are also planning for capacity building, training and capacity building. You can see that on the screen. So we are approaching ISRO centers and possibly we will reach out ICR. As said by Dr. Palani just now, TNAU is a center of expertise. So we want to approach, we want to build the capacities and train the state government officials from time to time to sensitize about these technologies. Our target is to make these technologies mainstreamed as intensively as possible into the crop risk assessment system. So with these 2 points, I just conclude this session, and I am very much grateful for getting this opportunity to talk to you all about these technologies, because this is the time and we have set up to mainstream these things into the system. Thanks a lot once again for this opportunity.
Thank you to all the esteemed panelists and our moderator, Dr. Murthy. There are a few more sessions coming up, but before that, I think we're going to break for lunch. Thank you for your participation. That is it for the second session of the day. See you after lunch. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Q&A at the end of the session. This is what Kamna ma'am said.
End of the day?
Yeah, end of the day, in the open forum, right? Or you want a Q&A right now? You want a Q&A right now? End of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, we join back at 1:50, sharp at 1:50, please.
आसमान में बादल का नामो निशान नहीं है। जो जल्दी ही वर्षा ना हुई तो खेत सूखे ही रह जाएंगे। जुताई बुवाई कुछ भी ना हो पाएगा। हाँ भाई, क्या कर सकते हैं, सालों से तो मौसम का यही हाल चल रहा है। कभी गर्मी ज्यादा तो कभी ठंड देर से आती है, कभी वर्षा समय से नहीं आती तो कभी गर्मी में ही बारिश से बाढ़ आ जाती है। क्या हुआ भाई लोग, क्या बात चल रही है? अरे विवेक भैया, आपको नहीं पता क्या? हम तो सूखा पड़ने की आशंका और नुकसान का सोच के चिंतित हैं। देखो, इसी से बचने के लिए मैं पिछले कई सालों से आप सबको फसल बीमा कराने के लिए बोल रहा हूँ, लेकिन आप सब मेरी बात ही नहीं मानते। भाई, प्रकृति पर हमारा नियंत्रण तो है नहीं, लेकिन बीमा लेकर हम अपने पैसों और आगे की खेती की समस्या तो कम कर ही सकते हैं। सच कहा था भैया आपने। अब लगता है हमने भी ले लिया होता तो इतनी चिंता नहीं होती, लेकिन ये बीमा का पैसा मिलता भी है। हाँ, ये देखो मैसेज, दावा राशि सीधे बैंक खाते में आई है। पिछले साल जबकि कीट पतंगों ने हमारी पूरी फसल खराब कर दी थी, उसके बाद सरकार और मेरी बीमा कंपनी ने मेरे नुकसान का जायजा लिया और रकम मेरे अकाउंट में भेज दी। और हाँ भाइयों, अभी भी देर नहीं हुई है, आज ही प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना में अपना पंजीकरण करा लो आप सब।
पर मेरे ऊपर तो कर्जा है बैंक का, और मोहन भाई के पास खेती बड़े कम है, तो क्या हम भी बीमा ले सकते हैं?
हाँ भाई, ये बीमा बड़े छोटे ऋणी गैर ऋणी सबके लिए है और बहुत आसान किश्तों पर। इसमें खरीफ पर 2%, रबी पर 1.5% और बागवानी फसल पर 5% तक देना होता है। और कई राज्य सरकारें तो बीमा का पूरा प्रीमियम स्वयं दे रही हैं। नमस्ते।
नमस्ते कृषि रक्षक जी। लो, कृषि रक्षक जी भी आ गए। अब इनसे अच्छा इस योजना के बारे में कौन बताएगा?
इसमें पंजीकरण कराना भी बहुत आसान है। अब तो जन सेवा केंद्र या बैंक शाखा या पोस्ट ऑफिस या फसल बीमा पोर्टल से भी फसल बीमा का पंजीकरण हो जाता है। बीमा मध्यस्थ तो घर आकर फसल बीमा पंजीकरण करते हैं। अब ज्यादा सोचो मत आप सब, चलो और आज ही प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना में पंजीकरण करवाओ। कुछ और जानकारी चाहिए तो वहाँ भी आपको मिल जाएगी।
चलो भैया, हम आज ही प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना में अपना पंजीकरण करवाएंगे और अपनी खेती को सुरक्षा कवच पहनाएंगे। फसल बीमा कराओ, सुरक्षा कवच पाओ।
राम राम मोहन भाई, क्या हाल चाल? सब बढ़िया। और बताओ कैसे याद किया? क्या बताऊं, ये बरसात तो थमने का नाम नहीं ले रही है। सारी रोपी हुई फसल बर्बाद हो गई। ये नुकसान क्या सिर्फ आपके खेत में हुआ है? ना भाई, मेरे साथ लगे
the lunch can make you a little drowsy. But let's warm up for the post-lunch session. Are you all ready? Can you just raise your hands if you are hearing me? Are you all ready? Each one of you? All right. So I would like to hear the war cry that you said in the beginning for that group photograph. मैं भी कृषि रक्षक, on my cue. मैं भी. All right, little louder. मैं भी. NICP V2 by Shri Gajendra Singh, Private Secretary, Minister of State, Department of Animal Husbandry and Dairy. Mr. Gajendra Singh is from Indian Telecom Services. He is currently heading the charge of Private Secretary, Minister of State, Animal Husbandry and Dairy. Prior to this position, Shri Gajendra Singh was Director, IT of Credit Division and is the Chief Architect of National Crop Insurance Portal. He worked seamlessly on stabilizing NCIP for implementation of PMFBY and is still supporting PMFBY and NCIP as an end-to-end solution for all stakeholders. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Gajendra Singh ji.
थैंक यू। नाम कुछ ज़्यादा ही स्पेशल रखा है आपकी बार हम लोगों ने, ओवरहॉलिंग करके रखा है। पहले बता दूं ओवरहॉलिंग का मतलब क्या है, कि कुछ हमारी कमियां हैं जिसको हम ओवरहॉल कर रहे हैं। साफ शब्दों में कहें तो प्रेजेंटेशन 3 पार्ट में है। पहले अपनी कुछ तारीफ है मंत्रालय की, फिर अपनी कुछ कमियां हैं और फिर वे फॉरवर्ड है। नेक्स्ट, अच्छा इधर कुछ स्टैट हैं। जैसे डीजी क्लेम हम लोगों ने मार्च 23 में लॉन्च किया था। करीब 4000 करोड़ रुपए इस प्लेटफॉर्म से हम लोग अब तक निकाल चुके हैं। हमारे पास इस समय अकाउंट वेरीफाई करीब 7.5 करोड़ हैं और आधार वेरीफाइड 3.2 करोड़ हैं। थोड़ा कन्फ्यूजन होगा इस स्टेट में, तो क्लियरेंस दे देता हूँ कि ऐसा क्यों है कि अकाउंट 7.5 करोड़ हैं और आधार क्यों 3.2 करोड़ हैं। बेसिकली आधार इंडिविजुअल फार्मर के होते हैं और जब अकाउंट आता है कि फार्मर के अकाउंट बदल जाते हैं। एक फार्मर कई बार 2 अकाउंट लेके आते हैं। जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल मैं आपको बता दूं कि लोनी फार्मर का लोन से आता है, जब नॉन लोनी फार्मर बन के आता है तो वो सेविंग अकाउंट से आता है, तो इसलिए ये फिगर बढ़ती है। इसका एक और कारण है, जब हम PFMS में पेमेंट के लिए जाते हैं तो कंपनी के साथ इसका लिंकेज है कि अगर एक फार्मर इस बार एक कंपनी के साथ है तो उसको एक आईडी मिलती है और कंपनी जब बदल जाती है तो फार्मर की आईडी बदल जाती है। इसीलिए इस फिगर में थोड़ा डिफरेंस है। एड ऐप लॉन्च किया था हम लोगों ने, करीब 1.22 लाख का इनरोलमेंट हुआ इसमें। ये ऐप जो है फ्यूचरिस्टिक है, इसकी तरफ हम लोग बहुत मतलब इस तरीके से देखते हैं कि एक समय CSC के पैरेलल में प्लेटफॉर्म खड़ा होगा, ऐसी इच्छा है हम लोगों की और कंपनियों से सहयोग की उम्मीद है। बिन्स प्लेटफॉर्म, इसमें करने के लिए कहिए तो बहुत कुछ है। मैं इस आगे के स्लाइडों में आऊँगा इस पर, लेकिन वर्तमान में IMD, स्काईमेट और NCML का से हम इंटीग्रेशन कर चुके हैं और तीनों का डाटा इस समय पोर्टल पे पॉपुलेटेड है। लैंड रिकॉर्ड करीब करीब 80% एप्लीकेशन का इस समय हम लैंड रिकॉर्ड वेरिफिकेशन करते हैं। बाकी स्टेट से हमारी रिक्वेस्ट है कि इसको इम्प्लीमेंट कराएं। थोड़ी तारीफ कर लेते हैं। अब की बार पोर्टल में रिकॉर्ड 48.56 एप्लीकेशन इन ए डे कैप्चर हुई। इसके पहले ये फिगर 26.6 थी। ये फिगर अपने आप में काफ़ी ज़्यादा होती है किसी भी इलेक्ट्रॉनिक सिस्टम के लिए, किसी भी आईटी प्लेटफॉर्म के लिए। इसके आगे थोड़ा सा और स्टेट दे देता हूँ इसका आपको। करीब करीब 30 जुलाई को 3,372 एप्लीकेशन पर मिनट बन रही थी और 56 एप्लीकेशन पर सेकंड बन रही थी। तो इससे एक चीज़ का रेफरेंस निकल के ज़रूर आता है कि जो हम लोगों ने प्लेटफॉर्म खड़ा किया है वो रोबस्ट है। अगर वो एक दिन में 48 कर सकता है तो पूरे कंट्री को कवर करने की अपनी उसके अंदर कैपेबिलिटीज़ हैं, ये मैं मान के चलता हूँ। तारीफ समाप्त हो गई, बुराई शुरू करता हूँ अपनी। थोड़ा सा ये इंटरेस्टिंग पार्ट है। हम जो है फार्मर के हमारे पास 4 नाम होते हैं। एक जो है बैंकर भरता है, एक आधार के थ्रू आता है, एक लैंड रिकॉर्ड से आता है और एक PFMS से आता है। राजस्थान के कमिश्नर साहब ने कुछ उठाए थे सवाल और लोगों ने भी सवालात उठाए थे। तो मैं उन चीज़ों को क्लियर करना शुरू करता हूँ। प्रेजेंट पोजीशन में क्या है कि हम 2 चीज़ें कंपनी को दिया करते हैं, एक बैंक एंट्री का नाम, दूसरा आधार का नाम। अब ये जो तीसरा और चौथा नाम लेके आए हैं हम, जब इसको हम कंपनी को देंगे तो जितनी भी प्रॉब्लम हैं कि कोई किसी के नाम पे ले जा रहा है, कोई कुछ कर ले रहा है, बैंक अकाउंट किसी और के नाम से है, नाम कुछ और बता दिया, ये सारी प्रॉब्लम अब सॉर्ट आउट होने की पोजीशन में आ गई है। इसमें कुछ नीड्स हैं, मैं बताऊंगा। मैंने कुछ नीचे एग्जाम्पल दे रखे हैं कि हर में नाम कैसे आता है, आप पढ़ सकते हैं कि सब में कुछ ना कुछ चेंजेज रहते हैं, लेकिन मामूली चेंजेज रहते हैं। इस पे आगे मैं आऊँगा। मैं पहली प्रॉब्लम पे आता हूँ कि हमारे में क्या हुआ कि पोर्टल में हमने 2 पोर्टल बनाई, एक ISS बनाई, एक PMFBY बनाई। हमने PMFBY से बहुत कुछ सीखा जो ISS में इम्प्लीमेंट कर दिया, लेकिन कुछ अनफॉर्चुनेटली ऐसा रहा कि उल्टा हम उसको इम्प्लीमेंट नहीं किया हमने, जिसके कि कुछ रिजल्ट्स ख़राब हो गए। जैसे पहला प्रॉब्लम क्या हुआ कि हमने फार्मर नेम लोग भरते थे और आधार भरते थे किसी और का, और वो हमारे सिस्टम से निकल जाते थे क्योंकि दोनों नेम के बीच कोई रिलेशनशिप नहीं था। सिस्टम ने ऑटोमेटिक कैप्चर करने का कोई तरीका हमने नहीं लगाया, ISS में हमने लगा दिया था। तो इस कारण क्या हुआ कि बहुत सी डाटा में ऐसा दिखाई देता था, महाराष्ट्र में बहुत केसेस मेरे पास आए कि इस तरीके की घटना हो गई कि उसने आधार डाल के नेम अलग डाला, आधार अलग डाला और सिस्टम से निकल गया। इसको हम लोगों ने सॉर्ट आउट कर दिया। हमने दोनों नामों के बीच में फजी लॉजिक लगाया है। जब तक 70% नेम फजी लॉजिक बता दूं मैं, उससे क्या मतलब है कि वो बोलने के तरीके से अल्फ़ाबेट से चीज़ों को खोजता है कि ये दोनों नेम एक जैसे हैं कि नहीं हैं। उसके बाद एक प्रोबेबिलिटी के आधार पे कहता है कि नाम कितना मैच कर रहा है। इसको हमने इम्प्लीमेंट कर दिया और अच्छी बात ये है कि अभी किसी बैंकर से हमारे पास कोई शिकायत नहीं आई। इसका मतलब ये लोगों ने एक्सेप्ट कर लिया। इस फजी लॉजिक के कारण क्या हुआ कि अब कोई भी आधार और नेम में चेंजेस जो कर लिया करते थे वो वहीं पे रुक जाता है। तो ये एक प्रॉब्लम हमने सॉर्ट आउट की, ये दूसरी पोर्टल में किया था। इस पोर्टल में अनफॉर्चुनेटली छूट गया, अनफॉर्चुनेटली भी नहीं कहूँगा। 2017 में हम लोगों ने जब लॉन्च किया था तो एक दिक्कत आ गई कि बैंक कहते थे कि हमारे पासबुक में कोई और नाम है, आधार में कोई और नाम है। पहले एक नाम लेते थे, फिर हमने 2 नाम लेना शुरू किया, तो उस कारण से ये बीच में छूट गया। लेकिन इसको इम्प्लीमेंट कर दिया करीब 5-6 दिन पहले हम लोगों ने। इसमें अब कोई प्रॉब्लम है नहीं, तो ये वाली प्रॉब्लम सॉर्ट आउट हो गई। दूसरा एक प्रॉब्लम था कि बैंकों ने हम लोगों से पहले कहा कि जो हमने बैंक अकाउंट में नेम डाले हैं वो सही नहीं है, हमको सही करने का मौका दीजिए। हम लोगों ने उनको मौका दिया और उस मौके के कारण क्या हुआ, एक घटना हो गई। घटना ये हो गई कि उन्होंने एक नाम डाला और उसके बाद आधार दूसरे का डाल दिया, और ऐसे अभी उड़ीसा में मैंने केस देखे हैं, पूरी ब्रांच ही उसने डाल दी। इसके सलूशन में हम लोगों ने इसको भी सॉल्व किया। इसमें हम लोगों ने नाम को फ्रीज कर दिया। अब नाम फ्रीज हो गया, दूसरा फजी लॉजिक आ गया, तो ये दोनों घटनाएं बंद हो गईं। तीसरा प्रॉब्लम और ज़्यादा इंटरेस्टिंग है, जो कि सीएससी जनरली किया करते हैं। जब हम लैंड एरिया फैच कर रहे थे तो वो क्या कर रहे थे कि डेवलपमेंट मोड में जाके, अगर नीचे देखेंगे, अगर आपने ब्राउज़र चलाया हो तो डेवलपमेंट मोड में जाके पीछे से बिट चेंज कर दिया कर रहे थे। जैसे वहाँ पे 2 हेक्टेयर आया तो वो पीछे जाके डेवलपमेंट मोड जाके में 3 हेक्टेयर कर देते थे और सिस्टम उसको 3 हेक्टेयर ले लेता था। प्रॉब्लम उसमें हमारी ये थी कि जो कंट्रोल था वो फ्रंट एंड पे था। फ्रंट एंड मतलब ब्राउज़र साइड में था। तो क्या है, ब्राउज़र के अंदर जाके वो कन्वर्ट करके एरिया बढ़ा लेते थे। इसको भी हम लोगों ने फिक्स कर दिया। जो भी अब पेलोड जा रहा है पोर्टल में वो इनक्रिप्टेड जा रहा है। अब किसी को नहीं दिखाई देगा कि 2 लिखा है कि 3 लिखा है कि 4 लिखा है। ये इस घटना के कारण हम लोग कम से कम 1 साल परेशान हुए। हम लोगों को समझ में नहीं आ रहा था कि ये कैसे एरिया को बढ़ा के निकल जा रहे हैं। बहुत फाइंड आउट करने के बाद पता चला कि ये डेवलपर मोड में जाके पीछे से चेंज कर देते हैं। लेकिन सॉफ्टवेयर की दुनिया में सब चीज़ें नॉर्मल हैं। हम कोई भी सिस्टम बनाते हैं उसको ब्रेक करने वाले लोग हमेशा रहते हैं, और उन्हीं से शायद हम सीखते भी हैं, अपने सिस्टम को उसी हिसाब से मजबूत करते हैं। जैसा मैंने बताया कि कोई किसी की लैंड खींच ले रहा है, ये बहुत बड़ी समस्या है, क्योंकि लैंड रिकॉर्ड पोर्टल में हम खसरा खाता तो डालते हैं, नेम जो है क्योंकि पार्टीशन लैंडों के नहीं हैं, बहुत से नाम आते हैं और बहुत से ग्रीवांसेस फार्मर के भी रहते हैं कि हमारे पिताजी के नाम हैं, हमारे चाचा के नाम हैं। तो क्या होता है कि लैंड रिकॉर्ड में नाम मिसमैच होना शुरू हो जाते हैं। और एक और समस्या हुई, जैसे महाराष्ट्र में अब की बार बहुत बड़ी समस्या हुई कि जब एड ऐप लॉन्च हुआ तो सीएससी ने सारे खेतों को ब्लॉक करना शुरू कर दिया। वो पहले ही ब्लॉक कर लेते थे कि हम बनाएंगे इसकी पॉलिसी, और उसको एरिया को ब्लॉक कर लिया। तो फिर महाराष्ट्र से हमारी बातचीत हुई तो महाराष्ट्र ने एक निर्देश दिया कि ऐसा करिए कि जो भी ब्लॉक करता है और पेमेंट नहीं करता है तो रात के 1 बजे सबको फिर से बराबर कर दीजिए। तो ये अब की क्रम महाराष्ट्र में बहुत दिन चला कि वो लोग बनाते थे, रात को हम लोग हटाते थे, क्योंकि वो अपने बिजनेस के लिए रोक लेते हैं सीएससी वाले अपने पर्पज के लिए कि मेरे पास ही आएगा, क्योंकि उनके पास पुराने डॉक्यूमेंट रखे हुए हैं। और जब 1 रुपये का मामला आ गया तो मामला और ख़राब हो जाता है। तो अब की बार क्या है कि हम ये सब डाटा पहली बार हम इंश्योरेंस कंपनी को ये सब चीज़ें देने वाले हैं अब की बार। इसी तरीके से जैसे ये केस दे रखा है मैंने, नाम कोई और है, कुछ और मैडम हैं, इतने पार्सल लेके चले गए लोग। एक जो घटना उड़ीसा में एक और घटना हुई, जो हमारा वक्त था, कुछ चीज़ों में ओवर इंश्योरेंस हो गया। ये भी पकड़ने में हम लोग को बहुत समय लगा कि ये ओवर इंश्योरेंस हो कैसे रहा है। हुआ क्या कि हमारे कोर्ट में एक गलती थी कि जब भी कोई नया फार्मर आता था तो उसको उस समय वो पुराने लैंड फार्मर कितना इंश्योरेंस हो गया वो चेक नहीं करता था, बिल्कुल उसको न्यू मान ले रहा था। जिस चक्कर में क्या किया, एक बैंकर ने शायद कितना किया था भाई, 150-200 कितना किया था एक हाँ, बहुत बड़ी फिगर जो है वो हर बार नया अकाउंट डालता गया और एक ही लैंड पे सारा इंश्योरेंस लेता चला गया। फिर वही बात है कि हमारा इसमें फॉल्ट था, हमने इसको भी ख़त्म कर दिया है। कुल मिला के इसमें अब आता हूँ मैं मेन मुद्दे पे। अब की बार हमने 4 नाम दिए हैं और चारों नाम का आपस में लिंकेज है। एक नाम हो गया जो उसने बैंकर ने भरा या सीएससी ने भरा, दूसरा नाम जो है आधार से ऑथेंटिकेटेड है, तीसरा नाम जो है लैंड से आया हुआ है, चौथा नाम जो है वो हमने जब अकाउंट को PFMS को भेजा तो उसने मेरे को नाम वापस किया है। अब कंपनी के पास 4 नाम हैं और कंपनियों को ये चेक करना है कि कौन सा फार्मर गड़बड़ कर रहा है, कौन सा सही है। इसमें आपको थोड़ा सा, क्योंकि इसमें दिक्कत सिर्फ इतनी सी है कि जो लैंड से नाम आता है वो रीजनल लैंग्वेज में आता है। जैसे महाराष्ट्र में होगा तो मराठी में आएगा, यूपी में होगा तो हिंदी में आएगा, तो ये थोड़ा सा इशू है। तो आपको ऐसे सॉफ्टवेयर डेवलप करने हैं, क्योंकि मैनुअल ये सब चीज़ें पॉसिबल नहीं हैं। 1-2 करोड़ 4 करोड़ एप्लीकेशन मैनुअल पॉसिबल ही नहीं है। तो बेटर है कि आप अपने सॉफ्टवेयर डेवलपमेंट पे इस पे काम करें और ऐसा कुछ बनाएं जिससे 15, 20, 25 दिन में ये चीज़ें कंप्लीट हो जाएं। सॉफ्टवेयर अगर इतनी चीज़ों को बता देता है सही है तो वो सही है, क्योंकि अगर अकाउंट नंबर सही है, नाम सही है, फार्मर का आधार सही है, वो भी सही है, बैंकर ने जो डाला वो भी वही है, तो ऑब्वियस है कि सब चीज़ सही है। तो ऐसे सॉफ्टवेयर डेवलपमेंट करने की ज़रूरत है इंश्योरेंस कंपनी को, जिससे कि चीज़ों को तेज़ी से किया जा सके। एक प्रॉब्लम ये भी है हमारी ओवर इंश्योरेंस की। जब हम लोगों ने बैंकों से CBS इंटीग्रेशन किया उस समय क्या था कि उनका लैंड रिकॉर्ड वेरीफाई नहीं करते थे। तब तक लैंड रिकॉर्ड वेरीफाई था ही नहीं उस ज़माने में, लैंड रिकॉर्ड वेरिफिकेशन बाद में आया। अब CBS में क्या है कि वो डाटा हमको बंच में आता है, ज़्यादा डाटा आता है, और उस समय क्या है उसमें क भी ज़मीनों में होता है, उसको टेस्ट करना कठिन हो रहा है। इस कारण क्या होता है कि ये जो 4 बैंक हैं इनके कारण क्या है ओवर इंश्योरेंस हो जाता है, क्योंकि इनको हम अभी नहीं रोक पा रहे हैं। तो इस पे जो है, इस पे आगे सलूशन पे मैं आऊँगा, इसमें क्या कर सकते हैं, लेकिन इस समय ये ओवर इंश्योरेंस ये चारों दे रहे हैं क्योंकि इन पे कोई रोक नहीं है। इस समय ये डाटा वहीं से पंच करते हैं, सिस्टम टू सिस्टम डाटा ट्रांसफ़र करते हैं। ये प्रॉब्लम हो गई। मैं आता हूँ कि अब हम क्या क्या और करने वाले हैं, ये सिस्टम में हम क्या क्या करने वाले हैं। एक नीड है कि जैसे एक स्टेट गवर्नमेंट कह रही थी कि हमको डाटा दिखता नहीं है, हम डाटा तो डाउनलोड में हैं, लेकिन दिक्कत यह है चाहे स्टेट हो, चाहे इंश्योरेंस कंपनी हो, चाहे बैंक हो, डाटा बदलने की चीज़ है। मान लीजिए आप मेरे यहाँ से डाटा डाउनलोड कर रहे हैं, आपने 50 लाख डाटा डाउनलोड किया, कल एक एप्लीकेशन और आ गई, आप फिर 50 लाख एक डाउनलोड करते हैं, तो ये सिस्टम तो चलेगा नहीं। तो इस समय इसमें क्या है कि एक दूसरे प्लेटफॉर्म को क्रिएट करने की ज़रूरत है। जैसे मैंने इसमें एग्जाम्पल दे रखा है कि इंश्योरेंस कंपनी है, उतनी फाइलें आई उसके डाउनलोड में, उसने डाउनलोड की, अगले दिन 10 लोग और आ गए। तो हमको तो ये नहीं मालूम 10 लोग कौन, क्योंकि बहुत से टाइम फ्रेम इसमें बदलते रहते हैं। तो इसमें नीड है कि हम लोग एक नया सिस्टम खड़ा करें जिसमें क्या है कि सारे लोगों का आपस में इंटीग्रेशन करें, API बेस्ड, सबके लिए एक ही तरीके का प्रोटोकॉल रखा जाएगा। और ये हमारी प्रायोरिटी में है। भूटानी सर बैठे हैं, इस पे हम 2 साल 3 साल से बोल रहे हैं, लेकिन कभी कर नहीं पाए क्योंकि और चीज़ें आ जाती हैं और शायद इसको हम लोएस्ट प्रायोरिटी में ले जाते हैं। लेकिन अब वो समय आ गया है, क्योंकि 6 करोड़ 7 करोड़ एप्लीकेशंस पे किसी को भी ढूंढना, आप विश्वास नहीं करेंगे आप लोग कि कंपनियों ने लड़के रख रखे हैं, मेरे सर्वर को रोज़ बैठाते हैं, वो सुबह सुबह शुरू हो जाते हैं 1 करोड़ डाउनलोड करना। मेरे लिए बहुत तकलीफ़ हो जाती है कि एक कंपनी 1 करोड़ डाटा डेली डाउनलोड कर रही है मेरे यहाँ से। तो नीड है कि अब इस चीज़ को हम डिसकंटिन्यू करें, और हम जल्दी ही इस पर एक डॉक्यूमेंटेशन में जारी करने वाला हूँ, जिसमें हर कंपनी को अपने प्लेटफॉर्म को इस तरीके से बनाना होगा कि डाटा जो है सीधा सिस्टम से आपके सिस्टम में जाएगा, इसमें कोई डाउनलोड नहीं होगा। आप अपने यहाँ अप्रूवल करेंगे, हमारे यहाँ अप्रूवल होगा, आप अपने यहाँ रिजेक्शन करेंगे, हमारे यहाँ रिजेक्शन, कोई हमारे पोर्टल पे नहीं आएगा आप सारे। और मैं चाहता हूँ कि स्टेट भी इस तरह का सिस्टम जनरेट करे, क्योंकि प्रोटोकॉल हम सेम रखेंगे कि ये सब चीज़ें ख़त्म हो जाएं। आप अपने उससे 2 फायदे होंगे, एक आपको ये भी फ़ायदा होगा कि आप अपने हिसाब से भी रिपोर्टें बना सकते हैं। जब आपके पास पूरा डाटा आ जाएगा तो अपने हिसाब से नीचे के आप नीचे जाने पे उस हिसाब से आप जैसे कोई रिपोर्ट चाहिए, किसी डिस्ट्रिक्ट को चाहिए, आप बना सकते हैं। तो जो हमारे ऊपर टोटल डिपेंडेंसी है वो धीरे धीरे ख़त्म होगी, क्योंकि स्टेट में मान लीजिए कंपनी ने तो 10 आदमी लगा दिए, स्टेट कहाँ से लगाएगा 10 आदमी सुबह सुबह डाउनलोड करने के लिए? तो ये सिस्टम ठीक नहीं है। तो इस पर हम जल्दी ही डॉक्यूमेंटेशन करके एक API का पूरा फ्रेमवर्क बनाएंगे कि कैसे ये डाटा आपस में एक्सचेंज होंगे। एक ये भी बहुत पुरानी मांग है, जो बैंकर का बहुत पुराना दुख है ये, कि कंपनी उसका कमीशन नहीं देती, और देती भी है तो हम लोग इसमें बीच में खड़े भी होते हैं तो हमको पता नहीं चलता दिया तो किसको दिया। कोई कहता 2018 का दिया, कोई कहता 2019 का दिया। तो इसका हम लोगों ने जल्दी ही इस पर एक प्लेटफॉर्म लिखने वाले हैं कि हम चाहते हैं कि एक सेंट्रलाइज बैंक सब हेडक्वार्टर से एक अकाउंट नंबर ले लिया जाए और सारी चीज़ें उनको ट्रांसफ़र कर दी जाए एक जगह, कि किस ब्रांच का कितना कमीशन है हम ही कैलकुलेट कर देंगे और पेगॉब या PFMS के थ्रू सीधे उस बैंक को ट्रांसफ़र कर देंगे और सभी को टैग कर देंगे कि इसका कमीशन जा चुका है। इसी तरीके से CSC की भी प्रॉब्लम है कि CSC का कमीशन भी हमारे चैनल के थ्रू नहीं है। अभी भी CSC जो कमीशन देती है या CSC जो पैसा ट्रांसफ़र करती है, दोनों चीज़ हमारे पोर्टल के बाहर है। CSC डायरेक्टली कंपनी को पैसा ट्रांसफ़र करती है और कमीशन भी जो CSC को वापस करती हैं कंपनियां, वो भी अपने ही चैनल से करती हैं। तो ये दोनों, क्योंकि CSC इन दोनों का झगड़ा भी बहुत सालों से चल रहा है। वो कहता मेरा पैसा नहीं दिया, वो कहता मेरा कमीशन नहीं दिया, ये झगड़ा बहुत है। और झगड़े को केवल टेक्नोलॉजी ख़त्म कर सकती है, आदमी नहीं ख़त्म कर सकता। तो नीड आ गई है कि इनको भी हम फिक्स करें, इनके लिए भी कुछ प्लेटफॉर्म बनाएं, इनके लिए भी ऑनलाइन पैसा के ट्रांसफ़र करें। अगली स्लाइड में इसके बारे में लिखा है जो मैंने कहा है। PMFBY में देखा जाए तो 4 चीज़ें हैं। एक फार्मर का ऑथेंटिकेशन है, एक अकाउंट का वेरिफिकेशन है, एक लैंड वेरिफिकेशन है और एक क्रॉप वेरिफिकेशन है। इसमें से 3 चीज़ें ऑटोमेशन में जा चुकी हैं। फार्मर का ऑथेंटिकेशन ऑटोमेशन में है, अकाउंट वेरिफिकेशन ऑटोमेशन में है, लैंड का वेरिफिकेशन भी 80% ऑटोमेशन में है। देखा जाए तो केवल एक चीज़ बच जाती है कि जो फार्मर कह रहा है कि मेरी ये क्रॉप है, वो क्रॉप है कि नहीं। मात्र एक सवाल बचा हुआ है इनरोलमेंट में, बाकी सारे सवाल आज फिक्स हो चुके हैं। इस पे हम लोग काम करना चाह रहे थे, लेकिन जैसा आप लोग जानते हैं कि इस समय एग्रीकल्चर डिवीज़न में बहुत काम चल रहा है इसमें, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एग्रीकल्चर में, और इस प्रोजेक्ट को उन्होंने ले रखा है क्रॉप सर्वे को। हम लोग उनका क्रॉप सर्वे आते ही अपने पोर्टल से इंटीग्रेट करेंगे, जिससे कि ये चौथी प्रॉब्लम जो है, चौथी चीज़ जो है, ये भी ऑथेंटिकेट हो जाए। उसके बाद कोई भी ऐसी चीज़ नहीं बचेगी जिसमें आपके पास डाटा नहीं रहेगा। और ऐसा डाटा भी 2 टाइप का होता है, एक डाटा भरा हुआ डाटा, एक डाटा थर्ड पार्टी का डाटा। बाकी सारे डाटा जो हैं कहीं ना कहीं से आ रहे हैं, जिसमें ना फार्मर का रोल है ना बैंकर का रोल है, इसलिए वो ऑथेंटिकेट हो रहे हैं। चौथा डाटा अगर हमको क्रॉप का मिल जाता है तो कम से कम इनरोलमेंट प्रोसेस जो है टोटली ऑटोमेशन में चली जाएगी। एक ये भी पुराना ही मुद्दा है कि क्रॉप लॉस का सर्वे कैसे होता है, ये हमेशा मिस्ट्री ही रहती है कि कौन कहाँ गया था, कौन किसके साथ खड़ा था, कौन आया कौन गया लड़ते ही रहते हैं लोग। तो हम लोगों ने सोचा क्यों ना इसको भी, इस लड़ाई को भी ऐप में कर दिया जाए कि वहीं लड़िए, ज़्यादा अच्छा रहेगा। तो इस पे काम कर रहे हैं, इस ऐप पे, जिसमें स्टेट की ऑफिशियल, इंश्योरेंस कंपनी और फार्मर तीनों को एक साथ ला रहे हैं। और जो लॉस अभी क्या है कि लॉस कैलकुलेशन में अभी पोर्टल में क्या करते हैं, लॉस डाल देते हैं, 40% लॉस है, हम सिस्टम कैलकुलेट कर देता है। अब हमने सोचा है कि ये 40% कैसे आया, कौन कौन खड़ा था, किसने किसने डिसीजन लिया, इसको भी ऑनलाइन कर दें। इसके भी जल्दी ही इसका हम मैनुअल जारी करेंगे कमेंट के लिए, क्योंकि सॉफ्टवेयर बनाना तो बड़ा आसान होता है, इम्प्लीमेंट करना बड़ा कठिन होता है। तो स्टेट से ज़्यादा सलाह लेनी पड़ेगी हमको कि क्या लिखूं जिससे वो उसको इम्प्लीमेंट कर सकें। नहीं तो सॉफ्टवेयर लिखने में क्या है, इतनी कंडीशन लिख देंगे कि कोई हो ही नहीं पाएगा कभी, ना कोई आएगा ना कोई जाएगा। तो इस पे हम जल्दी ही पेपर देंगे और स्टेट से कमेंट लेंगे जिससे फिजिबिलिटी ऐप की बनी रहे। इसमें वही लिखा हुआ है, क्या क्या है। एक ये नया कॉन्सेप्ट, नया वर्ड सैंडबॉक्स कॉन्सेप्ट चल रहा है। इस पे हम लोगों ने लास्ट टाइम कॉन्फ्रेंस भी की थी एक छोटी सी, और इस पे हम वर्क स्टार्ट करने जा रहे हैं। सैंडबॉक्स कॉन्सेप्ट में सिंपल सा है कि जो PMFBY में ऑलरेडी चीज़ें हैं, उसके अलावा क्या कोई ऐसे प्रोडक्ट जो कंपनियां लॉन्च करना चाहती हैं वो हमारे प्लेटफॉर्म के थ्रू लॉन्च कर सकती हैं। हम उनको जगह देंगे जिससे फार्मर वहाँ से ले सकते हैं। जैसे कि इसमें कुछ शर्तें बनानी पड़ेंगी, क्योंकि थोड़ा सा कठिनाई है कि कौन सा गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया का नाम है, तो थोड़ा सा सेंसिटिविटी है। तो इस सेंसिटिविटी को डील करने के लिए कुछ हम लोगों ने प्राइमा फेसी बनाया था कि कोई भी कंपनी कोई भी प्रोडक्ट को हमारे यहाँ डाल सकती है, लेकिन अगर 2 कंपनियाँ उसको कहती हैं कि ठीक है हम भी इसमें हैं, जब भी 3 कंपनी हो जाएगी तो हम पब्लिश कर देंगे। किसी भी प्रोडक्ट पे अगर 3 कंपनी हामी भर देंगी तो हम पब्लिश, ये प्राइमा फेसी कॉन्सेप्ट है। इसमें बहुत लोगों का कहना है कि क्यों ना सारे प्रोडक्ट को जाने दें, गवर्नमेंट का इसमें क्या दखल होगा, कितना दखल होगा। ऐसा भी हो सकता है कि कोई ऐसा प्रीमियम डाल दे जो एक्सेप्टेबल ही ना हो, बड़ा ऑड लगे। तो ये थोड़ा सा डिबेट का है सब्जेक्ट, लेकिन इसको हम लोग स्टार्ट करेंगे और अनुभव के साथ से ही जानेंगे कि करना क्या है। फिलहाल जो पहला वो है कि हर कंपनी को हम मौका देंगे अपने प्रोडक्ट को लॉन्च करने के लिए, और हर फार्मर को ये मौका होगा कि वो प्रोडक्ट उसको दिखेगा। इस पे आगे सुनील कुमार का वो भी है, तो उसमें देखेंगे इसको आगे। इसके बाद आता है, ये भी बहुत दिन से डिमांड चल रही थी लोगों की कि क्यों ना हम लोग अपने चैनलों को बाहर खोलें। हुआ क्या कि हमने CSC बनाया, हमने ऑनलाइन कर दिया, दुनिया के ब्रोकर अपनी दुनिया भर की चीज़ें बेच रहे हैं, आप देख रहे होंगे। दुनिया सब लोग अपना कुछ न क्या नाम, बीमा वाले अपना बेच रहे हैं, तो क्यों ना हम लोग भी अपना प्रोडक्ट उनके यहाँ भेज दें। अगर किसी को लेना है तो कहीं से ले, क्या दिक्कत है। तो हम अब ये सोच रहे हैं कि हम अपनी API को लोगों को देना शुरू करें, कि कुछ नियम शर्तों के साथ कि आप हमारा प्रोडक्ट ले सकते हैं, अपने यहाँ दिखा सकते हैं, वहाँ बेच सकते हैं, आपको एक कमीशन दिया जाएगा उस बेचने का, जिससे कि जो हमारे पास चैनलों की कमी, एक नया चैनल आया, लेकिन एक नया चैनल और खोलने की ज़रूरत है। थोड़ा सेंसिटिविटी है इस मामले में, जिस पे अभी हम लोग सोच रहे हैं, जिसमें अपने यहाँ क्या है, आधार, बैंक अकाउंट, देखा जाए तो एक व्यक्ति की हर चीज़ ले लेते हैं हम लोग, खेत खलियान, पिता का नाम, सब कुछ ले लेते हैं एक आदमी का। उसको कितने लेवल तक प्राइवेट में भेजना है, क्या करना है, इस पे सोचने वाली बात है। इस पर हम लोग विचार कर रहे हैं कि ऐसी कोई टेक्नोलॉजी बनाएं जिससे कुछ चीज़ें हमारे यहाँ हों जो सेंसिटिव चीज़ें हैं, और जो सेंसिटिव चीज़ें नहीं हैं वो ब्रोकर के यहाँ हों। इस कॉन्सेप्ट पे भी काम कर रहे हैं। आपको मालूम है ये बिट्स पोर्टल हम लोगों ने जल्दी ही लॉन्च की थी। इसमें ये बहुत बड़ा पोर्टल है, नाम लगता है छोटा है बहुत बड़ा। इतने लोगों को इसमें इंटीग्रेट करना, डाटा को दिखाना, डाटा को डाउनलोड सबको देना, और सबसे बात इसमें बड़ी बात है कि एरर फाइंडिंग बहुत बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है कि कौन सा AWS और कौन सा ARG गलत बोल रहा है, इसकी मैकेनिज्म बनाना। जैसे अभी मैं देख रहा था उड़ीसा में -6 टेम्परेचर दिखा रहा था IMD का एक AWS। तो इस सब चीज़ों के लिए प्रोटोकॉल लिखने होंगे कि कैसे हम पता करें कि ये सही है, क्योंकि हमने ये भी सोचा है कि हम पब्लिक फोरम में जाएंगे। अंदर के फोरम में सब चल जाता, पब्लिक के फोरम में जाते हैं तो डाटा की सेंसिटिविटी बहुत ज़्यादा बढ़ जाती है, और आप किसी की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी भी बहुत ज़्यादा बढ़ जाती है। लेकिन ये पोर्टल मेरे हिसाब से इसमें बहुत ज़्यादा काम है, और ये PMFBY में बहुत ज़्यादा सपोर्ट करेगा एक समय आके। हाँ, ये बात ज़रूर है कि जो एग्जिस्टिंग सिस्टम है, कहना तो नहीं चाहिए कि एक कंपनी थी उसके पास 3000 AWS हैं और जब मैंने डाटा देखना शुरू किया तो केवल 300 निकले, बाकी चलते ही नहीं हैं। तो अभी जैसे जैसे इसमें हम आगे बढ़ेंगे तो अपने कंट्री की सिचुएशन भी क्लियर होगी कि लोग जो क्लेम करते हैं उसकी सच्चाई क्या है, हम खड़े कहाँ पे हैं वेदर में। क्योंकि मेरे को बड़ा आश्चर्य हुआ, मैंने उनसे एक मीटिंग बुलाई, मेरे को लगा कुछ गलती हो गई API पढ़ने में या उनसे देने में गलती हो गई। मीटिंग शुरू हुई तो उन्होंने कहा नहीं सर 300 ही हैं टेक्निकली। हमने कहा ठीक है, 3000 का जहाँ क्लेम है वहाँ 300 हैं, तो और भी कंपनियों का ऐसा नहीं इसमें बहुत, क्योंकि एक AWS चलाना अपने आप में रूरल नेटवर्क में इतना आसान काम नहीं। मैं टेलीकॉम का आदमी हूँ, मैंने बहुत से एक्सचेंज चलाए हैं, इतनी वर्कफोर्स, बैटरी, पावर प्लांट ये वो लगाने के बावजूद भी नहीं चलते थे, इतना आसान होता नहीं है। शायद यही AWS AIG के साथ होता होगा। फिर इसमें क्या है कि बहुत से प्रोटोकॉल डेवलप करने पड़ेंगे कि मान लीजिए चलेगा नहीं तो हम क्या करेंगे, क्योंकि इसमें अभी हमने किताबों में तो बहुत अच्छा लिख रखा ना, ये है और ये है, कम इस समय कुछ भी दे देता है वो। जैसे इसमें जब मैंने कहा कि मेरे को डाटा जो है आपके सर्वर से नहीं चाहिए, क्योंकि सर्वर में आप डाटा मैनिपुलेट कर देंगे, मेरे को आपसे डाटा AWS से चाहिए। और आप विश्वास नहीं करेंगे, कंपनियां बैठी होंगी इसकी, बुरा ना माने, आज तक कोई मेरे को एक डाटा नहीं दे पाया AWS से डायरेक्टली, और सर्वर से जहां कुछ रहता भी नहीं वहां का भी डाटा दे देते हैं। तो शायद इसमें समय लगेगा, क्योंकि सारे टेक्नोलॉजी को बदलना होगा। जो एग्जिस्टिंग टेक्नोलॉजी इस समय चल रही है AWS ARG की, सर्वर में ले आना, मैनिपुलेट कर देना, बगल का नहीं है तो तब भी टेम्परेचर एवरेजिंग कर देना, ये सब तो नहीं चल पाएगा अगर AWS से आएगा। लेकिन विजन है तो हम लोग इसको इम्प्लीमेंट जरूर करेंगे। हम सर्वर से डाटा, अभी तो हम सर्वर से ले रहे हैं, लेकिन 1 by 1 इसको डिसकंटिन्यू करेंगे। अंतिम मुद्दा है, ये क्यों छूट गया इतने वर्षों से मेरे को खुद ही नहीं समझ में आता है। उसका शायद एक कारण ये है कि हमारे पास कभी वेदर पैरामीटर रहा ही नहीं, इसलिए कभी RWBCIs का कैलकुलेशन हमने किया ही नहीं। क्योंकि AY/TY तो हमको मिल जाता था, RWBCIs में हमको वेदर पैरामीटर नहीं थे, तो हम कैसे मालूम चलें कि ब्रीच हो गया। अब जब विंड्स के आने के बाद RWBCIs की पोजीशन काफ़ी इम्प्रूव होगी, और मैं ये भी देखता हूँ अगर विंड्स सही से स्टेबल हो जाए तो पैरामीट्रिक वेदर इंश्योरेंस जो है काफ़ी अच्छा बनेगा। लेकिन ये टोटल इस पर डिपेंड करता है कि वेदर पैरामीटर की क्वालिटी कंट्री की क्या है, क्योंकि अभी क्वालिटी का बिल्कुल अंदाज नहीं लग रहा। कुछ कंपनियां हैं किसी स्टेट में खूब लगाए हैं, दूसरे स्टेट में गायब हैं। कुछ कंपनियां हैं उनका चलता ही नहीं है। तो ये कंडीशन शायद 3-4 महीने में मेरे को क्लियर होगी कि हम वेदर में खड़े कहाँ पे हैं। लेकिन अगर उसमें सफलता मिलती है तो हम RWBCIs को ऑटोमेशन मोड में डाल देंगे कि जब भी पैरामीटर ब्रीच होगा क्लेम ऑटोमेटिक कैलकुलेट हो जाएगा, किसी की कैलकुलेशन की ज़रूरत नहीं पड़ेगी। ये अंतिम गोल है इसका, जो WBCIs से हो सकता है। ये अंतिम स्लाइड थी, 1-2 और मैं चीज़ें इसमें बता देता हूं कि क्या करने। एक तो बैंक जब गलतियां करते हैं तो उनके करेक्शन का कोई साधन नहीं है, क्योंकि हम ये मान के चले थे कि बैंक है तो गलती नहीं करेगा, लेकिन ये सब गलत माना था हमने, ये सब ठीक नहीं था। फिर हमने माना कि ऐसा करते हैं कि एक बैंक यूजर बना देते हैं, एक बैंक एडमिन, तो बैंक यूजर भरेगा और बैंक एडमिन उसको वैलिडेट करेगा। तो एडमिन वाला तो यूजर को वैलिडेट कर देता आंख बंद करके, तो कुल मिला के दोनों से भी कोई फायदा नहीं हुआ। अब क्या है कि जैसे हरियाणा का एक केस मैं देख रहा था, वहाँ पे लैंड रिकॉर्ड इंटीग्रेशन नहीं है, तो पूरी ब्रांच ने खाता और खसरा में NA डाल के छोड़ दिया, कंपनी ने क्लेम रोक दिया। तो फिर हम लोगों ने विचार किया कि हम बैंक को केवल खाता और खसरा सही करने के लिए एक एडिट मॉड्यूल दे देते हैं कि एक बार गलती कर दी आपने, कर दी, अब सही कर दीजिए, क्योंकि उसके पास साधन ही नहीं है। फिर क्या होता है इसमें, फिर वो कागज़ लाते हैं, कागज़ ला के इंश्योरेंस कंपनी को देते हैं, इंश्योरेंस कंपनी पूरे कागज़ छापती है, फिर हम लोगों के पास आती है बैक मोड से। इससे बेटर है कि हम बैंक को केवल 2 पैरामीटर चेंज कर देंगे, क्योंकि एरिया हम दे नहीं सकते, एरिया, नेम, आधार ये सब नहीं दे सकते। केवल जहाँ वो XY डाल देता है उसको चेंज करने का दे देते हैं। दूसरा, ऐड ऑन कवरेज अभी तक हमने पोर्टल में इम्प्लीमेंट नहीं किया। तो एक तो ये है कि ऐड ऑन कवरेज को सैंड बॉक्स में ले जाएं, एक ये आइडिया है, या ऐड ऑन कवरेज को हम इम्प्लीमेंट कर दें। अंतिम जो नया मॉडल आए हैं 80, 110 और 60, 130, इनका क्लेम देने का प्रोसेस अलग है, इनके सब्सिडी देने का प्रोसेस अलग है। ये भी पोर्टल पे इम्प्लीमेंटेड नहीं है कि 110 के आगे क्लेम कैसे जाएगा। सुनील बता रहे थे मेरे को कि शायद स्टेट गवर्नमेंट इंश्योरेंस कंपनी को पैसा देगी, तो ऐसा होगा तो सब्सिडी मॉड्यूल में डाल देंगे। प्रीमियम भी क्योंकि उसमें चेंज होता है, बर्न कॉस्ट के ऊपर है, तो इसका मतलब प्रीमियम भी सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट का डिफरेंट हो सकता है स्टेट गवर्नमेंट से। तो ये सब जो चीज़ें हैं इसको इम्प्लीमेंट हम लोग नए कॉन्फ्रेंस, अगले कॉन्फ्रेंस से पहले सब चीज़ें फिर से इम्प्लीमेंट करेंगे और शायद अगले कॉन्फ्रेंस में बताएं कि ये चीज़ें हो गई हैं। धन्यवाद, थैंक यू। कोई सवाल पूछना हो तो बाहर पूछ लीजिएगा।
सवाल से मुझे याद आया कि देयर आर फीडबैक फॉर्म्स ऑन योर टेबल्स। अगर आपने अभी तक नहीं देखे हैं, प्लीज़ हैव अ लुक एट देम एंड fill that feedback form with your questions as well, because at the end of the day when we'll have our open forum, we'll discuss all those questions. And also, somebody forgot the specs. I'm going to pass it to the console. जिसका भी है, please वहाँ से आप collect कर लीजिएगा, right? Console में दे दीजिएगा. At the lunch table, somebody just forgot his spectacles. Thank you. So now, ladies and gentlemen, moving on towards the next speaker. The topic is CSC, Redressal of Problem Statements. For this, I would like to invite Shri Atul Mohan, Vice President, CSC SPV. Atul Mohan is Vice President and Head of Insurance Department at CSC SPV and is an alumnus of IIT Madras and an Indian Institute of Foreign Trade with 16 years of experience in rural distribution of services through CSCs, a socially inclined and technology-driven platform established by Ministry of Electronic and Information Technology, Government of India, for delivery of G2C services, that is government to citizen services, especially in rural India. CSC SPV is the biggest channel for registration of farmers under PMFBY in the country. Can we please have Shri Atul Mohan ji?
Good afternoon, everybody. It is very difficult to speak after when Gajendra sir has given such an enlightening presentation. Anyhow, there has been issues already highlighted by Gajendra sir. We are all facing that. But first of all, I would like to thank Ministry of Agriculture and Farmer Welfare for recognizing this largest network right back in 2017 and helped us getting onboarded on PMFBY portal. So in these 20 states and union territories, we have more than 2.5 lakh VLEs, and in Kharif 2023, we were able to breach 1 lakh mark. So we had more than 1 lakh VLEs who provided the access for PMFBY application for the farmers. And a good thing was that we also contributed significantly. We were able to increase also our applications. So we did 2.39 crores of applications in Kharif 2023 in very short period of 4 weeks. And we got as the tenders got delayed and notifications came very late. One good thing about CSC VLEs is that they work 24/7 during the end of the time, whether it is Maharashtra, Odisha, Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu isn't anyway Rabi, but Karnataka. And there has been a very seamless technology integration between CSC and PMFBY portal, and we have also been able to transfer the premium on T+1 basis. A glimpse of the increase in enrollment in last 3 years is as given in the table. Okay, so this is a PMFBY is a very unique program running in the whole world, actually. And what are the three key aspects which creates the challenge? The challenges are created, it is done on a mass level. It has very high speed. As sir said, there were 59 applications every second, 48 lakhs applications in a day. So obviously there are some casualties, and the duration is very low. It is 4 weeks, 2 weeks. Most of the enrollments happen in the last 10 days. So what happens actually is not very difficult to assess, is the quality of work is hampered. There are some errors committed by VLEs. Mostly, these are innocent errors, but there are obviously certain VLEs, very less, minuscule, less than 0.5% of the VLEs, who are also doing it maybe deliberately, which is leading to reverted applications. And obviously, because the time period is very less, as we have seen in this season, the tenders were delayed, notifications came late. So to seek penetration of or reach to the farmers in the underperforming districts becomes very difficult, because the insurance companies will start IEC activities, or state will initiate IEC activities only after the notification has come. So that has been a challenge. And then sensitizing the VLEs in such a less time when notification has come and digitalization has been done, then the whole 15 days is left for CSCs. So sensitizing VLEs is a challenge. But good thing is that because we have been adding VLEs every year, so good 90% of the VLEs are same year on year. So they have been trained, they have hands-on experience. So the effort on sensitizing VLEs is low in general, but it will become a challenge if we want to address every district. But good thing happened that last 3 years is that the quality and penetration has both improved. And focus on reversed application by all stakeholders have also improved. There is too much chasing by every stakeholder, ministry, state governments, insurance companies, and CSC ecosystem, the CSC manpower, to the VLEs to work on the reverted. That's why 3 years back, hardly 10% of reverted applications were worked. Last season, it is close to 80%. Penetration in all states have improved season to season. Even in Maharashtra, we have been predominantly working in Maharashtra. Most of my share in Kharif comes from Maharashtra, though overall year on an annual basis reduces because of Tamil Nadu. But there is a trend, and there is a very clear trend, that penetration in all across the states have improved. In Maharashtra, it was earlier in hardly 9 or 10 districts around Bid, Parbhani, Aurangabad side, but it has spread to almost whole of the state. So is Rajasthan. Rajasthan, earlier it was concentrated only to Hanumangarh, Sriganganagar side, but it has this season increased to the other areas. Odisha has seen a tremendous change. We were more or less penetrated around Kalahandi, Bargad area, but this season, there was a better spread to other districts. So there are certain resolutions required on front of quality improving, because the mass momentum has already been achieved to a greater scale. So the biggest challenge we find is a real time dashboard. So sir has informed that there is going to be a monitoring dashboard built by MOA. So if we can have an actionable dashboard, so what is happening right now today, we can download a data every day, and sir is facing also a challenge that every time we download, there is obviously it impacts the speed of the server. So if we can have a dashboard where we can see an actionable data in which state, in which thing has happened, and what is the status of reverted application or the status of applications, they can address it better. There is also a requirement of a more diligence from the quality check of insurance companies. We have seen, though it may be minuscule, but significant, and it creates a lot of friction in the field, is that one application is reverted, so there are a number of line items. So quality check checks, okay, the first line item is missing, he reverts. So my VLE would rectify it, it goes to the bucket, processing bucket, again it comes to reverted bucket on the second ground. So my request is that if the whole application can be checked in the first go and given, we can be better equipped to handle that. The third is post-registration. Necessary coordination is required at the Tehsil level to upscale the ICs, CSCs, and VLE. I will cover this again in the second part of this slide only. because I am proposing a stakeholder framework, a high-level coordination committee between ICs and CSCs to address this part. There are certain issues on that. We also recommend for a mass-level targeted SMS sent to the farmers and VLEs to do the rectification. So if we can have a mass-level targeted SMS from the ministry or IC or CSC, so we will anyway do, we have done this, basis the data we have downloaded, we have already done this, and that's why the improvement has come. As sir was saying, Ganesh sir was saying, we require to incorporate technology. Technology can give you a very deep insights into what is happening and how we can focus. Because what happens, sitting in Delhi, it is very easy to work on the numbers, but the friction is multi-layered. So there is a CSC at the central level, and there are multiple stakeholders at all the levels, central level, state level, district level, and the VL is at the Gram Panchayat level. So yes, thank you. Sure. So obviously, technology will provide, because what happens in such a multi-tiered structure, working on a very mass level data, and even if it is segregated at the national level, getting a compliance from the lower level becomes very difficult. So if we can have analytics and machine learning to identify a reason and focus more on that, the results would be better. I also recommend for creating a separate team at TSU for reverted application. This will help in a multi-stakeholder framework where the ICs and CSC and state and center can work focused on the TSU, because the quality is going to become a more eminent thing once we are toward such a high level basis. So there is much to do on the quality part than on the increasing the numbers in most of the states, except for those states where numbers are very less. Also, I would like to recommend that we can consider removing the uploading of some of the certificates like sowing certificate and tenancy certificate requirement, or in that case, we can build application at state level for sowing and tenancy certificate like a G2C service delivered online, or we can have a self-certification to be promoted till the first option is available, or a far-fetched idea would be to go to a Karnataka model, because once you are going for universalization, there is going to be a need, and that has to be a part of the process, that we have a high level of integration of the various datas. So Karnataka has shown the way. A lot of things are done before the season itself. The operative cost and issues of quality are very minimal in Karnataka, which everybody will agree to that. So maybe once we are going for universalization, the building of the database and integration of multiple data is the necessary evil that has to happen. That has not happened in 15 years, despite a lot of efforts, but there has been significant progress in last 2-3 years. We believe if we can have that, the quality issues will get rectified. And as sir has also, Gajendra sir has also suggested a lot of technological intervention, which is in part of that. So this will help in that. So what can CSC SPV also do to increase the compliance, the to-do list for the CSC? We have been sending SMS. We will continue to do that to the VLEs and the farmers. If we get the farmer mobile numbers, then currently we are sending to VLEs. We are also going to increase the manpower exclusively for working on reverted applications. Okay, I missed one thing on that part. On the first real-time dashboard, there has to be a lot of learning from UIDI. How UIDI actually built that QCMIS portal, which was available at a multi-tiered level, which sir was also saying it will be available for many players, but it has to go down to the VLE actually to see what has happened. Because what is happening right now on the reverted application part, we download a data, say it is 10,000, we send it to the people, they work on that. By that time, another set of data comes. So correlation between how much unique came, how many was done multiple, and finally how much was left is not available at any moment of time, at least to the channel partner. So that part can be done if we can learn something from the UIDI QCMIS. This will also help us to do that. The third thing that we are going to do is we will create a campaign in sync with the ICs and Ministry of Agriculture, Farmer Welfare and state departments. We'll have 15 days long campaigns of 2 in numbers to have more focus on getting the reverted application. The campaigns under CSC have a tremendous success in past and many of the services even today. That's how we are able to cover so many applications in such a less time of the various ministries. But apart from that, punitive actions are also required. The simplest and easiest is recovery of commission, because we pay commission on the fly to the VLEs. We are permanently debarring on the VLE from the CSC platform, which this has also started on a big scale at CSC, because we have also changed our logo of CSC, and we are saying creating CSC as your trusted neighborhood kiosk, not only for the customers, but also for the stakeholders. So we have also started filing FIRs against VLEs and other outside people to improve the system, and a lot of people are behind bars also. We are going to take accountability on ourselves, which is part of the guideline and part of our new mission as dictated, as put to us and entrusted in our KPIs also toward the quality. We will complete the reverted application within the stipulated time frame. We are also going to have rewards for best performing VLEs in each state and district. A stakeholder consultation framework will be active on 2 parts. One part would be obviously during the pre-crop, during the registration and post for the reverted applications. Because what is happening, a lot of IEC activities are happening. At the ground level, there are a lot of other QC coordination is happening. But so far, I had done a stakeholder consultation with all the ICs once, and I had told we require data at the central. The coordination and the data flow from the ICs to the central team of CSC is very poor or low. This needs to increase. So that's why we will have a weekly engagement with the insurance companies and ensure that the actionable data is available to us. We will also have a clear roadmap of visibility for penetration. We tried this season with some of the insurance company, and we were very successful. For penetration, we will again registration and during the registration, we will be having extensive coordination with the ICs for trading and post that on the reverted application. We also require insurance companies to increase the work on the policy booking and reverted applications. And accountability on covering non-loany farmers in districts with low penetration has to be also we request the state governments to enforce to cover more non-loany farmers with districts with low penetration. Expediting invoice payments in multiple parts is another thing we require, because that also impacts the working of CSC in this regard. So that will also be very helpful, because we are paying premium on T+1 as per the guideline, but we are raising the invoices after 6 or 8 months. We get the money after 9 months. We have already paid the commission, which is 80% to the VLE, and we pay the 18% GST also as advanced GST to the government of India also. So there is already a lot of pressure on the department to get the money and complete the task because our finance department also are behind us. We are also requesting for a rate revision. So I give a background on that. The rate was fixed at rupees 30 in 2017, and it was due for revision Kharif 2019. But the same could only be revised in Kharif 2021. A new rate revision is due in Kharif 2023. We submitted a letter. We also like to highlight the fact that under IRDA guidelines, the crop insurance commission is to be 16% of the premium. The current average farmer premium is 1,350 rupees. If we only take the farmer share, then the commission or service charge we are getting is 2.96%. If we take the total premium, then the rate is merely 0.59%. Current rate of inflation has impacted the premiums, but the commissions are still constant. A mammoth machinery is run by CSC, and for that we require the resources at our hand. If we are going to build new teams for the quality, we need to do the IAC, we need to do the SMS campaigns and other campaigns. The CSC would be in need of the funds. We are also requesting for parity and comparison with across the channels. Banks have, I would not like to talk much on the banks because there is a different dynamics, but they have a fixed cost. But in CSC, 80% service charge is given to the VLEs, who are a self-containing enterprise to carry on the weight of also the digital India ecosystem. So they need this money for not only for operational, but also the capital expenses they have done. So this service charge to the VLEs is critical, and this is generating the rural employment, and this money is going back to the rural economy only. During the peak time, the VLE worked during the nights. Multiple documents have to be uploaded. New intermediaries are onboarded who are not bound by the fixed rate of MOA. Higher rate in other channels lead to cannibalization. See, if there is a price parity between, disparity between CSC and other channels, there would be cannibalization of CSC channel. This is happening in GI business. So we have requested for revising the rates to rupees 60 per transaction and a CMS of 1.5% of the farmer's share. So that is one request. We would like support and consensus and approval from the ministry. It will help us greatly in furthering the cause of PMFBY. That's all from my side. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen, now moving on to the third session. This is a panel discussion on sandbox platform and product innovation. For this, I would like to call upon the moderators, Shri Sunil Kumarji, Assistant Commissioner, DA and FW, Government of India, and Shri Ajay K. Singh, National Project Director, Central PMU, DA and FW, Government of India. Please welcome with a big round of applause. And I'll now like to call upon the esteemed panelists, Shrimati Girija Subramanian, AIC of India, Shri Gajendra Singh, Government of India, Shri Hitesh Kothari, HDFC Ergo, Shri Apurva Tatia, Reliance General, Shri Chandan Verma, Swiss Re, Shri Alok Shukla, Munich Re, Shri Suman Roy Chaudhary, DigiSafe, and Shri Anuj Kumbat, WRMS Limited. Can we please have all the esteemed panelists on stage?
नमस्कार। ये टॉपिक हम लोग आज डिस्कस कर रहे हैं। मॉर्निंग से हम लोग इस पर डिस्कशन कर रहे थे। ये न्यू टॉपिक है जिसमें हम लोग सैंडबॉक्स प्लेटफॉर्म एंड प्रोडक्ट इनोवेशन की बात करेंगे। मैं थोड़ा मॉर्निंग से स्टार्ट करना चाहता हूँ कि जब हम मॉर्निंग में स्टार्ट किए थे हम लोग का था कि वन नेशन वन प्रोडक्ट्स। वन नेशन वन प्रोडक्ट्स के साथ साथ ये कंसेप्चुलाइज हुए थे कि हम और फर्दर जो है हम अदर प्रोडक्ट्स को हम डेवलप्ड करें, डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन करें, ताकि रूरल इकोनॉमी में जो भी हमारा इंश्योरेंस की नीड है रूरल इंश्योरेंस प्रोडक्ट के लिए, वो हम एक जो सिस्टम है सिस्टम डेवलप करते हुए हम इनको आगे बढ़ाएं। तो जब PMFBY जब कंसेप्चुलाइज हो रहा था तो उस टाइम हमारे पास केवल जो डेटा थे वो इल्ड डेटा थे। RWBCIS के लिए जब हम लोग इम्प्लीमेंट कर रहे थे उस टाइम वेदर डेटा थे। अभी आप मॉर्निंग से जितने सेशन चल रहे थे उसमें से आपने देखे होंगे कि बहुत सारे हमारे पास ग्रैनुलर डेटा आ गए हैं। फार्मर्स की डेटा अगर बात करें तो NCIP में बहुत सारे डेटा हैं। यस्टेक टेक्नोलॉजी की बात करें तो उसमें भी बहुत सारे हमें डेटा अवेलेबल होंगे। विंड्स साथ साथ जो है हमारे पास ग्रैनुलर डेटा हर एक क्षेत्र का आएगा। क्रॉपिक है जिसमें हम लोग प्लॉट वाइज डेटा और उनके क्रॉपिंग पैटर्न्स, इन्वेस्टमेंट वगैरह की डेटा भी हमारे पास आएगी। तो ये सारे अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ हमारे पास आए हैं। इस अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ को हम डिस्कशन करेंगे आज। सारे का स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं हमारे पास, टेक्नोलॉजी हैं, इंश्योरेंस कंपनी हैं, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट हैं। हम कैसे इनको क्लब करें, फ्यूज करें, डेवलप करें। खास करके जो IRDA का इस बार इनिशिएटिव है कि हम 2047 तक हर एक हाउस होल्ड को हमको इंश्योर करना है। इसके अलावा इंश्योरेंस कंपनी को टारगेट दिया गया है कि हर एक जो है आप स्टेट इंश्योरेंस कमेटी बना के इनको कैसे हम रूरल एरिया में हम इनको बढ़ाएं। इसमें हम लोग अपॉर्चुनिटी देखते हैं, जो सारे चीज़ों में इसमें हम अपॉर्चुनिटी देखते हैं। क्या हम रूरल फार्मर और ये जो हमारे एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर्स में हैं, इन सारे सिनारियों के बीच में हम प्रोडक्ट बना पाएँ, हम डेवलप कर पाएँ और इनको हम पूरा प्रॉपरली मार्केटिंग कर पाएँ। तो इसमें जो बेसिक रिक्वायरमेंट है वो सारे अदर प्रोडक्ट की तरह है कि डेटा होना चाहिए, प्रॉपर डिमांड होनी चाहिए, डिमांड और सप्लाई के बीच में जो उसकी है प्राइसिंग एंड डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन प्रॉपर होनी चाहिए। ये सारे चीज़ टॉपिक पर आज हम लोग डिस्कस करेंगे। हमारे पैनलिस्ट में इसलिए री इंश्योरेंस इंश्योरर और के साथ साथ जो है हमारे टेक्नोलॉजी और डेटा प्रोवाइडर भी हैं। तो ये सारे चीज़ों को हम लोग आज डिस्कस करेंगे। डिटेल स्टार्ट करने के लिए और जो ट्रेंड सेट है, इसके पहले मैं और बता देना चाहता हूँ कि दो टॉपिक हम लोग इसको डिवाइड किए हुए कि जो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने दो प्रोडक्ट, एक CPIS और एक UPIS जो प्रोडक्ट किए थे, उसमें भी हम लोग का कंसेप्ट यही था कि हम इसको डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन करें, प्रॉपर कर पाए। खास करके UPIS के लिए हम लोग का था। तो इसमें हम लोग देखेंगे कि ये जो हम लोग फ्यूचर की बातें कर रहे हैं, तो पास्ट में जो हमने क्या चैलेंजेस आए थे, क्या हमें इशूज़ थे जिसके कारण से हम डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन नहीं कर पाए, क्योंकि ये प्रोडक्ट जो था वो ऑलरेडी एक स्टैंडर्ड प्रोडक्ट था, इंडस्ट्री का प्रोडक्ट था, उसके बाद भी हम डिस्ट्रीब्यूट नहीं कर पाए। तो हम फ्यूचर की बातें के साथ साथ जो हम चैलेंजेस हम फेस किए थे और हम कैसे इसको रिवाइव करें, इसकी भी बात करेंगे। आगे हम चर्चा के लिए हम अजय करण सिंह जी को इनवाइट करते हैं, वो आप पूरा डिटेल में याद करेंगे। अजय।
Thank you, Sunil ji. Good afternoon to all of you. We have been discussing since morning a lot of things on Sandbox and Sandbox platform. So we know that as of now we are working with more than 4 crores farmers across the country annually, and we are majorly crop insurance specific. We understand that other than the crop insurance, we understand that other than the crop insurance requirement for the agriculture and rural economy, there are a lot of other things also. For example, the livestock, maybe farmers are using farm implements and tractors. Farmers do have houses and other structures, permanent and partial structures, which need risk insurance. And then farmers also have families and they have requirements for health and personal accidental insurance covers also, life insurance covers also. So why not to build an ecosystem which provides risk protection to the farmer family in our rural economies and to take care of their all risk aspects. So with that concept, we envisaged about insurance sandbox concept. So while the insurance sandbox concept will take its shape in due course of time, but the initial thought is that there'll be some product innovation, designing and validation before those products becomes commercial and marketable on sandbox platform, wherein the insurance companies do provide their products on the platform, and the farmers can access that platform and buy the required insurance product from those platform as per their liking and as per the wish list of the farming family. Obviously, herein we understand that we have reached to a level where NCIP is, I think, capable enough to handle the requirements. So why not to leverage whatever capabilities we have developed on NCIP? So with that idea, this sandbox platform, so basically moving from a portal to a platform is a concept, moving from NCIP to a bigger ecosystem wherein we develop a complete platform for providing risk insurance to the rural economies. To start with, the lowest hanging fruit we know is the basic add-on products which we provide under PMFBY and RWBCIS. Wild animal attack, hailstorm and cloudburst. All these products are add-on products, and subsidies are not available on these products or on these add-on covers. Why not to have these covers to start with on the sandbox platform itself? So that is an idea that we'll start with these add-on products to be on the sandbox. And then we, all of us know in the insurance industry that we had unified package insurance scheme, which was a package insurance with the same concept to provide all the risk requirements through a single policy to the farming families, although that could not work out much. So, but with the variant of providing all those covers, for example, PMSBY, PMJJBY, home insurance, student safety insurance, agriculture implement insurance and pump set insurance, all those things on sandbox platform itself for the farming families to choose the cover from. So this is to start with, which is already available in-house, and then the bigger thing is to design and innovate products for those crops, for those zones, for those regions, which currently are not covered under PMFBY or RWBCIS product. How can we provide coverage to those crops? Maybe it could be a parametric. It could be a hybrid mixture of parametric as well as the index, yield index. It could be bundled. As of now, we do the largest bundling, which is through the agriculture financing, through Kisan Credit Card. But other than the finance, can it be bundled with the inputs, agri inputs, and can it be also bundled with agro advisory and maybe the subscription services a few of the agri-tech and fintech companies do. And herein the concept is who will do the validation and who will design and innovate and approve the products, though the idea is to set up a committee or a body under Ministry of Agriculture, which could be comprising of people from insurance industry, InsurTech and Agri-Tech companies and Government of India to have those final validation and approving authorities before the product moves to sandbox platform. So here the discussion point is basically how does insurance industry react to the product sandbox? What insurance industry do see beyond PMFBY and government schemes, if that can make a commercial interest for the insurance industry to go into rural economies. We know that we had two products, coconut palm insurance scheme and unified package insurance schemes. Both of the schemes had their own challenges, so we would like to understand what were those challenges and how we can remove those challenges and reintroduce the products. Maybe standardization of products will be an important aspect before the product goes into the market for farmers to choose from. How do we improvise our distribution system to make it cost effective? How and where and when we adopt the global best practices across other economies, how they are doing and offering the risk solution to their agriculture and rural economies. What could be the architecture and framework, because this is a big thing to design and to make operational. So what could be the framework and architecture of the digital platform, and if there is any legal framework between the stakeholders to make it actually real. So with this background, I will start the discussion, and to start with, Madam Girija, I will come to you and would like to understand from you what opportunities do insurers look at the product innovation and offering risk protection solutions through sandbox platform.
Hello, can you hear me? For a sandbox initiative, I think there's lots to do in the agriculture space. Right now, PMFBY handles the crop side of the agriculture space, but the rest of the sector, that is the livestock, aquaculture, apiculture, sericulture, many of these allied sectors, they remain untapped more or less, and there's huge opportunity, unpenetrated markets are there, and I think a farmer's entire ecosystem not only involves crops, it involves entire thing, livestock, his tractor, his house, I mean everything around his life. I mean that is right from the time you can say from the time the seed germinates in the crop ecosystem to the time it is, to the fertilizers, etc. And then after the harvesting, the storage of the grains and movement to distribution to the selling point. All of this is a risk at every stage for the farmer. So I think we need to have an ecosystem developed where all these risks are taken care of, and there is a one-stop shop for the farmer. So this huge initiative by way of a sandbox, we could pull in the insurance elements here, which would be all the elements that were listed now: the home, the motor, the tractor, the storage facilities, the distribution right up to the last point the farmer gets to sell. We could also have financial inclusion into this by way of including credit, which the farmer takes, for his crops or for his activities, and include that also, so that insurance becomes, a risk transfer tool for him, and he's able to rely, and have some stability in all the activities that he does. This could, right now there is a big vacuum here. We are addressing only crop by way of PMFBY, and the platform is now built in a very sturdy way, the NCIP platform, and the vision that Mr. Gajendra Singh has just shown us, I think it is beautiful. It is like, I think you can really extend it, when you have a sandbox kind of a environment, you are, don't have to comply with many things that you have to with normal financial products. It gives you room to try and test these products, wherein you could sell these products on a pilot basis to the farmer, and then keep on tweaking it till it reaches a point where it has matured and where you can roll it out. So it's a very good point, and we could roll out many. We see a lot of a lot of promise here, because we could try out these products first of all. We will have an audience, ready-made audience, which already uses PMFB, the NCIP portal for their crops, so they obviously will be more inclined to get into these products. There could be specialized products which we could come out with. Like we look at women as a very targeted category in a rural space, because women offer a lot of contribution in the farming space, and we could bring out women-centric products which we could roll out using technology. We could bring bundled products for farmers, as I said, the comprehensive scheme which covers from seed to distribution kind of a thing, and the entire farmers ecosystem now, which includes also the student loan, farmers' children's travel plans, accident insurance, life insurance. I think insurance companies do not have who don't do life obviously and who don't do health also could tie up with such other insurance companies and offer this as a joint and bundle product. This involves a lot of pricing and premium distribution issues and between the companies itself. So, and actuarial calculations, involving distribution of these premiums. So I think this this sandbox is a very good idea. It could be tried out, and I'm sure it will be a very big success, a way to go, and it would be a driver to achieve this 2047 aim to make insurance, inclusive for everybody.
Thank you, ma'am. I have a follow-on question on this. Since you know that coconut palm insurance scheme was one of the prominent scheme of Government of India, and it has legacies before PMFBY itself. So my question is, what do you think were the challenges with the CPIS, and what interventions or the corrections we can do now to reintroduce this product for the providing coverage to the farmers who are into farming and cultivation of coconuts?
Is this for me?
Yeah, this is for you, ma'am.
Yeah. So
Briefly, please.
Yes, yes. So this CPIS scheme, AIC had tried to do this earlier. I think the main impediment here is that the state government needs to get, this was mainly tried out in Kerala. So the state government needs to get involved into the premium subsidy part of this. The premium itself was extremely low. I mean, you can't have a premium wherein, if a coconut tree produces 50 coconuts in a year, you can't expect to get premium at the rate of 1 coconut. I mean, that's too low. So I think we need to really, get to reality on this one and then come to a reasonable level of premium, and which needs to be subsidized also by the state. I think these were the two main issues with this scheme.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. I think coming to you, so my question to you is, while the new products, whenever are designed, it need to be ensured that the risk requirement of insured are taken care of and product is standardized. What do you think could be the possible structure to ensure that the product is standardized and it basically caters to the requirements for which it is being designed to?
So I think as an industry, over the last 6 months, we have worked on a standardized product that will be expected to be marketed going forward to increase the penetration. Along with the regulator, we have designed a product called Bima Vistar, which again covers life, PA, hospital cash, and property as well of the farmers. The home is also covered. Now, when we're designing this or standardizing these covers, it's important that we speak to all the stakeholders, including governments, try to do a survey with some of the farmers, understand the requirements much more in detail at what are the pain points, and then probably come up with a standardized product. The pricing, as ma'am said, needs to be taken into consideration as to what level of penetration can be achieved. More importantly, at the indemnity levels, when we are trying to design a standardized products, it's important to ensure that the benefits that are being included into the products, it's relevant for the stakeholders. Like, for example, localized losses and some other aspects that we want to design. Is it really the need? If you want to design low indemnity products to keep the premiums low, but it doesn't make sense to the farmer, it will end up still not making, when the losses occur, the farmer will not benefit. So it's important that the standardization ensures that the indemnity levels are appropriate, the benefits that the farmer expects are included into the products, the pain areas that he's suffering today is minimized. The whole concept of standardization should ensure that the basis risk for the farmer gets eliminated to a large extent.
Thank you, Hiten. My follow-on question, the same. I wanted to also understand from you, like coconut palm insurance scheme we had. The insurance industry also had a lot of other plantation programs and the insurance products for the plantation crops. What do you think, how do we bring those, all those plantation crops, including coconut, also into the framework of PMFBY or RWBCS or any other, maybe a hybrid program? What do you think about that?
So again, let's go back and understand what has been, why so what ma'am already highlighted, premium was one of the challenge. But also what we have understood is that it has not met the expectation of the farmers in terms of, when the losses did happen, they still realized that the payouts were not appropriate, whether the indemnity levels were relevant or not. So if we can look at those studies again and see where the challenges were, it will really help us to redesign the product a bit more. The sandbox allows us to try a couple of products offerings in a particular season. So we can have a design one in a particular season and then change the design slightly to see the efficacy. Now when we look at weather-based schemes, we have seen some of the term sheets are designed in such a manner that the payouts are as high as 60% and 70% of the indemnity. Now when you have such high payouts, again, the premiums and the loss ratios will be very high. Then again, adoption of such coverages will be very difficult because these schemes are not expected to be subsidized now. So it's a balance that we have to strike across the way the product is designed, the pricing that the farmer can really afford. And as long as we can protect his income, because at the end of the day, we are trying to protect the farmer's income, because he's interested in ensuring continuity of his life on a daily basis. And if we can design these products, it will really help them.
Thank you, Hiten. Coming to you, Apuru. My question to you would be, since you being an underwriter, a seasoned underwriter, the product design involves a lot of primary and secondary data points for consideration and risk analysis. What do you think if going forward for innovation and product designing under Sandbox platform, what could be the enablers for the insurance industry to rolling this on, meaning thereby what Government of India can do here or what industry together can do here to make the products available and make the solutions available for the rural economy?
Sure. I think first, before going to the requirement and those all things, I think first thing which we have been discussing from a long time is agri insurance, but largely it was limited to the crop insurance. Today is the first time when we are really discussing on the agri insurance, where we can look at the overall benefit to the farmer in terms of cattle, home, life, everything. So one is this, that after a long time we have reached to this position that we have been able to discuss on the agri insurance instead of only on the crop insurance. From the data side, if you look at the crop insurance program also in history, till 2016 the data set was very limited. So in 2016, 17, 18 you have seen that the pricing was very high. And then when the data sanity, when the data quality has improved, the pricing have seen the substantial downfall in the premium rates. Similarly, if you have to design any particular product, you need a very strong data set where you can identify that what is the risk which I have to give it to the farmer, is insurable or non-insurable. The first thing is that is it insurable or non-insurable? Then if it is an insurable risk, what will be the premium rates? So technically the data will give you an insight that how the premium rates has to be designed. So like an example, how the insurable or non-insurable risk is. From last so many years, one of the state is coming across with the tender of the weather-based crop insurance scheme. But if you look at the term sheet, as Hiten also said, the term sheets designed in such a way that the premium rate itself are coming in the range of 60–70%. Similarly, if you look at that particular term sheet, the premium rate was 98%. So,
but it is vice versa also, sometimes.
See, very rarely, if your premium rates, if your losses, if your event is occurring year on year, how that term sheet or how that particular crop is surviving in that particular area, that's a bigger question. If I'm saying in a particular state which is an arid zone area, if you are requiring a rainfall requirement in that particular term sheet is 2,500 millimeter, and that's an arid zone area, what will be the premium rate to that particular area? Similarly, if you want to design a new product also, you need a certain level of data to understand that is that particular risk insurable or non-insurable. And then you can identify. Now, if you look at the Government of India or any state government, the data set is sizable to provide. But when any particularly private insurance company or anybody private firm approaches department, there are few thoughts in the minds of the government to provide the data. It is only the agriculture and the NHM department where the insurance companies have been able to provide the data by the department so that they can price it, they can design the things. If you reach the universities, there will always be the differentiation in providing the data sets. So I think we need to identify a portal where entire data sets can be made available for the research and designing the products. And then those data sets can be provided to the insurance companies with the NDA agreement so that we may not use that data anywhere else apart from the designing of the product. Apart from that, there are several data sets which are available with the IIB. There can be a research wing provided in the IIB also, which can provide the data sets to the insurance companies only for designing the products.
Got it, thank you. My follow-on question to you on UPIS. I mean, the product was launched with a lot of expectations, and knowing that the components of UPIS were all those which we understand is the requirement for the rural economy. So what went wrong that it could not take off?
I think the platform which has been designed now, the AIDS, or the way we are thinking on the enrollment platforms, which was not available at that point of time first. Secondly, when we approach the state governments or when we approach the other departments, like agriculture department was not taking care for the cattle insurance. So there was not great interest into that thing, that why do we look at it? So they have just implemented the scheme, but the enrollment or the enthusiasm to make the farmers enroll under that scheme was not that great. Secondly, when we approached to the farmers, there was a low interest because the subsidies were not available there, and we were charging the full premium rate from that farmers. So if we have to really rebuild this UPIS, I think the integration of the cattle insurance and the agriculture insurance or the home insurance with the Department of Rural and Development needs to be done over there.
Thank you. Thank you, Apur. Very apt. I mean, the sandbox platform can itself be a single source of truth going forward in coming years, as we have converted NCIP into the same. Coming to you, Gajendra sir, since you prefer to speak in Hindi, I'll also prefer to ask you in Hindi. सैंडबॉक्स प्लेटफॉर्म को एक मजबूत एवं लचीले डिजिटल सिस्टम की ज़रूरत है, ये हम सभी जानते हैं। आपके अनुसार इस प्लेटफॉर्म की मुख्य विशेषताएं क्या होंगी और मौजूदा NCIP क्षमताओं का लाभ हम इसमें कैसे उठा सकते हैं?
थैंक यू फॉर हिंदी। जो लॉजिकल है वो इम्प्लीमेंटेबल है, सिंपल सा है कि जो भी लॉजिकल आप सोच सकते हैं सॉफ्टवेयर उसको इम्प्लीमेंट कर सकता है। सैंडबॉक्स देखें अगर तो कोई नई, मतलब अपनी टेक्नोलॉजी वाइज देखें तो कुछ नया नहीं है। WBCIS का एक सेकंड फॉर्म है, जिस तरह WBCIS है, और हम लोग WBCIS में काम करने जा रहे हैं, और मैं प्रयास करूंगा कि WBCIS से मैं क्रिएट करूं, सैंडबॉक्स उसी समय क्रिएट कर दें, क्योंकि सारे स्टेक होल्डर वहीं पे हैं। तो मेरे को कोई ऐसा इशू टेक्नोलॉजी वाइज नहीं लगता कि हम लोग इसमें कहीं भी प्रॉब्लम होगी हम लोगों को। हाँ, हितेश इनकी चिंता थी, चिंता तो मेरी उल्टी है इसमें कि WBCIS में ऐसा ना हो, ऐसी टर्म शीट बन जाए कि क्लेम ना मिले, क्योंकि वहाँ पे जो सरकार को पैसा देना था यहाँ पे सिर्फ इंश्योरर को देना है। तो इसमें एक बैलेंस की ज़रूरत है। चीज़ें बहुत साइंटिफिक होनी चाहिए कि जो ट्रिगर्स हैं हमेशा साइंटिफिक होने चाहिए, ना इस साइड में होने चाहिए ना उस साइड में होने चाहिए। मेरा तो कई बार मानना रहा, मैंने बहुत बार रिक्वेस्ट भी की कि इन पैरामीटर्स पे कमेटी हम लोगों को बना देनी चाहिए, जो कम से कम पूरे कंट्री को एक बार स्टडी करे, पैरामीटर के वेरिएशंस कैसे हो रहे हैं, क्योंकि स्टेट के पास भी कुछ है नहीं। देखा जाए स्टेट का दोष नहीं मैं मानता हूँ, उनके पास ऐसी कोई मैकेनिज्म नहीं है। वही पैरामीटर हैं, वो समझता है इतना बरसता है यार लिख दो, मतलब कोई लॉजिक नहीं है उसके पीछे कोई भी। तो इसमें क्या है कि हमको सोचना चाहिए कुछ ऐसा करें कि जो पैरामीट्रिक चीज़ें हैं वो अपने कंट्री में एक बार स्टडी कंट्री की जाए और क्रॉप वाइज पैरामीट्रिक वेरिएशंस को एक बार पकड़ा जाए, जिससे कि चीज़ें समझ में आए। जहाँ तक रही आपके अंतिम पार्ट की, कि ऑब्वियस है कि देखिए कोई भी प्रोडक्ट आएगा तो उसकी मार्केटिंग की ज़रूरत होती है, और एनसिप से अच्छी मार्केटिंग है नहीं, क्योंकि हमारे पास 8 करोड़ का डाटा है हम ये भी जानते हैं, मान लीजिए कोई पैरामेट्रिक प्रोडक्ट अगर किसी गांव के लिए भी ले आएँ, हम उसके सारे आदमियों को जानते हैं क्योंकि हम पीएम किसान का डाटा रखते हैं। तो वो प्रॉब्लम तो कहीं है ही नहीं ना एडवर्टाइजमेंट की है। हम ऐसा मैकेनिज्म बनाएंगे कि जो आईसी प्रोडक्ट को लॉन्च करेगी वो जिसको चाहे उसको एसएमएस भेज सके कि हमने ऐसा प्रोडक्ट लॉन्च किया है, ये चीज़ें हैं। ये हम लोग इस तरह का मैकेनिज्म बनाएंगे। हाँ, ये ज़रूर है कि मैडम ने मेरा काम बढ़ा दिया। मैं तो अभी क्रॉप के बारे में सोच रहा था, मैडम ने बहुत चीज़ें ऐड कर दी कि इसमें लाइव स्टॉक भी ले आते हैं, एक्वाकल्चर भी ले आते हैं। इसमें कोई बुराई नहीं है। देखा जाए तो इन सब चीज़ों के लिए भी कोई ऐसी मैकेनिज्म है नहीं अपने कंट्री में। मतलब मैं तो फिशरी और एनिमल हस्बेंड्री से ही हूँ, हमारे यहाँ भी ऐसी कोई चीज़ें नहीं हैं। लोग बार बार मुझसे कहते हैं। तो फार्मर के लिए एक अच्छा सा प्लेटफॉर्म बनाया जा सकता है। दिक्कत एक और आएगी जो इसमें हमको, कि एक ही पोर्टल पे कोई चीज़ 2% में मिलेगी और एक ही पोर्टल पे कोई चीज़ 17% पे मिलेगी। तो थोड़ा सा ये जो प्रीमियम का जो सब्सिडी है, मान लीजिए हमारा 12% का इस समय प्रीमियम रेट है कंट्री में, जिसमें फार्मर तो केवल 2% देता है। अब क्या है, कोई प्रोडक्ट आया 17% पे आएगा, 17% उसको देने हैं। तो शुरुआत में मेरी एडवाइस रहेगी कि ऐसा प्रोडक्ट देखिए जो PMFBY से कहीं भी क्लैश ना करता हो, ऐसा हो कि जिसमें फार्मर रियली में परेशान हो। ऐसा प्रोडक्ट कोई लेके आए जिससे फार्मर रियली में परेशान हो और उसको हम लोग उसको इंश्योरेंस देने का प्रयास करें। तो जो इनिशियल लॉन्च है उसमें थोड़ा सा हम लोगों को बड़ी सावधानी बरतने की ज़रूरत है। शुरू में गलत हो गया तो फिर वो मार्केट में नहीं आता है। थैंक यू अजय।
थैंक यू सर। सुनील जी।
सर से मेरा एक क्वेश्चन है, क्योंकि गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया में एक थॉट चल रही है, कन्वर्जेंस ऑफ इंश्योरेंस स्कीम्स, कन्वर्जेंस इन टर्म्स ऑफ द प्रोडक्ट बेनिफिट, कन्वर्जेंस इन टर्म्स ऑफ द IT प्लेटफॉर्म। तो सर इसमें जो आपने IT प्लेटफॉर्म को हैंडल किया है, तो हमें डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन, खास करके बेनिफिट एंड डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन के लिए और क्लेम असेसमेंट के लिए, ताकि दो चीज़ें में कोर है एक्टिविटीज़, जो डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन एंड क्लेम असेसमेंट। तो क्या अलग प्रोडक्ट जितने हैं या जो हम लोग सैंड बॉक्सिंग में कर रहे हैं, क्या इस तरह की जो अलग अलग सेक्टर में जो डिमांड है या जो अवेलेबिलिटी है उसको IT प्लेटफॉर्म पर इंटीग्रेट करने के लिए क्या इस तरह की कोई कमिटी की नीड है, या कोई हम टाइमलाइन सेट कर सकते हैं, या कोई और इसमें थॉट ला सकते हैं, ताकि हम सर IT प्लेटफॉर्म पर अगर हम ठीक से अगर हम दो काम कर पाएँ, डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन एंड क्लेम असेसमेंट, ताकि हम एक ट्रांसपेरेंसी मेंटेन कर पाएँ, तो इसके लिए क्या आप सुझाव कर देते हैं? क्या इसकी टाइमलाइन वगैरह होनी चाहिए सर?
नहीं, क्लेम असेसमेंट में देखो बिड्स के आने के बाद दिक्कत नहीं होनी है, क्योंकि बिड्स के आने के बाद ज़्यादातर पैरामीट्रिक चीज़ें होंगी इसमें, तो बिड्स इन चीज़ों को तो देख सकता है। जहाँ तक कन्वर्जेंस, तो देखो हमेशा एक बड़ा सवाल रहा IT में, जो सुनने में बड़ा अच्छा लगता है। मैं कहता हूँ कई बार कि बच्चा पैदा होता है तो पौंड में नापते हैं, बड़ा होता है तो किलो में नापते हैं, कोई टन में नापता है। हम कभी कन्वर्जेंस के लायक हैं नहीं। देखा जाए तो जितनी भी देश की पोर्टल हैं, जिसका जैसे मन किया लोगों ने बनाया। हम आदमी को फिट में भी नाप देते हैं, हम आदमी को मीटर में भी नाप देते हैं। खेतों में चले जाओ तो वहाँ भी कन्वर्जेंस है नहीं, क्योंकि क्या है कि हमारे यहाँ कभी ऐसी कोई अथॉरिटी नहीं रही पूरे कंट्री में। देखा जाए तो IT की कोई सर्विस ही नहीं होती, मैं बार बार कहता हूँ, तो कन्वर्जेंस कहाँ से होगा? पूरे देश में कोई IT की सर्विस नहीं है। मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ IT है लेकिन उसमें IT की कोई सर्विस नहीं है। तो कन्वर्जेंस, आप स्कीम की बात जरूर कर रहे थे कि इन कन्वर्जेंस में, जैसे देखो अभी डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म बना रहे हैं वो लोग, उनके साथ कन्वर्ज होने में हमको कितनी दिक्कतें हैं। लैंड रिकॉर्ड के कन्वर्ज होने में कितनी दिक्कतें हैं। आज भी हम लैंड रिकॉर्ड फैच नहीं कर पाते, बीच में कोडिंग लगाते हैं, चीज़ें करते हैं। लेकिन ये है कि अगर सही तरीके से हम प्रोडक्ट को चूज करें और कोई अच्छा सा प्लेटफॉर्म से लॉन्च करें, तो सैंड बॉक्स एक नई स्टार्ट ले सकता है। यहाँ पॉसिबिलिटीज़ हैं, केवल एक चीज़ की दिक्कत है कि 2% देने वाला 17% कैसे देगा।
धन्यवाद सर। Since the reinsurance companies play a very strong role and offers a backbone to the insurance companies, so coming to you, Chandan, my question to you would be where so since we have spoken about sandbox products, product designing and innovation, so where do you see reinsurers' role in fostering this product innovation and designing? And given that the reinsurance companies already have wider global experiences across the globe while implementing and designing such kind of products for other economies?
Thanks, Jay. First, on this sandbox, would like to say.
Chandan, maybe
yeah,
little.
would like to mention one thing. Like Gajenji mentioned that IT can create anything, so same lies with the insurance and reinsurance companies also. We can insure anything under the sun if the right premium has been paid for the risk which we are covering. So that's not an issue for us. But here, if we are, when we are talking about the sandbox and when it goes towards the type of insurance which where we already covering under WBCI, so why not try, we can say, providing the similar coverage to the farmers from the same portal. If we want to really want to create something different, just would like to take the example from the state of AP, where they are not covered, there is no add-on covers provided to the farmers at this stage. So what we can do is for these states, and now we heard in the afternoon also in the state of Rajasthan also, some of the covers has been taken out of the PMFBY scheme. So for these type of covers which are now not covered under the ambit of PMFBY, we can provide the insurance coverage to the farmers, providing us single peril covers. So these can be the one set of things which we can do. If required from the reinsurance side, we are definitely always ready to bring the expertise globally to have the implementation and provide the more things at the ground. But as I mentioned initially, first and foremost thing is we should have right data sets as well as the right premium, because right universal UPIS and CCIS, we have tried it earlier in the country, but at this stage, if we offload it to the farmers and if they show and bring their interest to buy these covers, I think insurance companies at this stage may not require the expertise from the reinsurance, but if they feel like doing it, we are definitely ready to help them out.
Thank you, Chandan. Thank you for that assurance. Coming to you, Alok, since insurance companies need support for placement of risk and diversify their plot. Yeah, thanks. It's working. So, Alok, coming back to you, it happens. Technology we can't beat. Because we know that insurance companies need expertise and support from reinsurance companies to place their risk and diversify their portfolio. So, for example, any insurance company comes to you with the proposition of having these sandbox insurance products for support. What would be the consideration of reinsurance companies to provide support to the insurance company in order to ensure that a comprehensive risk protection is offered to the rural economies?
Sure. Thanks, Ajay. It's a market which has been existing since last 15, 20 years. So parametric as a product or bundling product with seeds or fertilizers or, with services is something which is not new. And we as a reinsurer even today support a lot of such programs. In fact, we have gone to a level that we do not have any minimum premium expectation there as well. So we are even writing deals which amount to a couple of lakhs of premium. So it's too small a premium to even underwrite, but we still are there to support, because we believe that there is a future potential, and this is where, we together as industry can focus and grow. But I guess what we need to also do is that we need to take a step back and try to understand a lot of things, because a lot of discussion which has happened so far is more from the supply side. We are talking about product, we are talking about portal, we are talking about reaching out to the farmers. I think we also need to understand the demand side, that what is the expectation of the farmer, whether the affordability is there or not, whether they want to buy the product, if they want to buy, what kind of product they want to buy, whether they want to shell out 100 rupees or 1,000 rupees, or they are happy to shell out whatever premium is charged till the time the risk is appropriately covered. So we need to, do a lot of research and understanding and learnings from the past, because a lot of pilots have been done, a lot of pilots have been successful, a lot of failures, a lot to learn from there. So as a reinsurer, if any proposal comes to us, how we see it is more from long-term viability, long-term sustainability. Even today, if it's small, very, very small, we are very happy to, provide capacity, we are very happy to provide bandwidth, but it should have that vision and view, how it can be scaled and how it will be sustainable over time. Second, wherever we have already done that, because there is a lot of experience available in the market, so we should jointly put it together and learn from that. And then the next step should be taking, all the learnings from the past. And that's something which we also look forward to when we underwrite any proposal, that have we done any such thing in the past? Is there anything which didn't work out in the past and we are again trying to do the same thing, or we are changing that particular aspect? So in short, we are there to support. Capacity is there, support is there in terms of pricing, in terms of underwriting. We definitely are at a very different time right now. We have portal, which can help us in reaching out to the farmers. We have a lot more data. We have so many initiatives which are kind of giving us access to a lot more data as compared to 5-10 years back. The time is definitely right. We are there as a capacity provider, so let's work together to make this a big success.
Great. Thank you, Alok. Now, Anuj, coming to you, since we know that insurance companies, insurtech companies and fintech entities and many of the startups in previous few years have been taking up a tough task of working with farmers and help provide technical support, other value-added services in their farming, and providing also the kind of risk coverage through insurance. You have been working in India and globally also across few economies. What is your experience and challenges and possible interventions, if any, if the insurance industry and government can bring in to set the ball rolling for providing risk solutions to the rural economies?
Yeah, thank you, Ajay, and hello everyone. I'm Anuj from WRMS. I think this question can be answered with one statement which I heard from Mr. Vijay Mahajan 10 years ago. He has started largest MFI in India for the first time. And somebody asked him a question that what should be done to grow non-farm economy in rural areas? And his one-line answer was, grow farm economy. So if you grow farm economy, non-farm economy will grow in rural areas. And that answer leads us to that it's really heartening and appropriate that PMFBY is a forum which is talking about expanding rural insurance coverage and expanding coverage to more farmers and non-farm entities in rural areas. And I think from the sandbox perspective, the answer lies in why are we talking about sandbox? And that is where my experiences and what we have done probably will help gain some insights in it. I think the most appropriate reason for doing this sandbox, and which I could hear from various government officials, Ajay and others, is that there is some degree of, there are certain occupational groups, there are certain farming groups which are probably still outside the ambit of PMFBY or not getting the appropriate solutions there. And these are on both sides of spectrum, and how these can be addressed through insurance solutions. And I can give you some examples. To start with, better farmers or progressive farmers, or those farmers who are actually doing much better technological agriculture than normal farmers. So this is a mass crop insurance scheme, and we know and understand that, and it is for masses. And if we talk about these farmers, we are basically saying किसान जैसे जैसे समझदार होता जा रहा है, बीमा उसके लिए inappropriate और नासमझ होता जा रहा है. So for a more smarter farmer, you need smarter solutions, probably bespoke solutions and downscale solutions. With the advantage with the technology and the platform which Gajendra ji is talking about is that you can provide these solutions. You can actually link a lot of agriculture initiatives under Ag Stack, a lot of programs for sustainable agriculture which Government of India is taking and offer these solutions. आप आज लोन लेने पे टाइम पे पैसा देने पे ज़्यादा सबवेंशन देते हैं, 2% ब्याज चार्ज करते हैं, 4% ब्याज चार्ज करते हैं. क्या फार्मर को एक इंसेंटिव है अगर वो बेटर एग्रीकल्चर कर रहा है उसके लिए क्या एक अप्रोप्रिएट क्रॉप इंश्योरेंस सोल्यूशन है, या आर वी एबल टू प्रोवाइड दो सपोर्ट टू द फार्मर्स हु आर डूइंग बेटर एग्रीकल्चर? And probably states can identify those things. I'm just giving an example. There's a lot of work happening in olives in Rajasthan, pomegranate in Rajasthan. Are they covered under insurance? Because they are taking risk. They are taking huge risk in actually doing an agriculture which has traditionally not been done there. So are we supporting them? Is there any insurance solution? They are applying technology. Probably Sandbox can answer these questions. And then on the other side of spectrum, there are certain groups which are right now outside insurance ecosystem, not adequately catering as far as catastrophe risks are concerned, calamity risks are concerned. I can give you examples. मैं अभी हरियाणा में था और बिहार का एक एग्रीकल्चर लेबर वहाँ पे था. उसने मुझे बोला कि सर इस बार कमाई अच्छी हुई है क्योंकि पेस्ट बहुत आया था. फार्मर के लिए वो प्रॉब्लम है, बट एग्रीकल्चर लेबर को एक अपॉर्चुनिटी मिल रही है कि वो ज़्यादा स्प्रे कर रहा है और ज़्यादा कमा रहा है. अब इसी इकोसिस्टम में बट उसके लिए एक प्रॉब्लम ये है कि अगर कैलेमिटी हुई, बारिश हुई, बाढ़ आई, सूखा पड़ा, तो उसको लेबर नहीं मिलेगा, उसको पैसा नहीं मिलेगा. कैन there be a calamity risk insurance for agriculture labor, which is what we are talking about, universal protection? And since there is a platform and there is a way to actually bring them on board, I think it's a good idea to think about how do we cover a basic calamity insurance, a basic insurance for agriculture laborers. We have a very organized SHG bank linkages and SHG linkages where women, rural workers and women farmers are there, associated there. And Girija madam spoke about how do we bring in more women farmers or more women-oriented households, or those women who are earning in insurance ecosystem. And again, the calamity risk or parametric risk, as we are talking about, is important for them as well. And this is where this role comes in. As in technology, I think what we have been doing, we've been working with farmers and we are offering technology solutions to the farmer. The idea is that when we are offering and giving better technologies to the farmer, adoption risk is there for the farmer. And that is where I was initially hinting at that बीमा किसान के साथ समझदार होना चाहिए, उसको थोड़ा और improve करना चाहिए, and bespoke solutions can help there. And I think the Ag Stack thing plays a major role. The last thing which is very important is that, and this is because the government is also really talking about is a carbon economy. What is happening around that? There are a lot of initiatives being taken, DSR, AWD, a lot of other initiatives have been taken. How do we, and carbon economy requires a platform. They requires technology validation, traceability. I think there's nothing better than NCIP or technologies related to insurance and what we have developed as a platform to really offer these solutions through, because it's also a risk management measure and you can reduce the premiums by utilizing better initiatives which have been taken for carbon sequestration by the farmer. Because smallholder farmer right now is not able to benefit, in spite of taking those steps, not able to benefit from the carbon economy as we are talking about. And then there are other groups or other agriculture ecosystems which are not covered in PMFBY. As we introduce technology in agriculture, I think we should also look at how do we integrate it with risk management system, because that is much needed overall. And risk and credit is basically going to propel all these technology initiatives. These are my thoughts on what can be done.
Thanks, Anuj. Thanks for putting it appropriately. Coming to my last question, and it is for Suman, you. We know that insurance intermediaries plays an important role while creating a bridge between insured and the insurer. to help insurer understand the requirement of insured. So we recently launched aid app for enrollment of farmers under PMFBY, and we already have witnessed enormous response from the farming and insurance intermediary segment. What do you think the intermediaries can do in expanding sandbox products and reaching out to farmers while providing the risk solution to them, in addition to what we will be doing under A for PMFBY?
Thank you, Ajay. And I would like to thank Government of India for launching this aid app. I think this is the fastest launch app anyone has seen. Like last NRC, we were talking about how to launch it, how to make it, and this NRC, we have completed 2.5 lakhs of farmers have already enrolled to aid app. I think aid app is one of the important milestone of PMFBY, where we all believe that PMFBY is also a push product. Insurance typically in India is a push product. So before this aid app, we are totally dependent on banks, CSC channels, and other channels for getting enrolled. But after coming aid, I think we as an intermediary who having a greater force in the ground, field managers in the ground. So I think it's a great tool which actually solving a greater problem. So reaching out the farmer, even after universalization, we see the penetration is not getting high. Even though the premium is 1 rupee for the farmer, even though it's free for the farmer, but the penetration is not going high. I think it's required a push, and by aid app, I think it's good for us, it's good for farmers, that we can go and we can enroll more and more farmers. Next milestone, what we are hoping and what we are seeing is switching from a platform, portal to platform. I think NCIP as a portal has a great ability, and from that, I think from portal to platform will be a great shift, where field machinery, what I was talking, the field force who are in the ground, who can go and sell the insurance, which will be very helpful. And coincidentally, if you see the portal spelling and platform spelling are very similar. The only difference is the F and M. I think that is for field machinery getting empowered with the portal platform. And we have to, I think previously we were talking about UPIS, which was launched in 2016 with the vision that enroll farmers with other insurance products. I think this is the right time because we are having a platform, we are having an app, we are having a field machinery who can go, who can tell about these products to the farmers, and ultimately larger farmers other than crop insurance can get covered under different rural insurance products. So for me, the sandbox should be a rural insurance in a box, where a POS can go to the farmer house, he can enroll for crop insurance, let's say other parametric insurance, because right now also in PMFBY, not all crops are getting covered. Some crops are getting covered, and if you go to the village or if you go to the farm, we believe we are a step closer to the farmer as an intermediary. When we go to the farm, we see paddy field is there, we see he has grown tomatoes also there, but paddy is covered under PMFBY, but tomatoes are not covered under PMFBY. So what will that farmer will do? So can we bring some product other than PMFBY in same platform where he can go and purchase for his tomatoes also? So I think this will really help for the farmers also. It will, and also for the rural products. Ultimately, if I go to the farmers, and end of the day, my for insurer, my cost of customer acquisition will be low for other products. So And also I would like to add one point that uh, in PMFBY and non-PMFBY states, let's say a neighboring state who is not implementing PMFBY, but their farmer, when they want to take insurance, there is a 18% GST. So that is actually affecting the affordability of that. What Gajendra sir was also saying, that if someone is taking 2% and if he is going to agree for the 17% or not. So we have to think about the affordability of the product also in the sandbox. So I think with this, a step has been started, and also we have to start from 0 to 1. Many times we think about 10, but let's say when we go to any insurance company and any insurance company for a product, the first question what we face is kitna kar loge. So I think we have to think for innovation, and if we think of innovation, and there is and if this become a sandbox, is a platform, I think there is a more opportunity that new products can come in, and with the help of ADAP, we can actually penetrate it more.
Thank you, Suman. Sunilji, any thoughts you want to share before we conclude this session?
No, Ajay, no specific.
Thank you, all panelists. I think we had a very fruitful discussion, and I think to conclude, it is well understood that there are a lot of opportunities for the insurance industry as well as the farmers to have their risk protected under insurance. Only thing is that since the agriculture is becoming smart, so we'll have to have our products also smart. Maybe the small steps together along with the insurance industry, governments and other stakeholders, we can make a move and a considerable change in how the rural economies and how the requirements for agriculture sector is met through our efforts from Sandbox platform. Thank you, panel members. Thank you for your participation. Thanks.
A little reminder that you are provided with the feedback forms. In case you have filled them, we are going to collect it during the tea break. And in case you have not, kindly fill them up during the tea break so that we can collect all the questions for the open forum. After this panel discussion, we are going for a tea break. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, we are running slightly behind schedule. Request all of you to please be here in another 10 minutes. We'll have a quick tea break. That's a 10-minute.
के द्वारा हम ब्लॉक दर ब्लॉक देश भर के सभी स्वचालित मौसम स्टेशनों, AWS और स्वचालित वर्षा गेजों ARG से बहुमूल्य जानकारी घर घर पहुंचाएंगे। बीमाकर्ताओं, बैंकों, किसानों, शोधकर्ताओं और नीति निर्माताओं को समय पर सटीक एवं भरोसेमंद जानकारी प्रदान करते हुए सारा डेटा विंड्स पोर्टल पर दिखाया जाएगा। इस पहल की मदद से हम भारत के मौजूदा AWS और ARG नेटवर्क को 5 गुना बढ़ा पाएंगे और भारत का पहला ऐसा वेदर डेटा सिस्टम बना पाएंगे जो कृषि, आपदा प्रबंधन, बीमा, जोखिम मूल्यांकन और जलवायु अनुसंधान में सरकार की क्षमताओं को और अधिक मजबूत करेगा। एक ऐसी दुनिया जहां किसान घर बैठे मौसम के सटीक पूर्वानुमान और स्थानीय जानकारी की मदद से आत्मविश्वास के साथ अपनी कृषि गतिविधियों की योजना बना पाएंगे। विंड्स के साथ हम एक ऐसे भविष्य का निर्माण कर रहे हैं जहां हर निर्णय सटीक मौसम डेटा की शक्ति द्वारा समर्थित होगा। आइए और अपने देश के किसानों के भविष्य के लिए मौसम संबंधी ज्ञान की संभावनाओं को बेहतर बनाएं। अधिक जानकारी के लिए दिए गए लिंक पर जाएं।
जब भारत की खेती को आगे बढ़ाने की जरूरत थी तो हमने बढ़ाया मदद का हाथ। आधुनिक टेक्नोलॉजी की बदौलत हम एक तरीका विकसित कर पाए कम समय में सटीक उपज आंकलन। पेश है येस्टेक यील्ड एस्टिमेशन सिस्टम यानी उपज अनुमान प्रणाली। ये प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना के अंतर्गत एक पहल है। पिछले 2 वर्षों में टेक्नोलॉजी बेस्ड यील्ड एस्टिमेशन की अनेक पायलट परियोजनाओं के बाद कृषि एवं किसान कल्याण विभाग ने येस्टेक को विकसित किया है। ये है उपज आंकलन का एक नया समाधान जो पारंपरिक तरीकों की सीमाओं में बंधा नहीं है। पारंपरिक तरीकों के रास्ते में अक्सर चुनौतियां आती हैं, जैसे कि अकार्यकुशलता, पूर्वाग्रह, देरियां। अब येस्टेक के साथ जल्दी ही ये चुनौतियां अवसर में बदल जाएंगी, क्योंकि बेहतर होगी सटीकता, कार्यकुशलता और रफ्तार। फसल काटने से जुड़े प्रयोगों की रिमोट सेंसिंग जैसी प्रक्रियाओं के जरिए किसी इलाके की जमीनी निगरानी की जरूरत नहीं रहती। इससे शोधकर्ताओं को उपज का आकलन और दावा निपटान में उत्पन्न होने वाले पूर्वाग्रहों को दूर करके बेहतर और तेजी से निर्णय लेने में सहायता मिलती है। येस्टेक ज्यादा सटीक परिणाम देने के लिए इनोवेटिव डेटा सेट और एल्गोरिदम का उपयोग करता है और इससे उत्पन्न होता है ज्यादा विश्वास और साथ ही मिलता है उपज का सही आंकलन भी। इससे अत्याधुनिक तकनीक से कृषि क्षेत्र में क्रांति आएगी। उपज के आंकलन से जुड़े इस नए और बेहतर तरीके से हमें काफी आशाएं हैं और हमें विश्वास है कि छोटे और बड़े दोनों स्तरों पर ये एक सकारात्मक प्रभाव डालेगा। इसे देश भर में एक ही लक्ष्य के साथ लागू करने की योजना चल रही है। कम विवाद, ज्यादा परिणाम। अब समय है यस कहने का येस्टेक को। कृषि एवं किसान कल्याण मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार।
क्या बात है भाई, कुछ परेशान दिखाई दे रहे हो?
कृषि रक्षक भैया, मेरी परेशानी ये बारिश का ना होना है। आपको तो पता है कि बारिश का पानी हमारी फसलों के लिए एक वरदान होता है, जो अच्छी पैदावार के लिए बहुत जरूरी है।
हाँ, मैं समझ सकता हूँ। पर्याप्त मात्रा में बारिश हम किसानों के लिए बहुत जरूरी है।
तो कृषि रक्षक भैया, मेरी चिंता है कि अगर इस बार बारिश नहीं हुई तो क्या होगा?
अनिल, तुमने प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना के बारे में नहीं सुना?
हाँ, नाम तो सुना है।
नाम सुना है तो काम में भी ले आओ उसे। तुम्हें पता है कि बाढ़, सूखा, ओलावृष्टि या बिजली गिरने जैसी मौसमी आपदाओं की स्थिति में सरकार तुम्हें उपज नुकसान के आधार पर क्लेम प्रदान करती है।
अच्छा, ऐसा भी होता है क्या? कृषि रक्षक भैया, आपने तो मेरी सारी परेशानी का हल ही बता दिया।
हाँ, तो समस्याओं को हल करने की जिम्मेदारी तुम मुझ पर छोड़ दो और खेत में हल चलाकर मेहनत करने की जिम्मेदारी तुम्हारी। प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना के बारे में अधिक जानकारी के लिए लॉग ऑन करें PMFBY.gov.in पर।
सुरक्षित फसल निश्चित किसान, फसल बीमा सबका समाधान।
अरे अरे तरुणा काकी, कहाँ चली जा रही हो? इस बार खेतों की जुताई अभी से शुरू कर दी क्या?
अरे ना कृष्णा, वो आज चौपाल पर विवेक और मुखिया जी कृषि रक्षक के साथ फसल बीमा में पंजीकरण कैसे करें ये बताने वाले हैं।
भाइयों बहनों, मुझे बहुत खुशी है कि आप सब बीमा पंजीकरण कराना चाहते हैं। मुखिया जी का धन्यवाद कि उन्होंने चौपाल पर पर्दा लगाकर ये समझाने की अनुमति दी।
हाँ विवेक, अब हम सब किसानों को समझ आ गया है कि ये फसल बीमा लेना कितना जरूरी और लाभदायक है।
जी तरुणा काकी, तो आप सब पहले ये जान लीजिए कि ये योजना छोटे बड़े सब किसान भाइयों बहनों के लिए है। बटाईदार हो या किराए पे खेत लेकर खेती करने वाला किसान, या जिसका अपना खेत और खेती हो, ऋणी हो या गैर ऋणी, यानी जिसने बैंक से कृषि ऋण लिया हो चाहे ना लिया हो, सबको इस बीमा योजना में पंजीकरण कराने का अधिकार है।
मुखिया जी, मतलब हम कुछ भी उगाएं तो भी बीमा मिलेगा ही?
ना कृष्णा, सरकार ने सभी मुख्य अधिसूचित खाद्य फसलों यानी चावल, गेहूं, बाजरा, दालों, तिलहन, बागवानी फसल और वाणिज्यिक जैसे कपास आदि को बीमा के अंतर्गत रखा है।
यानी कि मौसम के हिसाब से उगाई जाने वाली सभी मुख्य फसलों का बीमा कराया जा सकता है। पर अच्छा ये होगा कि बीमा कराने से पहले हम राज्य सरकार द्वारा जारी की गई अधिसूचना को ठीक से पढ़ लें और पूरी जानकारी ले लें।
अरे वाह मुखिया जी, सब जरूरी फसल तो आ ही गई इस बीमा में। मेरा तो बैंक से कर्जा चल रहा है, तो सीएससी केंद्र जाऊं क्या मैं?
नहीं तरुणा जी, वैसे जानकारी तो आपको वहाँ से भी मिलेगी, पर ऋणी किसान अपने बैंक से तथा गैर ऋणी किसान सीएससी केंद्र, पोस्ट ऑफिस, बीमा एजेंट, एड यानी सहायक ऐप या एनसीआईपी पोर्टल यानी www.pmfby.gov.in के माध्यम से स्वयं पंजीकरण कर सकते हैं।
सबसे अच्छी बात है कि हर राज्य सरकार अधिसूचना निकालकर बीमा के अंतर्गत आने वाली फसलों तथा पंजीकरण और प्रीमियम से संबंधित जानकारी देती रहती है।
I request everyone to please come inside the conference room. The tea break is over. We are looking forward to some exciting and amazing presentations. These are going to be the individual presentations. I request everyone to please settle down in the conference hall. मैं आप सभी से करबद्ध प्रार्थना करता हूँ, अनुरोध करता हूँ कि आप सब लोग आ जाएं और अपने अपनी सीट्स पे बैठे अपना अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें। और साथ ही आपने अगर फीडबैक फॉर्म्स कंप्लीट कर लिए हैं, उसमें यू हैव पुट इन योर क्वेश्चंस, डू लेट अस नो सो दैट वी कैन कलेक्ट देम। The tea break is over. I request everyone to please be seated and come inside, and let us start this session post tea break. Can you please lower the temperature? Oh, no, sorry, raise the temperature of the air conditioning. People are feeling a little cold. I know, I know. I request all of you to please take your seats and come inside the conference room. The tea break is over. मैं पुनः अनुरोध करूंगा सभी से कि आप कॉन्फ्रेंस रूम में आ जाएं ताकि पोस्ट टी ब्रेक सेशन जो है वो हम आरंभ कर सकें। And those who are standing in the conference room, I request you to please take your seats and also fill in your feedback forms. We'll start. All right, so after the tea break, welcome back. This is idea sharing presentations, steps towards universal coverage, plans, measures, execution, and learnings. To begin with, I would like to call upon stage Shri Vinay Jaisingh Rao Avate, Joint Director Agriculture, Government of Maharashtra. Can we please have you on stage, sir? Shri Vinay Jaisingh Rao Avate. A little warm up. Can we please give him a round of applause and acknowledge your presence in the conference room? So just be careful of these steps. This is for the slide. Moving forward.
Yeah.
And you can see the presentation right there.
Yeah. Thank you. Good evening to all. I want to share the presentation, please. As far as Maharashtra it is concerned, and the insurance it is concerned, Maharashtra it is the leading state, you all know about this. But the silent feature of Maharashtra, it is why insurance it is more important for Maharashtra. This slide indicates why insurance it is more important, because 83% of the state it is a rainfed area, that is the total productivity, and that depend on the monsoon rains. So this is the state having the lowest irrigation potential in India. That's why a lot of changes in the productivity and the production. That's why it is a very vulnerable area as far as agriculture it is concerned. And second thing is that the 40% area of the state is having light soil, that is the water holding capacity is very, very low. That's why a short dry spell will affect the crop to a larger extent. And the 52% area, that is the Marathwada and Khandesh and the western Vidarbha, it is the drought prone area. The day by day the area under drought prone area is also increasing, means that area receives less than 500 millimeter of annual rainfall. So these are the few factors which attract the insurance farmer toward the insurance much more. As far as the agriculture cropping pattern it is concerned, the normal Kharif area it is around about 1 crore 42 lakh hectares. And the major crops are soybean, cotton, paddy, bajra. Soybean and cotton, these both crops are about more than 50% of the total area. That is, soybean is on 50 lakh hectares and cotton is on 42 lakh hectares. Paddy is on 15 lakh hectares, and in Rabi season, the normal area is around about 54 lakh hectares, in which gram, jowar and wheat, these are the three principal crops, from which gram alone contributes more than 50% to the total area under Rabi crop. The crops notified are 15 crops in the Kharif season and 6 crops in the Rabi season. Major Kharif crops are notified under this PMFBY, and major Rabi season crops are also notified under this PMFBY. So, taking into consideration the universal coverage, that is giving insurance 100% to the farmers, the measures is that the 1 rupee per application scheme was announced by our finance minister during this particular session, assembly session, and these are rolled out in the Kharif 22-23 season. All 5 perils that are covered, that is the prevented sowing, then the mid-season adversities, localized calamity, CCA-based claims, and the post-harvest losses, all 5 perils are being covered in our product. The enrollment window this year is from 13th of June to 4th August. Normally it is up to 31st of July, but we have extended it to, with the central government consciousness, we have extended up to 4th August. And the Common Service Center plays a very important role because around about more than 95% enrollment, it is through CSC only. And we have given emphasis on the ISA activities, and a lot of press conference we take at the state, district and taluka level to attract more and more farmers in this particular product. If you see the enrollment percentage, it is around about 1 crore 70 lakhs enrollment this year. Last year it is to the tune of 97 lakhs, so nearly 175% increase over the last year in the enrollment. If you see enrollment since Kharif 16, 126 lakh enrollment it is in Kharif 90, so this year it is tremendously high. If you compare with the area, then out of this 142 lakh hectares Kharif area, this year the insured area is around about 80% of the total area, cultivable area, that is the 1 crore 13 lakh hectares, which is almost double than the last year area. If we see the premium, the total number of applications we know that is around about 1 crore 70 lakhs. in which the loanee farmer has merely 6.71 and the non-loanee is about 1 crore 64 lakhs. So 90%, 96% it is the loanee contribution, non-loanee contribution it is only 4%. या ऐसा नहीं है कि यहाँ लोनी फार्मर जो है वो लोन नहीं लेते, करीबन 60 to 70,000 करोड़ रुपीस का लोन डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन हमारे यहाँ होता है, लेकिन लोनी फार्मर भी यही चाहते हैं कि वो नॉन लोनी करके एप्लीकेशन रजिस्टर करके, क्योंकि जब लोनी फार्मर का एप्लीकेशन बैंक से जाता है तो उसको तुरंत अपना एप्लीकेशन आईडी और ये मिलता नहीं, ताकि वो लोकलाइज कैलामिटी इंटीमेशंस वगैरह देना है तो जिसमें उसके आईडी की ज़रूरत होती है, पॉलिसी की ज़रूरत होती है, वो पॉलिसी उसके हाथ में पड़ती नहीं, तो इसीलिए वो बैंक के अलावा अगर वो लोनी फार्मर है फिर भी वो नॉन लोनी करके एप्लीकेशन जो है वो वहाँ रजिस्टर करता है ताकि वो इंटीमेशंस दे सके। उसके बाद सीएससी जो है, सीएससी भी उसको हेल्प करती है इंटीमेशन देने में और बाकी अपलोड करने में, तो सीएससी उसको अवेलेबल होती है दिन रात जो है वो अपने गांव में अवेलेबल होती है, लेकिन बैंक का पर्टिकुलर टाइम होता है, इसीलिए बैंकिंग लोनी एप्लीकेशन का नंबर हमारे यहाँ काफ़ी कुछ कम होता जा रहा है। The sum insured in our state for the Kharif season only to the tune of 55,000 crores. Last year 28,000 करोड़ थी, करीबन दुगना हो गई है, यानी कि 200% हो गई है. Total premium amount is 8,000 crores, in which the state premium share is around about 4,779 crores, that is approximately 4,800 crores, and the farmer share, and that is a 2% or 5% share, it is to the tune of 1,551 crores that state has to pay, and the central government share is also increased. It is to the tune of 3,200 crores approximately, and farmer share is only 1 crore 70 lakhs. If we see the rainfall, the climate affects definitely to a larger extent, and this is a very particular season. Last 3 seasons are very good season as far as Maharashtra it is concerned. There is good quality of rainfall and the distribution is also very well. But this year the June month received only 54% of the total rainfall, so there is a deficit of 46%, and in July there is a tremendous amount of rainfall. It is a late onset of monsoon. The rain starts from 25th of June, and July first week up to first fortnight there was a tremendous rain, so it has crossed the average rainfall of July also, and the July rainfall it is around about 140%. So there are prevented sowing problems in our state. So due to July rains, there are localized calamity intimations to a large extent because crop grade damage due to cloud burst and inundation kind of things. But after from 25th of July, there is a continuous dry spell. Dry spell to the tune of 25 days, 28 days now. There are a lot of revenue circles facing the dry spell problem, and the average rain received is only 40%. That is a 60% deficit. And the IMD says that in the first week of September also there will be less probability of having the rains. So let's see this particular thing call for the this insurance, and they're likely to be very high level of claims are expected to become this year. So the average the rainfall it is 87%. The average rainfall percentage shows that it is a good picture, that is 87%, it is a good rainfall, but the distribution it is very erratic, and both ways, either it may be a shortfall in rainfall or it may be excess rainfall, both causes claims to the insurance. And there are around about 297 revenue circles. The total revenue circles are to the tune of 2,200, apart from which around about 2,169 AWS were installed in the revenue circles, automatic weather stations, and out of which around about 297 has a dry spell of more than 21 days, and around about 498 revenue circles are having dry spell more than 15 days. So these semi-critical revenue circles are likely to be fall under the critical category. So around about more than 30% of the revenue circles are in the mid-season category. The project trigger is being triggered in this particular. For increasing the universal coverage, the participation of the farmer, we took a lot of initiatives. This is the from the Honorable Minister, the Bhagat Singh Karad sir, from the Central Finance State Minister. Then there is appeal from the Honorable Minister to the Sarpanch, to the farmers. Then appeal from the Collector and Chief Executive Officer with the joint signature to the Gram Sevak, to the Sarpanch and all other field functionaries. There is a lot of press conference at every taluka, every district. So there is a larger coverage about this particular scheme, and there is a larger coverage through the press also. What happened in this particular, the large enrollment is happened through the CSC, and the central government has fixed the norm of 40 rupees per application to the CSC, but practically it was happening that the CSCs are taking more than 100 rupees or 200 rupees from the farmers to have the application, And you can see the CSE, the quantum of amount the CSE is making money out of this enrollment. That is 1 crore 70 lakhs to the tune of 200 rupees if you take, then 340 crore business is CSE is making without any responsibility, because there is no claim responsibility on the CSE. So we had a lot of this problem of CSE that they are charging more to the farmers. Then a lot of these audio visuals and media is also there, publicity we have done. Then we have YouTube channel for the Maharashtra state for which more than 1 lakh subscribers are there. Now this is the crop condition this year. In Satara district, jowar crop, in Sangli district soybean, we couldn't able to identify the crop also. And this is the paddy crop in the Sangli district, in the Shirala Taluka. There is absolutely no rain, no water, so there is a stunted growth of paddy. Then this is from the Nashik district, the soybean crop. It started wilting almost at the permanent wilting point. And this is the, again, jowar crop from the Nashik. This is the soybean. It has just started wilting, where there is a dry spell of more than 15 days. Because what happened, there are very area under the light soil, and the light soil has a very little water holding capacity. This area is very prone to kind of wilting situation within a dry spell of 15 days or 20 days. This is from the Ahmednagar. This is the Baramati from the Pune district. Because of the very scanty rains, the germination doesn't took place, and whether the crop stand is there, it is very, very poor. So this is the maize crop from the Nashik. And so this is the situation. So this year we are facing a lot of these critical situations. And now coming towards the YesTech, earlier in the morning we have discussed this. The Maharashtra state has gone for 3 crops, that is the soybean, cotton and paddy crop. And the analysis is given as per the CC yield to the technological yield. And you say that for the soybean crop, 43% of the technological yield lies in between the 30% plus or minus interval. So around about 57% is out of the tolerance limit. And in case of paddy, the yield variation is very less. The 66% technological yield lies in between plus or minus 30%, and 34% it is out of the tolerance limit. In case of cotton, 47% it is lies in between plus or minus 30%, and 53% is out of the tolerance limit. So we try with the technical institute, that is the MRSAC and the NRSC, that this tremendous moral hazards it is happening. They are across the district, they may go across the state also to have this insurance, the online insurance, it is available. And what happened in the insurance, we have taken this matter to the Gajendra Singh sir also. That is the insurance enrollment, it is on the basis of the bank account. The IFSC code we have to put, automatically the portal fetches the branch and the bank name, then we have to put the account number, and as the account number we fill, automatically the name pops up as per the information available with the portal. And below that in the farmers thing, we have to give the Aadhaar number and the name as per the Aadhaar. So if they put the name as per the Aadhaar and the other number, then it gets validated from the UID. And then he select the land parcel of the particular farmer only. So the policy generated on the name of the farmer whose Aadhaar it is being given. And so the insurance company in the quality control check couldn't able to assess that whether the money is going to whom. So the account belongs to someone another else, and the land belongs to someone another else, and we find that the name of the policy holder and the name of the landholder, it is the same. So such kind of things are taking in a very largest place. Then there is a lot of incidences having the insurance on the government land, and some farmers having application more than 3,000 hectares. One farmer has insured the 2 applications, 3,000 hectares to the tune of 17 crores. One application in the Satara district. This figure was brought, this particular event was brought to the notice by the Oriental. So there are a lot of moral hazards. So our suggestion is that in the Usmanabad also earlier with the Bajaj Insurance Company, they have done a good job. Out of 17,000 farmers, nearly to the tune of 14,000, that is 15,000 farmers has no soybean crop. So they have the cotton or other crop, but they insure for the soybean crop. This is much more high level of moral hazard. Then this is the insurance on the other farm. So farmer doesn't know who has insured his land, who has blocked his land. So in Ambiya Bahar, in horticulture crop insurance also this year, we have gone for 100% physical verification, and out of 2,48,000 applications, we have verified 2,16,000, and out of which nearly 15,000 applications where there is no orchard, it is available. What happened, we had a facility of uploading the geotag photo. But the farmer upload the geotag photo. What does he? He take the photo of their orchard. Suppose it is a mango orchard, but in his farm there is no orchard. He goes with the photograph and then he click with the note cam that photo of the photo, so that it is seen that there is a date, time, and all other credentials of the particular farm. But there is absolutely no farm it is available. And this insurance on the other farmers' land, the farmer from the Solapur has insured land from the Kolhapur region or from the Bid region. So this is very rampant in Jalgaon, in this thing. In Jalgaon, what happened? This is a very test case. In Jalgaon last year, there is insurance of 40,000 hectares for banana. And this year it has gone up to 80,000 hectares. So 100% increase it is there. So with the Yamarsak, we have found out the satellite is showing the area is only up to 32,000 hectares. Then we have gone for physical verification, but the farmer opposes physical verification. They are not cooperating. AIC is working with that. They are not cooperating. They are not giving answer to the, they are not allowing to go to the farms. Then what happened? We have gone for a E-peak Pahani. Then E-peak Pahani shows that there is a banana of more than 1,10,000. So how it could be? So for satellite is showing only for 30,000 hectares area, and E-crop where the photo needs to be uploaded shows more than 1,10,000 hectares area. So what farmer does? Farmer take a photograph of soybean or something. Yes. This is the last one only. Example I want to share with this forum. What farmer does, he takes the photograph of jar or cotton, and in the name of banana, he just uploaded it. So physically it is impossible to download all the photos and check whether the photo belongs to banana only, or it is of cotton, or it is of soybean, and it has to be done by the revenue department, because the e-crop is done by the revenue department. So information available is with the what is the crop he is registered for. So for in Jalgaon, the banana crop is around about 1,10,000 hectares for banana it is concerned. So these are kind of the moral hazards in other issues like that. On the CSC doing insurance on the other farmers' land, these are some of our issues. The universal crop insurance. So our suggestion is that all the claim payment in the PMFBY should be Aadhaar based, and the enrollment should be Aadhaar based, because what happens if farmer does insurance on the another farmer, his Aadhaar number and his Aadhaar name can't be edited. So whatever the claims are there, although the farmer doesn't give any premium, but the claim will go to his account only. So it is our request to the central government that all the claims under the PMFBY should be made Aadhaar based, and registration also rather than your bank account based, it should be made Aadhaar based, and the intimation period under localized calamity and post harvest should be increased from 70 to 96 hours. This is a larger demand from the farmers, and it was earlier also this demand was raised by this thing Uttarakhand also, that is the paddy should be included in the inundation, because in the initial stage due to this heavy rains in the July there is a lot of damage to the paddy area also, this thing. And the last point is that we have kept that the insurance company should open taluka and district level offices, but they are not opening, they are not deploying the officers irrespective of their constant follow-up. So with that, the till date they are not deploying the district level officer, taluka level officers. Some amount should be deducted from their premium amount so that they could able to deploy that particular offices at the taluka and district level. So thank you very much.
Our next speaker, Dr. Rajesh Das, the Chief Statistician, Government of Odisha. Can we please have Dr. Rajesh Das on stage? Please welcome him with a great big round of applause.
Very good evening to all. This is the third time I am coming to the podium in today's workshop. I was just talking to Ajay that probably I missed some of the NRCs, so you are trying to compensate me for that anyway. So it's in a lighter vein. I have been assigned a topic that what are the steps taken towards universal coverage, plans, measures, execution and learning. I will be sharing the Odisha experience. Next slide, please. So this is a glimpse shot of the basic information about the agriculture in Odisha. We have 155.71 lakh hectare area, out of which forest area occupies 58.13 lakh hectare. Cultivated area is 61.80 lakh hectare, and out of which 47% is highland, 28% is medium land, and 25% is lowland. The net sown area is around 55 lakh hectare, and the gross crop area is around 85 lakh hectare. The total number of agroclimatic zones is 10, and the cropping intensity is varying from year to year, and it is around 158%. The number of operational holdings as per the agriculture census 2015-16 is 48.66 lakh hectare. Irrigation potential created, if we go season wise, it is 40 lakh hectare in Kharif and around 15 lakh hectare in Rabi season. Contribution of agriculture, it has shown an increasing trend during last 2-3 years, and it is presently around 22.5 lakh hectare. Power consumption in agriculture is 2.23 kilowatt per hectare. Fertilizer consumption is quite modest. It is 73 kg per hectare. The major crops cultivated in Kharif are paddy, maize, groundnut, cotton, arahar, ragi, sesamum, black gram, green gram, horse gram, nizer, and vegetables. And in the case of Rabi, the major crops are black gram, green gram, groundnut, mustard, potato, vegetables, and there is some area of paddy also in Rabi season. So if we come to the overview of PMFBY in Odisha, we are covering 8 crops in Kharif and 9 crops during the Rabi season. The crops covered are paddy, maize, cotton, arahar, ragi, green gram, and turmeric in Kharif season. And in Rabi season, it is paddy, groundnut, black gram, green gram, potato, mustard, onion, sunflower, and sugarcane. In Kharif season, both in Kharif and Rabi season, for paddy, Gram Panchayat is the insurance unit, and for non-paddy crops, block is the insurance unit. And in Kharif season, just I have given an breakup of the insurance units. Paddy is covered in all Gram Panchayats as well as local bodies. It is around 6,903, groundnut in 75 blocks, cotton 44, or red gram in 121 blocks, maize in 180 blocks, ginger in 25, turmeric in 17, and ragi in 66 block. In Odisha, one principle we have adopted, that if the total cropping area is at least 150 hectare in a block, then only we consider that block for coverage under insurance, because otherwise we will not be getting sufficient area for conduct of crop potting experiments if the area is too scattered. So that is why we are limiting the number of blocks, sir. And number of clusters that we have divided the state, all 30 districts, into 6 clusters. And we are thankful to Dr. Murthy while he was there in NRSC. He had helped us to devise these clusters depending upon the risk scenario and the claim payment of last NIS tenure. So this clustering has been done on a very scientific basis by the NRSC, and the same principle we are following since 2018 till date. So I am just giving a comparison of the things that have happened during last tender cycle and versus the present tender cycle, because I am taking 2020-21 as a base year, because prior to that we didn't have our land record integration, and what was happening was not known to us. But in 2019, somehow we managed to reach around 18 lakh hectare coverage during the Kharif. But after the land record integration, definitely there is a decline in the area insured, but things are much more clean. And for certain initiatives or the steps taken by the government of Odisha, this year there has been substantial increase in the number of farmers enrolled, where it has increased from 11.65 lakh in 2022-23 Kharif to 22.48 lakh. Side by side, the area insured has increased from 9.78 lakh to 15.14 lakh. So there is an increase in 93% in number of farmers and 55% in the area coverage. In terms of loany and non-loany farmers have increased by 123%, and the area, insured area by the farmers, it has increased by 123% in case of loany farmers, and in case of non-loany farmers, it has increased by 208%. Just I am giving a breakup of how the crops are being, how the area insured has increased. This is for paddy, where the maximum coverage comes from the crop like paddy, which is our major crop, and it is grown about in 35 lakh hectare during Kharif season and 2.5 lakh hectare in Rabi season. So since paddy is the major crop, there is also a quantum jump in the area insured in case of paddy. But if we look at the non-paddy crops, in earlier seasons we were never focusing on non-paddy crops, we were just focusing on paddy, but this time since we are saying that there are 7 other non-paddy crops, this year in each of the crops there is a substantial increase in the area. The red column is the present one, and the blue is that of Kharif 2022. So each crop we are consciously trying that in each crop the area insured should increase. So this is the resultant effect. So now the question comes that how we achieved it. So when we went to the tender cycle, after the finalization of tender, we had a plan that we will be covering this time at least 25 lakh farmers and 18 lakh hectare, what we achieved in 2019. So the game changer was a historic decision by the state government that will be bearing up the farmers premium up to 2 hectare of land. That means we will be covering all the small and marginal farmers. The state government will bear the premium subsidy, and the farmers only have to pay ₹1 per application just to validate their application, what is being uploaded in the NCIP. Accordingly, we had prepared a district-wise and crop-wise plan. We sent it to all the districts so that they can take it up at the block and GP level. Sir, here are some of the executions that we have done. Now, Madam Collector from Jharsuguda has also joined us. So initially, what I understand that the major driver was, there was a meeting by the Chief Secretary with all district magistrates and all entire district administration. We held 2 rounds of meetings were held just to drive the things forward so that the enrollment happens, because there was very short time. The notification was issued on 12th of July, and 31st was the last date initially before extension. So in 2 rounds of meeting, meticulously the progress of districts were monitored. Then the capacity building program for CSC BLEs were conducted consciously, because we were targeting more enrollment under non-loany farmers. The banks were advised that you focus on sanctioning loan for the notified crops. You sanction loan to all farmers, but focus on notified crops. And banks were also given target that you cover non-loany farmers, because a normal channel for enrollment of non-loany farmers is CSC, but since there is an option for the banks to also enroll non-loany farmers, so we requested that banks must extend this facility to non-loany farmers. Then there was aggressive publicity campaign taken up through print and electronic media. Infographics linked messages were sent to 49,64,948 farmers. We have a farmers database called Krushak Odisha, where there are database for 77 lakh farmers. So we targeted the farmers who are cultivating the notified crops. We sent this message. So if possible, this is a hyperlink. Can I show the message? If somebody can help. Not possible to show the message. Okay. So I will just go to last slide where the message is there. Then I will come back. The link is not there, na? This is the message in Odia which we sent to all 49,64,948 farmers, and which reached encouraging them to enroll and comforting them that your premium up to 2 hectare will be borne by the state government. So this was a major, so to say, game changer type of thing, which helped in increasing the enrollment. We have a Amakrusi service, which is a helpline, one toll-free helpline number. We use this service to meet the farmers' queries. We have a control command system called Krushi Samakhya Kendra. We use this service to make telephonic contact with farmers. Nodal officers were appointed to monitor the bank-wise uploading of data, because the time was very short. So on a daily basis, the data was monitored, how many data is being uploaded in the NCIP. And most importantly, on a daily basis, we used to apprise all the authorities regarding the enrollment, progress of enrollment. And on a weekly basis, there is a crop weather watch group meeting, which is chaired by presently Principal Secretary Agriculture. And in the meeting at length, these issues were discussed regarding the progress of enrollment. So these were some of the key execution points. These were certain awareness campaigns by the district as well as the insurance companies. This is our helpline and Krishi Samakhya Kendra control and command system, which we used to reach out to farmers. And these are certain learnings from the this year's enrollment, that if the right policy initiative is taken, it can better de-risk the farmers. District administration has a very vital role to take the things, to drive the things forward. That is already reflected in the enrollment. More synergy is required among different stakeholders like insurance companies, banks and CSC BLEs, because for the first time we introduced this token 1 rupee enrollment system, so better understanding is required by all the stakeholders. There are many queries regarding the enrollment process. And lastly, the timely settlement of previous season claims, which is a very important factor. That also helps in increasing the enrollment, because if the claims are not settled, the farmers in the particular district, sometimes they refrain from enrollment. So these are certain key learning points. I think this is all from my side. And if there is any query, I can answer. I think I have made my point. Yes, ma'am.
Can you hear me?
Sure.
There's a purpose of this session, because we are talking about movement towards universalization. That's what we are talking about. So if you talk about Andhra, so they have, I would say, a definite set of system by which they can cover all the farmers, because if, the farmers who are registered on e-crops are deemed to be covered, and that's a comprehensive database. So the purpose of this session is to know from the other states who are bearing farmers' premium to an extent, how do they intend to move towards universalizations. You've started it, but is the government of Odisha thinking about creating a system like Andhra Pradesh in order to, I would say, move completely towards universalization?
Right, ma'am. So, like government of Andhra Pradesh, they have done, they have ported the entire data from their farmers database to the NCIP. Yes. That is what I have understood. So our Krusok Odisha database, we have 77 lakh farmers, and out of that almost 70 lakh farmers, their land records, it is linked to land records also. So we are sanitizing that database. Once it is ready, we can easily do the universalization, and we can do some refinement with regards to the 1 rupee issue also, because we are collecting 1 rupee per application. It can be made 1 rupee per farmer also, or we can go for the entire universalization. So there are no issues, but we will confine to the limited number of crops, because if we include more number of crops, there is a bigger challenge how to estimate yield. The more the number of crops, estimating yield is becoming a will become a challenge. So for 8 crops or whatever crops are there, we'll go for the universalization as soon as our database is ready.
Okay. So your next step will be to verify your database.
Once we
have a
sanitize
verified
and
database.
once we sanitize and completely make our database ready, we can easily port as Andhra Pradesh is doing. They are one step ahead of us. In fact, they started this 1 rupee idea way back in 2019. So it took us some time to stabilize, but definitely whatever is in the best interest of the farmer, the state government is ready to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Rajesh, I have one question.
Sure.
I think I would like you to answer that for the benefit of all the states who are looking at moving from the current system to the universal system. That is, I mean, what was the maybe the idea behind moving towards universalization, and how was the biggest fight with finance done for this, and how did you convince your finance department for going ahead with this?
The attempt was always to cover a maximum number of farmers. So because of certain issues in the last tender cycle, we were restricted to that. So long before the process was initiated and we took the highest authority into confidence that we are proposing this kind of activity for the better interest of the farmers so that we can cover maximum farmers. In fact, we had targeted at 18 lakh. We ended up with 15 lakh hectare. So the permission was taken from day one from the highest authority level. So finance had no objection, and actually we have never defaulted in paying the premium subsidy also. We are ready with the funds and we have always paid it timely. So finance was never an issue for us. Only thing was to enroll genuine farmers and ensure that their claims are timely settled and their satisfaction level is increased. So once we drive the things forward, we have taken the clearance from the highest authority. The things were very smooth. There was absolutely no objection. All were in agreement, and I was I made the first point that Chief Secretary himself was driving the things. He took 2 meetings himself with all districts. So everybody was taken into confidence, and that was a main point in achieving the target. Sir. Yes, sir.
Just one small query, that every farmer's 2 hectare is covered, or only farmers who are having a land?
No, sir. Sir, the PMFBY guideline says that both sharecroppers and landowners are covered. One farmer he may have 1 hectare of land, and he or she can borrow also another 1 hectare or 2 hectare.
I'm
tenancy
saying,
type.
let us say somebody has 5 hectares.
Yes.
So you cover up to 2 or you don't cover?
Sir, we cover up to 2. For rest 3 hectare, he or she has to pay the balance premium, sir. So for 2 hectare, we were paying the premium, sir. That decision was taken, sir.
Thank you.
And because of the, already lowering down of the premium, we got a good premium rate. So there was not much load on the state government also because of the increased enrollment. There is not much load on the state government to pay farmers subsidy also. बिल्कुल सर।
सर आप क्रॉप्स अभी करने जा रहे हैं, सारा आपके यहाँ प्लान है, क्या ई क्रॉप्स को आप जो वेरिफिकेशन में आप यूज करेंगे इस पर PMFBY यूनिवर्सल कवरेज में, ताकि आपका डेटाबेस जो एपी की तरह आप अगले सीजन में या अगले में कन्वर्ट कर पाए?
Sir, we have already, Government of India has already launched this digital crop survey, and sir, we are doing it for 4 pilot districts. One of the use case is PMFBY. Sir was asking, we were asked to report that what will be our use cases. So one of the use cases is PMFBY. Definitely we would like to link the outcome of the digital crop survey with the Krusok Odisha database as well as the NCIP and PMFBY database.
Sir, only use cases या convert like the AP जिस तरह से convert किए अपना database को पूरा?
Sir, once we farm up Krusok Odisha, then we can easily port the data. We don't want to dump certain things which are not good, so we don't. First we will sanitize the things, then we will move there.
सर, एक क्यूरी है मेरी, क्या जो आपने 1 रुपीज पर फार्मर
रखा है उसमें ये RWBCS जो हमारा कमर्शियल क्रॉप्स है उसको भी कवर किया है या ओनली एग्रीकल्चर क्रॉप्स?
Sir, in Odisha we are only implementing PMFBY, we are not implementing RWBCS.
Okay.
Yeah, if out of the notified crops, you have shown 8 and 9. 8 crops are notified in Kharif and 9 in
Right.
Rabi and all.
Right.
So out of the 17 crops, how do you differentiate? You have limited it to 2 hectares, means 5 acres.
Yes.
Suppose a farmer does paddy for 3 acres and rest of the 3 acres something else.
Yes.
You said we'll cover only up to 5 acres.
Sir,
so which crop,
No,
is
sir,
it farmer's choice or it is government's choice?
Sir, it is farmer's choice, but once the area is saturated up to 2 hectare, the balance automatically the NCIP system calculates the premium, sir. Sir. So once the area is saturated up to 2 hectare, whatever crops are there in rest 3 hectare, it will be automatically calculated as in the NCIP portal, sir. So there is a cap on the area, sir, not on the crop, sir. It is up to the farmer to choose which 2 hectare, which crop he wants.
So
He or she
yeah,
wants.
okay. Farmer will decide what is the crop
Yes.
who wants to get insured.
Yes.
Usually they choose high premium crops.
Sir, actually.
High risk भी है sir और high premium भी कर सकते हैं
Sir,
यहाँ पे.
Sir, of the 8 crops, sir.
High risk sir, usually high premiums.
Sir, actually what is happening, of the 8 crops, sir, the 5% in the commercial crops in the 5% premium category are in Kharif season are ginger and turmeric and cotton. Sir, cotton there is an increase in area also in ginger and turmeric, but the maximum enrollment still comes from the paddy. So ideally, so everybody would want that the crops with high premium, farmers should cover more, but it is up to the farmer, sir. These are restricted, grown in restricted areas, but cotton is in sizable numbers, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity.
Now may I call upon Dr. Ashish K. Bhutani, the Additional Chief Secretary, Government of Assam. Please, sir, we would like you to share your ideas.
Good afternoon, everybody. I think all of you are itching to go back. So, am I audible now? So, all of you are itching to go back to your rooms and call it a day. I'll just take 2 minutes, basically. Very interesting observations from the two presenters from Maharashtra and Odisha. Assam experience has been slightly different. In fact, we converted to a 1 rupee type of arrangement from Rabi 18. Idea was to bring every farmer in the fold up to 1 hectare, because primarily most of them are marginal farmers in the state. Now the numbers went up to 21 lakh, nearly 80% farmers are covered if you see the entire enrollment for a year in 2021. Huge numbers. Then we realized that insurance companies were gaming the system. And that was caught by the CM himself. He said, वो game कर रहे हैं system को, क्योंकि वो 1 रुपया अपनी तरफ से भर देते हैं, सब सारी लैंड कवर हो गई. Then we decided to make it 100 rupees, just take it outside the reach of insurance companies. 100 रुपये किया पिछले साल से कि अगर 6 लाख फार्मर हैं तो 6 लाख तो भर देते थे इंश्योरेंस, 6 करोड़ रुपये नहीं भर सकते. If it is 100 rupees. So suddenly the numbers came down to around 7-8 lakh, 5.5-6 lakh for the first year. This bar numbers have gone up. In fact, there are more sanity in the system. Idea is, I think, more awareness is required. That is what is lacking to ensure universalization of coverage of crop insurance in Assam. We cleared up all the pending subsidies. In fact, I have huge amount of money pending with me and no bills available with me. In fact, I've been getting letters from Government of India, आपके पैसे बाकी हैं, मैंने कामना को बोला चिट्ठी नहीं आनी चाहिए मेरे पास. मेरे पास अकाउंट में more than 150 crore are lying in my account, no takers. जब तक मेरे पास पैसे हैं कोई चिट्ठी मेरे पास नहीं आनी चाहिए. Because I'm not getting bills from the insurance company. Money is with me. So we cleared up all the pending subsidies. That is one thing we did. We reduced the IU from the circle to the GP level. Assam में मेरे आने के पहले, before I joined Assam back the cadre, वो notification तो GP पे करते थे, लेकिन CC करते थे revenue circle पे. So companies were very happy. So I brought it down to GP. We ensured that we did nearly 100% crop cutting experiment. जो पहले 10-15-20% पे था, उसको बढ़ा के हमने nearly 90% are now being covered through the app. So those are the some changes we brought about. Although crops are minimal and we intend to migrate to the weather-based crop insurance this time, but idea was, Honorable CM has been saying again and again, cover everybody in the state. And whatever may be the case, Assam has the benefit of 90-10, which is now extended to other hill states also. But that said, state government is ready to pay all the subsidy which is required to cover all farmers in the state. The protocols for crop cutting, holding such crop cutting experiments for some crops, although paddy is the main crop, and 95% of the crop is paddy, so that helps in coverage. One crop is covered in a big way in the state. We increased the IAC activities in the state thanks to the, I would say, the pressure and prodding from the Government of India. So it helps down the line things start improving. And regarding somebody who's asking about finance, when CM takes a decision, finance does not come into play. So I wanted to say that. It's at the highest level. Honorable CM decided that we have to make it 1 rupee, so finance has to agree. So that is how it was primarily politically, I would say, driven, the entire exercise of reducing the premium to 1 rupee. We worked very hard with the bankers. I was sharing this in my earlier comments also. We tried to ensure that bankers come on board and start debiting premium for lonely farmers. And I'm seeing Assam is the worst case, but other states also have this problem where bankers are not debiting premium. I think there's a need for us to go back to our the discussion table and discuss with the DFS that this has to be sorted out. Because if we do not have sustainable or stable numbers in crop insurance, if we have fluctuations every year, today we are celebrating the numbers have gone up to from 100 to 120, next year it comes down to 80, doesn't help. At least our basic numbers should be constant, and we should start working on the non-loany farmers, bringing them into the fold as much as we can. So this has to be sorted out. And bankers cannot have their own whims and fancies in deducting and not deducting. And I was sharing with others that primarily all the opt-outs have happened because bankers have manipulated it, not that farmers have themselves opted out of the scheme. So this has to be, I think there's need to sit with the bankers and sort this out. That will help, as I said earlier, in stabilizing the scheme as much as possible. The other part is somebody is mentioning about CCs, more CCs happening through the system, through the app, and more states having ensuring that they're co-observed. Co-observance in Assam was never a problem, barring the fact that we had huge rainfall last year, when maximum payout also happened. And there are a lot of companies did not, I would say, attend the CC co-observance. Many cases it so happened that they said there is no crop. No crop. We went to the field, we put our hands and there were all rotten crop there because all was filled with water for days together. So that is the, I think, reference which you made to Government of India, because there was some dispute from the company on this issue. But that said, Assam never had the issue of moral hazard ever earlier. So that way, scheme is stabilizing, being a northeastern state and getting the benefit of 90-10 does help to some extent, but more awareness, I think, need for more awareness in spite of having 100 rupees, which is nothing, it's only a nominal amount. I don't see many farmers coming forward for taking the benefit of the scheme. I think once the payouts have happened last time, and the other point is timely payment of claims to the farm, which somebody mentioned. In spite of entire jigsaw puzzle falling in place, somehow they don't get the payment in time because of some reason or the other. Once this Digi claim and the calculation through the portal has started, I think from next season on, we should see these numbers, the the lines being telescoped and payments happening faster. All in all, I would say, an excellent experience for Assam as far as universalization goes, because more and more farmers in the sense are now getting aware about the scheme. A lot of articles in the newspapers, good and bad both. It helps in ensuring that there's some buzz about the scheme in the media also. That also helps. And more, I would say, IEC activities at the grassroots level with the farmers would help in bringing this scheme to the doorstep of the farmers. Scheme is complicated. Let us agree on that. I was talking to Gajen a while back. Livestock insurance facing the same problem, that we have a very complex scheme which is not bearing fruit. So we try to make it simple in the sense we have upfront we have one premium for the farmer, back end we do the calculations with the insurance company. Similar models will help other insurance products also. But the fact that you have rolled out other intermediaries have come into play. In fact, Assam enrolls only through intermediaries. 97, 98, 99% of the insurance coverage happens through intermediaries only in Assam. That is very peculiar in spite of having 11 lakh KCC holders, active KCC holders in the state. So this is something which have to break this jigsaw, basically address this problem with the government of India and sort this out. I would say in the end, it is the numbers are increasing, stabilizing, and I'm sure the premium rates would moderate when we do the bidding next, since we are going to embrace technology in the state. So all states, I would say, are lined up in moving in that direction, and we can learn from each other. Good examples. In fact, the whole issue of digital crop survey, whenever it happens, Assam is one of the pilot states, one of the 15 pilot states where it is going to happen, will really bring out a lot of stability in the scheme itself. And Andhra is a state, Andhra and Karnataka are already doing it. They are doing e-crop booking and crop survey in Karnataka, already doing this, helping in better coverage, cleaning up, no cheating, nobody can manipulate, etc. Maharashtra, Rajasthan, and other states where this happens, I'm sure would benefit from the digital crop survey whenever it comes into place in these states. Thank you very much.
Okay. So I have a question. So since I think Assam is going for the next tender cycle next year, all the insurers are here, and you said that it's, I think CM is of the thought that Assam will also be going for universal coverage covering almost all the farmers. So you discussed a very important point regarding coverage of only farmers. I also visited Assam. It's an issue which is seriously required to be addressed. And also what we witnessed at the field, even I saw that farmers are aware, as you said, and farmers want insurance. That's also very important. So now you're planning for universal coverage in the next tender cycle. All the companies are here. So what homework you expect from the companies, especially because when farmers are interested, they want it, but I think companies are not reaching everywhere. That's what I also witnessed. And the issue of lonely farmers. So what, because all the insurers are here, what kind of homework you expect from them before Assam goes for next tender cycle so that we can cater this universal coverage, sir?
Simple, one thing they have to do. Only get Aadhaar number inputted in the account of these farmers. Assam was exempted from Aadhaar till 1st of April 2022. Now farmers, for PM Kisan, their Aadhaar is mandatory, they have another account. For KCC, they have other account. And banker has not taken his KCC, in KCC, it's not mandatory still. So the KCC loans are being clearly given still by the bankers without Aadhaar. Now that is something should be stopped immediately by DFS. And they should help us in getting the Aadhaar numbers of the beneficiaries. That will help us in universalizing very fast. Because people are maintaining multiple accounts, and bankers, out of fear that account will become NPA, are still giving loans without Aadhaar.
Sir, so I think you're saying that then वो exemption हटा देना चाहिए फिर जो Assam
नहीं असम exemption नहीं देना चाहिए, खत्म हो गया, आधार नंबर डलवाना चाहिए सबको
मतलब exemption खत्म कर देना
खत्म हो चुका है असम, it's already over last year. It was 7-year exemption, and as per the Aadhaar Act, that term is over. Assam, Meghalaya, and other states are now no longer beneficiary of this exemption. Aadhaar number input is a very critical factor for continuing of this scheme and ensuring the deduplication under the scheme.
So in your opinion, Government of India needs to modify the notification, you are saying?
Yes. Okay. Anyway, we'll be coming back to you when we do the next tender. Yeah.
Okay, sir.
Thank you.
Sir, I have one question from you here. Since you mentioned that you'll be moving to the universal coverage next year, and just to ensure that we do not land up again in 2021 situation, so any preparedness on land record integration, if we can do, and to ensure that the genuine farmers only comes in?
That is very, I would say, one of the top agendas I have in my mind. Assam has done wonderfully well in digitization of land records. In fact, one of the better organized states in the country in doing that. We'll certainly be doing it in a very short span of time. The integration with the PMFBY portal. We'll do that. Thank you.
Now it's the time for open forum. May I please call upon Ms. Kamya R. Sharma and Shri Ajay Singh on stage. They have collected the feedback forms, and I think they're ready with the questions and the answers.
So we'll just confine this session to 10 minutes. The questions that were expected from the, I would say, the House were about this conference itself. We got a lot of questions, just like a question paper. So we'll be ignoring a lot of questions which are not relevant to what I would say something related to nitty-gritty is not required to be discussed here. So we'll, and in some questions are anonymous, people don't want to be named. So we'll just read out, and if there are common questions, then I think once it is answered, won't be taken up. So there is one question regarding, somebody has written, but it is anonymous. It's about that all states are asking extension and enrollment of cut-off date, which may lead to moral hazard situation, barring these states where schemes are universal. It would be a great planning if execution of enrollment is done in advance. I think I'll answer this question, since this was, I would say, the fresh year for the tender cycle, and extension is something which is mutually agreed by the company and the state. So if it is agreed, then I don't think Government of India would have any problem. So this take care of this. In case if anything else is to be questioned beyond this, then the person can ask. The name is not mentioned. So I'll move to the next question. This is from Mr. Sangram Raut from Odisha. So inclusion of inundation peril, that has been raised many times, and for inundation, inclusion of inundation for paddy under localized calamities. And we have had this suggestion to be included in the guidelines also. It has been answered many times also. Because we requested all the stakeholders to come out with a well-defined set of protocols how to assess that. Some suggestions came, there were discussions even with the scientific institutions, so no consensus was built up. If there's a better suggestion, then anybody can come up, the ministry can consider, but as far as we are standing in today's date, there's no defined protocol from any institution. So this is what I would say discourages this. Anyway, farmer gets end of season claims in paddy if there is any crop loss. Then there's a question on the opening of escrow account. For escrow account, we'll be giving the entire, I would say, the modalities of the escrow accounts once the guidelines are released. So this is my answer to it. The initiative of Government of India regarding signing of MOU by a Mitra, if Sunil ji or Ajay, anybody can answer this question. It further says single point of clearance from Government of India level for government of agencies like NRSC for signing of MOU. हाँ सुनील जी.
इस संबंध में ऑलरेडी चर्चा चल रही है और टाइमलाइन दिए हुए हैं. जो मित्र एजेंसी के साथ कुछ अप्रूवल की थी उस पर भी बातें हो गई, तो हम लोग इमीडिएटली इसकी हम लोग एस्टेक इम्प्लीमेंटेशन कमेटी में डिस्कस कर चुके हैं और नेक्स्ट फोर्टनाइटली हम लोग स्टेक होल्डर के साथ मीटिंग कर रहे हैं. तो जो भी इशूज़ होगा एस्टेक इम्प्लीमेंटेशन का 1-to-1 हम लोग डिस्कस करके इसको हम लोग टाइमली रिजॉल्व करेंगे. तो ये ऑलरेडी गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया के प्लान में है कि हम माइन्यूटली आपको हेल्प करें.
Okay. So next question is from Mr. Manoj Satpathy, head, I think Mr. Satpathy is from Cholamandalam.
Cholamandalam.
Yes. So he's asking about the revamped OGs, or next OGs, when it will be published. It will be published in a short while, maybe just a couple of days once we go back from this conference. Then here's another question is about the 80-110 model. In case the loss ratio exceeds 110, what is the mechanism for payment of claims? I think Gajen sir can answer this question.
इसके लिए सेम मेथड होगा जो हम लोग डिस्कस कर रहे थे मॉर्निंग में. चूँकि अभी भी गाइडलाइन के अनुसार जो है क्लेम पेमेंट का इंश्योरेंस कंपनी को देना है. जो बैक लायबिलिटी होगी वो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट और इंश्योरेंस कंपनी करके वो डीजी क्लेम से ही पेमेंट होगा.
And Sir Gajin sir is think we need to tweak the system accordingly? So that will happen. Then the new premium payment regime needs to be reinforced instruction. I can't read the writing, Manoj ji. What have you written? So I'm ignoring this. Now coming to question from Rajesh Das ji. So Gajen sir, I think some questions for you, if I can read out. This is about NCIP. He wants loanee and non-loanee category to be reflected separately. Then he wants conduct of separate CCs for PMFBY and production estimates, scope for capturing, updating saving bank account of farmers so as to address the issues of DigiClaim payment failures, visibility of DigiClaim in NCIP. Is it available in the new dashboard? So this is what his questions are.
दास जी का लोनी नॉन लोनी का क्वेश्चन बड़ा पुराना क्वेश्चन है। दास जी चाहते हैं कि हम लोनी और नॉन लोनी को दिखाएं। दिक्कत क्या है, मैं दास जी को कई बार बता चुका हूं कि एक ही फार्मर लोनी और नॉन लोनी दोनों हो सकता है। मैं आपकी बात भी रख देता हूं। एक ही फार्मर क्या है, लोनी और नॉन लोनी दोनों हो सकता है। इसलिए ये बाइफर्केशन करना कि कितने फार्मर लोनी है कितने नॉन लोनी है मेरे लिए पॉसिबल नहीं, क्योंकि एक दोनों जगह। अब इनका क्या कहना है कि आप ऐसा कर दीजिए कि एक लोनी बता दीजिए, एक नॉन लोनी बता दीजिए और एक ये बता दीजिए कि क्या दोनों हैं क्या ये। तो मैं इनकी इस वाली बात को स्वीकार कर लेता हूं, मैं जल्दी से जल्दी ला दूंगा। जहां तक इन्होंने सीसी का कहा, तो सीसी में हमको कोई दिक्कत नहीं, आप रिक्वायरमेंट भेज दीजिए। आप अगर प्रोडक्शन एस्टीमेट निकालना चाहते हैं सीसी से, वी डोंट हैव एनी इशू।
सर और लोनी नॉन लोनी के तो हम डैशबोर्ड में भी देंगे, जो हम डीसी डैशबोर्ड बना रहे हैं उसमें तो फिगर दिखाई दे।
दिक्कत वही है जो मैं कह रहा हूँ कि वो बाइफर्केट नहीं होती। क्योंकि एक आदमी लोनी नॉन लोनी दोनों हो सकता है।
बट अदरवाइज हम जैसे कंस्ट्रू करते हैं, इफ जो बैंक से का डेटा आ रहा है दैट्स अ लोनी फार्मर एंड फ्रॉम अदर सोर्स इट्स अ नॉन लोनी फार्मर, तो वो डेटा मिल जाएगा।
नहीं वो भी नहीं, चलो हम उनको बता देंगे आगे।
ठीक है, ओके।
और लास्ट क्वेश्चन क्या था?
और लास्ट क्वेश्चन था सर विजिबिलिटी ऑफ डिजी क्लेम एंड एनसीआईपी। आई थिंक हम मॉड्यूल बना रहे हैं।
हम कर देंगे क्योंकि हम डिजी क्लेम मॉड्यूल बनाया था, हमने रिपोर्ट्स को इतना ध्यान नहीं दिया, हम आपको दे देंगे।
So we are already working on the module for the reports that the states can go into the login and see the reports that we are doing. Now question from Mr. Mohammad Iqbal Chaudhary, Director Agriculture, Mission Director. I think this is from Jammu Kashmir. So I think Sunil ji, if you can answer these questions, you're nodal for Jammu Kashmir. It should be made mandatory for all the insurance companies to participate in the bids. That's what he suggests. Then mass awareness, obviously, he's talking about mass awareness in a state, or special team for ministry for chalking out, I think, for implementation of RWBCIs for saffron crop and other horticulture crops. And a very important suggestion from Jammu Kashmir that next, Jay sir, this is for you. Jay sir, this is for you. Next conference he wants in Jammu Kashmir.
एक्चुअली ये जम्मू कश्मीर से हमेशा डिमांड रहे हैं। उसका मेन कारण है कि पार्टिसिपेशन जो है इंश्योरेंस कंपनी का उनके टेंडर साइकिल्स में बहुत कम रहे। ये हम लोग हमेशा सेंसिटाइज करते रहे हैं इंश्योरेंस कंपनी को कि एक वहाँ लोग जाएं और इम्प्लीमेंट करें। बेस्ट पार्ट इस बार ये है कि हम कश्मीर रीजन में भी हम लोग फूड क्रॉप्स के लिए इम्प्लीमेंटेशन कर पाए। हॉर्टिकल्चर क्रॉप्स के रिपीटेड टेंडर होने के बाद भी इंश्योरेंस कंपनी का वहाँ बहुत अच्छा रिस्पांस नहीं रहा। इसमें मैं इंश्योरेंस कंपनी को बहुत चर्चा करते रहे और कहते रहे जो भी स्पेसिफिक प्रॉब्लम्स है, क्योंकि क्रॉप स्पेसिफिक वहाँ दो ही क्रॉप्स का हमेशा डिमांड रहा है, एप्पल एंड सैफ्रॉन का। और इसके लिए डेटा से लेके हम लोग ने बहुत सारे स्टडी भी किए थे, टीम भी गई थी, हमने उनके मेथोडोलॉजी के लिए भी हमने ओपन दिया था, AIC और अदर इंश्योरेंस कंपनी के साथ भी हम लोग ने डिटेल शेयर किए थे। 3 साल के बाद भी बहुत ज़्यादा इसमें चेंजेस नहीं आ पाए हैं, खास करके इंश्योरेंस कंपनी का जहां हम सैंड बॉक्सिंग और अदर प्रोडक्ट की बात करते हैं, तो इसमें इंश्योरेंस कंपनी को एक थॉट देना पड़ेगा कि क्या आपकी रिक्वायरमेंट है और क्या हम इसमें और चेंजेस कर सकते हैं, ताकि ये जो लॉन्ग डिमांड है जम्मू कश्मीर का जो हम लोग फुलफिल कर पाएंगे। तो ये इंश्योरेंस कंपनी से मैं रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहूँगा कि एक बार गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया और स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स के साथ भी आपकी जो भी चीज़ें हैं एक बार हम लोग बैठ के बात करें ताकि हम उनको कोई सोल्यूशन दे पाए।
Yes, sir, I think this you need to answer. Jammu Kashmir administration says that next conference should be held in Jammu Kashmir.
Accepted.
मैंने जब हमारे आशीष भोटानी साहब सर दिल्ली में थे तो मैंने गोवा में इनसे रिक्वेस्ट की थी, लेकिन इन्होंने मुझे इंश्योर किया था। बट डिस्पाइट दैट ऐसा है कि हम ये नहीं चाहते कि आप कश्मीर में तो आप सब घूमे होंगे, हम ये चाहते हैं कि जम्मू कश्मीर में हमारे पास जो दो इंडस्ट्रीज है, जो एप्पल की हॉर्टिकल्चर क्रॉप्स और हमारा सैफरान, क्योंकि सैफरान आप जानते हैं कि कंट्री में जो सैफरान हम ग्रो करते हैं और आफ्टर जीआई टैग उसकी जो वैल्यू है वो 4.5 करोड़ रुपए की हमारे पास एक गाड़ी की इंडस्ट्री है। तो अगर इन दो क्रॉप्स का इंश्योरेंस भी हो जाएगा, हमारा मसला भी हल हो जाएगा, सभी लोग कश्मीर भी देख पाएंगे। इट विल बी माई प्रिविलेज।
We'll try that, sir. We'll try our best, and I think insurance companies should come forward.
But
for
one more
organizing
request,
a conference in Jammu Kashmir.
From the floor of this house, I request kindly depute a team to Kashmir. इनके जो भी प्रॉब्लम्स हैं, क्योंकि जब हम अभी हॉर्टिकल्चर क्रॉप्स और सैफरान के लिए टेंडर कर रहे थे तो शायद इतनी क्वायरीज कंट्री में किसी टेंडर पे नहीं आई होंगी जितनी जम्मू कश्मीर वाले पे आई, और हमने क्लियर किया। बट डिस्पाइट दैट सिर्फ एक कंपनी ने टेंडर किया जिसके लिए गवर्नमेंट एग्री नहीं हुई। तो हमारे पास आप देखते हैं कि जो ग्लोबल वार्मिंग की वजह से, जिस पे मॉर्निंग से यहाँ तक अभी डिस्कशन हो रहा है, तो इन सारे पैरामीटर को देखते हुए मैं ये नहीं कहता कि पूरी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन आ जाए, कम से कम अगर 4-5 लोगों का एक पैनल भेज दिया जाए तो वी विल फैसिलिटेट देम।
Okay, thank you, sir. And there's one more. I think it's a suggestion from your side that banks should be accountable with risk for coverage of lonely farmer. That's a question that was raised by Bhutani sir also. I think, JS sir, we need to seriously take up, because a number of states and UTs, banks are not enrolling the farmers, lonely farmers, even when they have not opted out, or as Bhutani sir said that they may be forced opt out also, so that we need to address. That we'll try to address, taking up with DFS, sir. Thank you. Ajay, I think if you can answer this question. This is raised by Dr. Kamalpreet Singh. He says that for new crops, additions can be done in scheme itself, weather data can be used, and for add-ons without demand, state is not likely to support. For non-crop insurance add-ons, it can be done by VLE, but no linkage to be established. This is about the add-on.
I think related to WBCIS add-on, which this time also the state of MP wanted to have this, but as of now, since NCIP is not built to include add-on covers as part of WBCIS module, but next season onwards, we'll be trying to develop that and to include add-on part of the WBCIS also into the NCIP itself. So I think that is already discussed with Gajendra ji as well, and he has committed that we'll build that.
I think we'll be in a position to build up that module, maybe, sir, अगले season से.
मोस्टली रबी क्रॉप है और ये प्रायोरिटी में सर ने रख लिया और मंथ से प्रॉमिस किए हैं. होप सो रबी में ये हम लोग को मिल जाएगा, है ना.
So next question is from Mr. B.K. Mishra, छत्तीसगढ़. मिश्रा जी, काफ़ी सवाल हैं आपके पोर्टल से जुड़े. राज्यों को आ रही समस्याओं का निराकरण के लिए भारत सरकार द्वारा IT एक्सपर्ट पदस्थ किया जाए. मिश्रा जी, आई थिंक वी ऑल आंसर योर क्वेश्चंस, गजेंद्र सर से लेके मैं अजय, आई थिंक एवरीबडी, और बात भी होती रहती है. सो ऑलरेडी अधिकारी पदस्थ हैं, सो यू कैन आस्क एनी टाइम, वी आर अवेलेबल. आपने कहा डिजिटल क्लेम मॉड्यूल के पेमेंट फेल होने की समस्या का निराकरण किया जाए.
मतलब उनके लिए अधिकारी, मैंने कहा था कि जितनी आप प्रॉब्लम भेजते हैं, डेडिकेटेड 7 लोगों की टीम आपके लिए चाहिए मेरे यहाँ.
हाँ, ठीक.
एक CPMU का सब ऑफिस खोल देते हैं इनके. नहीं, ठीक है. आई थिंक अगर मिश्रा जी चाह रहे हैं तो जो सपोर्ट इनको चाहिए होगी वील प्रोवाइड.
हाँ, दैट वी डू. सो देन ही सेज डिजिटल क्लेम मॉड्यूल के पेमेंट फेल होने की
नहीं रुको. दिक्कत क्या है कि मिश्रा जी के पास खुद ही कमजोर टीम है. जब इनके पास रोज 2 चिट्ठी भेजते हैं, आप इस तरह का कुछ सिस्टम बनाइए ना कि जिससे कि हमारी भी आसानी हो। रोज रोज हम कैसे पोर्टल में चेंजेस करें, पॉलिसी बन जाती हैं, उनको वापस करना पड़ता है। जैसे मान लीजिए अभी इन्होंने एक लेटर भेजा मेरे को कि यहाँ का सम इंश्योर्ड 27 नहीं 32,000 था। अब जिसकी पॉलिसी बन गई उसका पैसा मैं कहाँ से लाऊंगा? मान लीजिए कि मैं उसको 32,000 कर दूं लेकिन प्रीमियम बढ़ गया, तो कुछ चीज़ें या तो मिश्रा जी के यहाँ हम लोग एक दो लोगों को बैठा देते हैं, ये भी कर सकते हैं हम लोग, एक सोल्यूशन अच्छा ये भी।
Sir, better would be to set up a state PMU so that the capabilities are built into the state itself and have these issues resolved.
Then there's another question, sir. DigiClaim मॉड्यूल में पेमेंट फेल होने की समस्या का निराकरण त्वरित किया जाए। हमने इसमें इंश्योरेंस कंपनी से एक मीटिंग की थी to address these issues of payment failures through DigiClaim. So I think Gajen sir will be in a better position to answer that. हमने सर बैंक और ICs के लिए कैसे रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी डिसाइड की है कि कौन उसमें अकाउंट करेक्शन करेगा? सर इफ़ यू कैन प्लीज़ रिटरेट दैट।
उसमें दिक्कत ये है कि अकाउंट तो जब वेरीफाई होते हैं उसी समय हम जान जाते हैं कि कौन से अकाउंट पे पेमेंट नहीं जाने वाला है। तो उसमें क्या है, जब फिर उसमें बैंकों को रेक्टिफाई करना रहता है। अब दिक्कत क्या है कि बैंक उसको एक तो जान नहीं पाते कि मेरा अकाउंट फेल हो गया, क्यों डेली तो पोर्टल खोलते नहीं हैं वो। तो इसमें कुछ मैकेनिज्म डेवलप करनी पड़ेगी कि बैंकर जान जाए कि उसके अकाउंट फेल हो गए हैं। दूसरा क्या है कि उसके फेल होने के बाद हम आधार पे पेमेंट देते हैं, तो आधार के पेमेंट के बाद भी बहुत से केसेस ऐसे आ रहे हैं जिसके आधार भी लिंक्ड नहीं हैं। तो ये हम लोगों को अंत में फैसला लेना है कि अगर दोनों फेल होते हैं तो ऐसे केसेस में क्या किया जाए, क्योंकि उसके बाद हमारे पास कुछ नहीं रह जाता।
बट सर इसमें हमने जो डिस्कशन किया था कंपनीज के साथ कि यदि लोनी फार्मर है तो उसके अकाउंट में एडिटिंग का राइट हम बैंक को दें, यदि नॉन लोनी फार्मर है तो हम इंश्योरेंस कंपनी को दें।
हाँ, यही डिसाइड किया था।
So this is how we plan to proceed. And
इसको मतलब फॉर्मलाइज करना पड़ेगा।
हाँ, so we I think it is required to be transpired. So next step है हमारा, we'll be doing that. I think Mishra ji is not there. Then he says पोर्टल की रिपोर्ट बदलती रहती है सर। So I think this is finished. Then Sunil ji, there's a question from Mr. Dashrathi Singh. What are rationale behind double series of CCs for ascertaining crop yield production per hectare?
इसमें मैं स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के साथ शेयर करना चाहता हूं कि एक कमेटी बनी थी हम लोग को, जिसमें हम लोग डेटा शेयर जो आ रहे हैं हमारे पास, जो सिंगल सीरीज करते थे या डबल सीरीज करते थे, प्रोडक्शन प्रोडक्टिविटी के लिए डेटा था और हमारा इसको बहुत हम लोग सैम्पलिंग साइज से लेके बहुत डिटेल स्टडी किए। और अभी जो हमारे पास जो रिकमेंडेशन आया है, ये डायरेक्टरेट ऑफ इकोनॉमिक्स एंड स्टैटिस्टिक्स के साथ एक ऑलरेडी स्टेट्स को सारे सर्कुलेशन हो चुका है कि हमें GCA का जो जनरल एस्टिमेशन सर्वे टेक्निक है, उनके जो सैम्पलिंग है उनको हम लोग ने डिफाइन किया है कि किस तरह से करने हैं। तो GCA का जो प्रोडक्शन प्रोडक्टिविटी के लिए जो हम लोग एस्टिमेट करते हैं वो उसकी सैम्पलिंग ब्लॉक लेवल तक होता है। इसमें जो पहले भी हम लोग ने लिखा है PMFBY गाइडलाइन में कि जो रिमेनिंग सैम्पलिंग हमारे जो यूनिट GP लेवल पर है या फिर ब्लॉक लेवल पर है, अगर मान लिया GCA में कोई गांव में या किसी एक सैंपल आ गया प्रोडक्शन प्रोडक्टिविटी का, रिमेनिंग हम सेम मेथोडोलॉजी से हम उनका रैंडम सैम्पलिंग करेंगे और जो हमारे पॉइंट है, जो एक्सपेरिमेंटल पॉइंट है, रिमेनिंग वो लेंगे। ये ऑलरेडी सर्कुलेट हो चुका है। इसमें हम लोग एक और डिसीजन देखा था जब से हम लोग ने एनालिसिस कर रहा था, और दास जी भी बहुत बार इसको क्वेश्चन को रेज किए हैं स्पेशली, और उसमें हम लोग ने डिस्कस भी किया ISRI का। अभी हम लोग एसटेक इम्प्लीमेंटेशन कमेटी में भी इसको डिस्कस कर रहे थे कि SST का पॉइंट जब हम लोग लेते हैं तो मिक्स कर देते हैं। कुछ पॉइंट हम लोग GCA का रखते हैं और कुछ पॉइंट हम लोग SST का रखते हैं। ये कंप्लीट जो है स्टैटिकली रॉन्ग है, क्योंकि इससे पूरा डेटा सीरीज गड़बड़ हो रहा है। और जो हम लोग ने एनालिसिस किया, खास करके 4 स्टेट्स का हम लोग ने एनालिसिस किया था, उसमें सैम्पलिंग एरर बहुत हाई है। तो इसमें हम लोग ने सजेशन दिया है कि जो भी हम SST से करेंगे तो SST का जो सैंपल साइज होगा वो पूरा हम लोग अलग से लेंगे। GCA का कोई भी पॉइंट हम लोग इसमें मिक्स नहीं करेंगे। जो प्रोडक्शन, खासकर वहाँ प्रोडक्शन प्रोडक्टिविटी के लिए जो हम पॉइंट लेंगे उसको मिक्स नहीं करेंगे। स्मार्ट सैम्पलिंग से ही केवल जो भी जिस क्रॉप्स का ले रहे हैं, हो सकता है कि एक स्टेट्स में कोई क्रॉप जीसीए से ले रहे हैं, कोई क्रॉप्स हम स्मार्ट सैम्पलिंग से ले रहे हैं। तो जो भी क्रॉप्स हम स्मार्ट सैम्पलिंग से लेंगे वो प्योरली स्मार्ट सैम्पलिंग होगा। और तीसरा चीज़ है जो एस्टेक का हम लोग ने जो सीरीज आएगी वो उसका सीरीज को हम लोग डेटा मेंशन अलग से रखेंगे। तो हम लोग के लिए अब कंपेयर करने के लिए 3 सीरीज ऑफ डेटा होगा, एक जीसीए डेटा, एक एसएसटी डेटा और एक एस्टेक डेटा। ये कंपेयर करने में सबसे मेजर चैलेंज जो आएगा कि हमको अगर किसी तरह से इसमें एरर होगा, जो मैं खास करके स्टेट गवर्नमेंट से बार बार रिक्वेस्ट कर रहा हूँ कि अगर कंपेयर करना चाहते हैं तो मोरल हजार्ड ह्यूमन जो मॉर्निंग में भी डिस्कशन हो रही थी कि इसको हमको हटाना पड़ेगा। तो अगर हम एस्टेक के साथ अगर हम सीसीए का डेटा या फिर एसएसटी का डेटा करते हैं तो उसको भी हम प्रिसाइजली हम ढंग से करें, उसमें ह्यूमन इंटरवेरेंस कम रखें और मेथोलॉजी के साथ करें, ताकि 2 प्योर डेटा सेट के साथ हम कंपेयर कर पाए। अगर एक डेटा सेट भी अगर बायस्ड रहेगा तो कंपेयर करना मुश्किल होगा, क्योंकि अब हम पब्लिक डोमेन में 2 सीरीज ऑफ डेटा डालेंगे, क्योंकि हमारा वेटेज जो है वो चीज़ें आएगी। तो इस चीज़ों को थोड़ा सा स्टेट को इस बार सेंसिटाइज करने की ज़रूरत है, ताकि ये चीज़ों को ग्राउंड लेवल पर भी सेंसिटाइज करने की ज़रूरत है। हम लोग इसके साथ साथ एग्री ऐप रिपोर्टिंग की बात कर रहे थे। तो एग्री ऐप हम लोग चर्चा कर रहे थे कि एग्री ऐप रिपोर्टिंग का केवल है, मेथोलॉजी का नहीं है। तो अगर मेथोलॉजी सही है और रिपोर्टिंग केवल हम गलत हो गया, अगर मेथोलॉजी और रिपोर्टिंग अगर हम कर दिए तो ये भी एक डिस्प्यूट है, एक चैलेंज आ जाएगा। तो हम लोग इस बार कोशिश कर रहे हैं, हम लोग ने ट्रेनिंग कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग प्लान के साथ हम लोग ने ISRI और NSSO भी एग्री हो गए हैं कि हम लोग भी इसमें सेंसिटाइज करेंगे, हम अपने कंट्रीब्यूशन को देंगे और दोनों ट्रेनिंग हम लोग कंबाइंड करेंगे। तो स्टेट से रिक्वेस्ट है कि हम लोग ने लेटर लिखा था अभी कि आप जो CC एग्री ऐप यूज़ करने के लिए हमें डेट और टाइम दीजिए। हम ये भी रिक्वेस्ट करेंगे स्टेट्स को कि डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल नॉट, हम लोग ग्राउंड लेवल पर हम नहीं ट्रेनिंग कर पाएंगे। हमारे ISRI और NSSO भी एग्री हैं, उसके साथ भी बैठ के हम लोग कैसे ये सीरीज़ को ठीक करें, हम डेटा को हम कैसे कर पाएँ। तो ये सारे चीज़ों के लिए हम लोग को डेट मांगे, हम लोग डेट देंगे, उनसे ऑलरेडी चीज़ें हो रही। तो ये जो चेंजेज है इन्वायरमेंट में ये बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है, इसको पॉलिसी स्तर पर टॉप टू बॉटम लेवल तक पहुंचाना है इस चीज़ों को, ताकि हमारा जो है डेटा सीरीज ठीक हो और एक कंपेरेबल हो, ताकि हम आगे किसी तरह का डिस्प्यूट ना हो और किसी तरह का कोई चैलेंज नहीं हो। थैंक यू।
ठीक है, थैंक यू सुनील जी। Now, Ajay, if you can answer this question. This is an anonymous question. It's about Sandbox. That what are the key initial steps required to start the project? How to design products for perils like hailstorm, which tracking and measurement both are difficult. Whether Government of India will give subsidy to Sandbox products?
Sandboxing, the approach is to find out the requirement first, if there is any requirement for any product to be offered to, and whether there lies the risk. This is something which insurance companies, agri-tech, fintech entities can assess and refer this to the committee or whatever structure is there for the product validation and approval. Based on the product validation and approval, the product would be launched on Sandbox platform for farmers to opt from. The sharing of subsidies on the product is not fully ruled out, but the idea is if the product uptake is there and there is a demand and the product offer is good, so Government of India can decide to take a few of the products across the locations as a pilot product for maybe giving the subsidies on the product or subsidizing the product for the farmers. So, but that will be obviously after the full pilot and validation of the product uptake and the services being offered under the product.
Okay, thank you, Ajay. And now your set of questions.
Yeah, so I have a question from Ms. Shobha HB, Joint Director, Karnataka. Under localized intimation, the occurrence of event to be defined. Actually, the losses will be known after few days and heavy rains, cloud burst. IC should not take intimations as delayed intimation. I think the timelines for localized calamities are already defined right from occurrence of the calamity and how many days, 74 hours for the farmer to intimate the losses, and after that the timelines also for the insurance companies to depute the surveyor and carry out the survey. So timelines is already there. So it's only that how do we monitor the fulfillment of that turnaround time. I think since we have discussed about rolling out of crop loss survey applications, so once the digital logs are created right from intimation to the deputation of surveys and carrying out the surveys, so these issues of delayed turnaround time should be taken care of. Second question is, can we go ahead with the implementation of YesTech without signing MOU with Mitra? But to answer this, since the guidelines of YesTech, the mentor institution is mandatory to have for the states to, in the initial years, for the states to handhold and mentor the states. So Mitra is important, and I think this question is leading from the issues of not having a commitment from the potential Mitra. So since Dr. Chaudhary has committed that NRSC shall look into this, so I think this answer stands resolved as of now. This question stands resolved as of now, and Dr. Chaudhary is agreeing to this. Thank you. Yeah, so we have discussed this in previous meeting in Hyderabad also. So this requires a tripartite agreement between state, Mitra, and TIP, basically, to carry out. I think these details are already mentioned in the guidelines of YesTech. Third question is, how about the premium distribution in case of product in sandbox platform? So I think I answered this. So the products to be offered on the sandbox is something which the farmer shall have to pay for that. But few of the products, based on its uptake and value consideration and validation by the committee, can be opted for subsidized premium rates by the Government of India. So that may happen so once the one duration of pilot is complete. Another question from Government of Karnataka, M. Gayatri, asking for inclusion of inundation risk for paddy crop as an add-on factor.
That we have answered.
So I think you have already taken care of. Mr. Zakir Hussain, Joint Director Agriculture, Puducherry, asks, is there any check measure to prevent uploading of applications from farmers of other states by the CSC VLE in the NCIP against the PMFBY window for Puducherry under Rupee 1 facility? I think this is interesting, but then as per the location hierarchy, if the land falls in the territory of Puducherry, so farmer, maybe he is residing in Tamil Nadu, but if the land is in Puducherry, he is maybe entitled for insuring his crop, which is in Puducherry. So you wanted to ask something else? Can somebody pass mic to him?
Actually, we have received applications, and that has been already enrolled in the portal for Kharif 23, wherein the land records belongs to Tamil Nadu. They are having the crop at Tamil Nadu. They don't have any residence also in Puducherry. No records pertaining to Puducherry is there, sir. The CSC from Tamil Nadu state has enrolled in the portal. And also one interesting thing, sir, farmer's own registration. One farmer from Rajasthan has uploaded banana crop in Puducherry, and he has also put all the land records also in the portal.
Sir, so to answer this question, I think unless the land records are integrated on NCIP to restrict such fraudulent enrollments happening, there won't be any solution. So insurance companies has to be more vigilant while approving the applications.
But Ajay, I would like to add here, I think CSC, since Atulji is sitting from CSC, CSC should note down that, and since such cases are being reported, so I think this is something which is to be taken up at the level of VLE also.
Gajendra sir, you want to?
First case जो है concern का है, सेकंड केस तो फार्मर का अधिकार है कि वो अगर राजस्थान में रहता है, उसको लगता है पुंडुचेरी में मेरी ज़मीन है, वो ले सकता है, कोई रूल नहीं रोकता उसको। हाँ, फर्स्ट केस में अगर कोई एग्जाम्पल है तो मैं ज़रूर जानना चाहता हूँ कि तमिलनाडु का आदमी कैसे ले सकता है, बिना पुंडुचेरी की ज़मीन भी नहीं है तो आपको कैसे दिखाई दे रही है? तो वो केस मंगा लीजिए। सेकंड केस तो वो कर सकता है, उसमें क्या दिक्कत है?
बट सर सेकंड केस
मैंने
में
बहुत देखे हैं, दिल्ली में लोग रहते हैं, पूरे कंट्री में पॉलिसी ले रहे हैं, मैं देखता रहता हूँ ये तो। हाँ, नहीं, ऑनलाइन भी लेते हैं, दिल्ली के लोग लेते हैं, इनकी ज़मीनें हैं, यूपी में हैं, बिहार में हैं।
नहीं, बट सर आपके कहने का मतलब ये है कि ये तो वही केस हो गया कि फार्मर का रेजिडेंशियल विलेज अलग जगह है या वो रह कहीं और रहा है, बट जो उसका क्रॉप विलेज होना चाहिए दैट शुड बी लोकेटेड विद इन दैट स्टेट और यूटी। जो क्रॉप विलेज होगा सर, जब फार्मर एनरोलमेंट के लिए जा रहा है तो क्योंकि एक हम उसका एड्रेस लेते हैं, एक कहाँ पे उसका खेत है, जो लैंड है जहाँ पे फसल उगाई जा रही है वो क्या है, तो जो इंश्योरेंस देते हैं वो जहाँ पे उसका क्रॉप विलेज होता है वो होता है। सो वो सही डाले जाना चाहिए जो भी एनरोलमेंट का सोर्स है। सपोज इफ ही इज़ गेटिंग एनरोल्ड फ्रॉम CSC, इट इज़ अ रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी ऑफ CSC टू सी दैट जो इंश्योरेंस दिया जा रहा है वो वहाँ का दिया जा रहा है जहाँ से एनरोलमेंट हो रहा है, आई मीन जहाँ उसका क्रॉप विलेज है।
मेन चीज़ इसमें यह है कि जहाँ पे लैंड है वहीं का फार्मर है और उसी स्टेट का इंश्योरेंस कंपनी के पास है, वो कंट्री में कहीं भी रहता हो, इसका कोई रिलेशन नहीं।
Residential village can differ.
Yes, ma'am. But as far as Puducherry is concerned, since the farmer's premium is borne by the government of Puducherry, the onus on the correctness of records lies with the state government. And we are giving sowing certificates. Based on the sowing certificate, only they go for registration in the portal.
Okay.
This particular cases where they have entered the land records of Tamil Nadu, they have put residents of Tamil Nadu, and only the crop location is put in Puducherry. But it's not in Puducherry.
So that's what Gajen sir said. You just refer the case to us.
Yes, sir. We are going to refer.
रिफर का भी मामला नहीं रहा।
We will refer.
क्रॉप लोकेशन आपकी है तो वो आपका फार्मर है, आप रिजेक्ट कर दीजिए आपको लगता है तो। तमिलनाडु में रहने वाला आदमी अगर वो रेजिडेंस है, आपके यहाँ उसकी जमीन है तो क्या दिक्कत है इसमें? है ना, जमीन कह रहे हैं।
We can reject.
मेरे को दिखाइएगा।
नहीं, आपने सोइंग सर्टिफिकेट इशू किया है उसको?
Yes, no sir, we have not issued.
Actually, you haven't issued.
We have not started banana crop.
We'll take the case. You can refer the case to us.
It's a single case. I will request कि उसको आप दिखवा लीजिए.
हाँ, yes Ajay.
Please move on.
Yeah, so second question from Zakir Hussain Saab is that the farmer usually have 4 or 5 land parcel, but while enrolling the farmer or applications under PMFBY, the CSC VLE only takes 1 or 2 parcel and the rest of the parcels are not entered. So the entire land of the farmer is not entered. So it's a responsibility 2 ways. One, farmer has to ensure that entire land parcel, whatever he or she needs to be insured, are told and shared with the VLE, CSC VLE. And second, bigger responsibility lies with the CSC e-governance to educate and build the capacities of CSC VLEs to provide services as they are desired for. Next question is from Anjani Tadayai ji. He wanted to understand by what time the centralized system for grievance redressal Krishi Rakshak portal will be fully functional across the country, and do the insurance companies need to have call centers at state level? So I think to answer your question, first, this Krishi Rakshak portal and helpline, how we call it, is in offing. So we are about to publish a tender document for that, for selection of agency, and we look forward to have this agency onboarded in next 3 to 6 months period, fully operational across the state. And once this centralized grievance redressal system is up and running, state insurance companies are not required to establish their call centers across the states. That is the purpose, basically a centralized help desk from where the entire grievance redressal mechanism works.
So I like to add here, as far as the crop insurance business goes, we would be operating this single line, kind of single toll-free number across the country. But then if the insurance companies have their own sort of call centers established as per the guidelines of IRDAI, So that can continue, and in fact, those calls could then be diverted directly onto the Krishi Rakshak portal. So you will continue giving the services that are mandated by the regulator, but the calls related to the crop insurance sector will be then diverted onto our portal. Thank you.
The next question is from Ashish Agarwal. He wanted to ask, can some provisions be introduced in guidelines that without evaluating the issues, disputes with state governments and Government of India district authorities should not file FIR against company officials? I think this is very, very crucial situation which we have witnessed across few of the states. Maybe CEO Saab would answer this. So I'm just repeating, the question is, can there be any provision inbuilt into the guidelines that without evaluating the issues and disputes by state government and the Government of India, district officials should not initiate FIRs against the insurance company officials?
So this is a challenging development of I mean, it's growing by the season, so to speak, that states to sometimes, I mean, for whatever reasons, best known to them, or district officials maybe in their alacrity, file and register FIRs. Now, one would not want to create any guideline on this because FIR is a criminal proceeding. But nevertheless, one would definitely want to caution the states that they should sensitize the districts not to do such activity in haste, because it may lead to long-term consequences for the state itself. The risk perception, the problems, the reinsurance and so on and so forth gets multiplied. So sincerely, we could probably issue an advisory on this, but definitely not in the guidelines.
So I think, so the best solution is, I would say, if things are worked out by the district authority also, as per the guidelines, if CCs are conducted fairly, if app is used, technology is used, things are fair, I think then disputes get minimized. So that's the, I think, best solution not to create the dispute.
Basically, these are not criminal matters, right? They are civil matters. They are dispute. Dispute cannot be handled by issuing or filing FIRs and arresting people. It is best managed, as you rightly said, through the guidelines, procedures given in the guidelines.
Yes, sir.
Collector has to only intimate the concerned officer handling Fasal Bima or perhaps the Principal Secretary of Agriculture Department to intervene and sort it out if he cannot handle at his level.
Yes, sir.
We have a system, district, state and Government of India.
Yes, sir.
He should escalate to the next level rather than taking decision himself. Tribal issues that.
And there should be timely escalation so that there's no law and order situation created.
He has to talk to the higher authorities in the state headquarters. That is how it should be handled. Because pressurizing the company by arresting people, as CEO rightly said, is counterproductive. Company अपनी जेब से पैसे कभी नहीं देगी. उतना वो premium अगली बार ऐड कर लेगी. You will be poorer off than what you started with, right? That will happen.
Yes.
Next question is again from Ashish. He mentions that request to define service fee for the intermediaries as well in line with the fee for CSC, SPV. I think you are mentioning for per application charges, how CSC, SPV is fixed, and you wanted this to be fixed for intermediaries. I think to our mind, the business between insurer and insurance intermediary is something which is very, very commercial in nature, but maybe this is something left to the insurance companies and intermediaries to mutually decide upon what service charges they wanted to. Maybe you can elaborate if you have.
And adding to it, Ajay, it may differ from company to company.
Yeah,
a company may like to pay its agent more, a company may like to pay its agent less. So that's between the two parties.
So idea here is that Government of India should not be intermingling into the commercial, maybe the interest and agreements between the two parties.
No, that is
That is right, Ajay. The idea is basically CSC is giving a lot of services to us for the last 5-6 years, right? And introducing a new intermediary, and they'll definitely ask for some additional commission. So what will happen slowly and slowly, like I think Atul also mentioned, that it will become difficult for that to survive.
Ashish ji, intermediary is your channel, CSC is some other channel.
Both are doing crop insurance only.
Ashish ji, आपका what is your apprehension? I would like to understand. No, let me listen to it.
Sir, basically what is happening now, intermediaries have started asking for higher commission, while CSC is getting whatever has been kind of fixed by Government of India. So if you are giving anything additional to the other intermediaries, then CSCs may, it's quite possible that CSCs may not give services. You know, maybe intermediaries can influence CSCs or they can influence customer also. So if there's some parity between, some kind of parity is there in this commission payout, then at least CSCs will survive. Otherwise, slowly and slowly what will happen, that CSCs may start giving business to intermediaries in that way.
So I have two counters to it. One, I am not in the business of survival of CSC. I am in the business of giving services to the farmers. One channel is the CSC, which offers a wonderful channel. We have tried to sort of fix it all across because it is a brick and mortar kind of a channel. Intermediary is already existing system within the insurance landscape. So one would feel that companies would want to, as has been said, to push the insurance product using their own fees which they sort of negotiate with the intermediaries. Now, on a conceptual level, I would not want to get into the market dynamics of it. And if CSC has some competition, I think the more the merrier, and in any case, the level of service that the intermediary provides is actually farm gate level or farm level or maybe house level services rather than a brick and mortar kind of a service. So one would, in any case, we have just launched the app. Let's see the dynamics play out. आज की डेट में तो what I understand is कि जितना हमने enrollment बढ़ाया है वो non-loaning का enrollment सारा CSCs पे ही गया है. So in any case, that has risen by almost twice. So अभी I would caution against sort of fixing ceilings. Because ऐसा भी हो सकता है कि आज हम ceiling fix कर दें तो it may not be viable for the intermediary to go to the farmer and offer his services, and we sort of cap this channel. As and when they become complementary or rise to that level where they are competing, we'll take a call.
Next question is from Dr. Sultan Singh. He asks for if UNDP resource highlighting contract agreement can be shared. The status under PMU mechanism system. I think Dr. Saab, you wanted to understand about the arrangement with UNDP and Government of India for resource hiring. I think we can share that with you. We already have shared an advisory with all the state governments. MNCFC, Dr. Murthy, you can also speak to him and regarding this because he is also in talks of having a complete setup of technical implementation cell under MNCFC through this. Most of your other questions are very, very technical in nature, and I would request you to please speak to Dr. Murthy whenever you get time to, I mean, he'll be able to address these issues. The last question I have is, in case where the APR is 5% and 4% for commercial crops, entire premium is to be paid by the farmer, why we cannot do modification in the guidelines in such cases? I think this is anonymous, and I think this leads to whether since the minimum farmer premium share is 5%, so if APR itself is less than 5% or up to 5%, the entire farmer share, entire premium is to be borne by the farmer, and there is no contribution from state government and central government. I think this is a design of the program itself. Sometimes the APR can be 10% also, so then the state government and the central government chips in. So maybe if you like to have
इसमें मैं ऐड करना चाहता हूँ कि बेसिकली ये जब स्कीम आर्किटेक्ट बन रही थी उस टाइम ने देखा गया कि जो हॉर्टिकल्चर एंड कॉमर्शियल क्रॉप्स हैं वो उनके स्केल ऑफ फाइनेंस और ग्रोइंग पैटर्न जो अडॉप्ट करते हैं उसमें अलग है। अभी जो खास करके हम लोग जो हिली स्टेट्स और अदर 90-10 का जो पैटर्न किया था, उसमें ये ईज आउट करने की कोशिश किया था कि मैक्सिमम जो है जो हॉर्टिकल्चर क्रॉप्स है जो आपका उत्तराखंड, जम्मू कश्मीर और हिमाचल प्रदेश में है, तो हम लोग ने ये थॉट किया था कि हम जो है पास ऑन जो स्टेट्स को हम ईज आउट कर रहे हैं वो फार्मर्स शेयर को वो पास ऑन करने। तो ज़्यादातर हमारे नॉर्थ ईस्टर्न स्टेट्स और हिमालयन रीजन्स के जो स्टेट्स हैं हॉर्टिकल्चर प्रोन है, तो वहाँ के फार्मर्स के लिए हम लोग ये तो इस मेथड से हो सकता है। बाकी अब जब आर्किटेक्ट को फिर डिटेल हम लोग के पास डेटा होगा तो फिर हम लोग इसको स्टडी करेंगे, यहाँ हम लोग जवाब नहीं दे सकते।
But nonetheless, state governments can always decide to bear the additional burden on the farmer share, so that is always an option available with the state governments.
इसको सैंड बॉक्स में ट्रांसफर भी कर देंगे, बेटर ऑप्शन है सैंड बॉक्स के लिए।
So
यहाँ क्यों क्या दिक्कत है? जो नॉन लोनी फार्मर है सैंड बॉक्स में चला जाएगा, सारा पैसा उसी को देना है, तो सभी लोग मिलकर प्रचार करें, गलत क्या है इसमें?
Any other question on the sessions we had, session 1, 2, 3, any questions, because we could not conduct the Q&A after those sessions, so any question which still is left unanswered, maybe we can attempt to answer those questions.
अजय, ऑनलाइन क्वेश्चन भी होंगे, ऑनलाइन क्वेश्चन को भी हम लोग देख रहे हैं कि कोई
So
है।
because can we have online questions? So I think few people are there through Zoom call. Any question from the bankers also if we have?
Ajay, just one more minute, then we end up. Any questions from virtual audience?
Any question from the participants who are available online? So I have...
I think first question is totally policy based, that you can ignore.
So maybe I'll read out. Karnataka state got approval to implement scheme for 1 year. Next year we have to adopt alternative risk model. Should we go for 2-year tender from 24-25 to 25-26 and fall in line with tender cycle for all other states? I think this is something which state government can decide, maybe.
We'll, I think this is an issue not to be answered here.
Yes.
Can be sent and
Yeah.
we'll examine it. Thank you.
Next question is, any possibility of suggesting any other SSC to act as tip through it is not in the empanel list shared by MNCFC? Second question. So, I mean, what I understand from your question is that in case the state government space application center, that is Karnataka state application center, is not empaneled, whether the Karnataka state can go for hiring another state space application center. So that is a question. Sunil ji, maybe you can attempt this.
इसके लिए ऑलरेडी प्रोविज़न है कि अगर किसी स्टेट्स का स्टेट रिमोट सेंसिंग सेंटर को हम लोग इम्पैनल नहीं कर पाए, इम्पैनलमेंट विद सर्टेन कंडीशन है, उनको हम लोग ने देखते हुए किए हैं, तो अदर स्टेट्स को वो हायर कर सकते हैं या मित्र को फिर हायर कर सकते हैं। अभी हम लोग ने जो भी लेफ्ट आउट रह गए हैं उनके लिए हम लोग ने चेकलिस्ट अभी डिफाइन किया, वो हम लोग सर्कुलेट करेंगे, उसके बाद फिर अगर एग्जामिन में फिर आते हैं तो इम्पैनलमेंट हो सकता है।
So while Sunil ji mentioned mitra, so mitra means the mitra of other states, not the mitra of the home state. So any other question, anywhere? Otherwise we can conclude the session.
So we conclude the open forum session. Gaurav ji.
Thank you.
Thank you for all the questions and the answers. I think we are about to conclude this day. We call it a day, but before that we have a cultural program coming up. We have a band that has come from Mumbai and Delhi. So we rejoin at 7:30.